welcome to the ePremier League 2026. Wow, what a lineup we've got.
How on earth do you stop him? How do you defend against him?
Mr. ePremier League, Tex, as he looks to add double figures.
This is vintage Tom Lees.
Don't know what happened, mate. Goals kept going in.
Edging towards his first 3 points in the ePremier League.
Played all right, but obviously still didn't get a result.
It is liquid football, isn't it?
15-goal thriller.
Oh, no! Is he asleep out there?
Reece Swan, he's had a rough day at the office.
If Harvey 2 years ago turns up, they can go on a run.
An ePremier League goal to remember. It's not Easter yet, but the rabbit's out.
We're excited. Maybe Friday get over the line.
What a day. It's been
Scoring goals for fun on day one of the ePremier League.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League. It is day 2 of the group stages, and today is a very important day for each and every single one of the 20 teams involved here in Manchester. Joining me is Mr. Brandon Smith and Casey. Let's start straight away with the reigning defending back-to-back champions, Manchester City and Group A, Case, because they started really, really well yesterday.
Absolutely. Obviously, we saw their dominance the last 2 years, and that is continuing on over into the group stage here. Top of the group, pretty much perfect. Job well done. I mean, we'll see if that continues into today and they can stay top of the group.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of their highlights then, Brandon, because the dynamic of Manchester City has changed a little bit, of course. It's big news because the other holder of the ePremier League is representing Leeds United. They brought in a rookie, like Casey said, but a world number one, a former world number one in Jafonso.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, their roster changed, but the quality certainly didn't it? They were one of the few teams to get maximum points yesterday. That's their Group A. Keep in mind, obviously these teams will be playing against each other today. Crystal Palace and Chelsea still have a chance to maybe take down Manchester City and challenge them at top spot, but me personally, I think the defending champions will be going through pretty at top.
It'll be hard to back against them, of course, but Crystal Palace and Chelsea, they're still there. And, of course, positions in the groups are super important heading in to the finals weekend in a few weeks' time. Let's move on to Group B, because what a start it has been for Sunderland, not just in the Premier League, but also in the ePremier League, making their debut here in this tournament. And, wow, what a team and what a start.
What a team. 2 players coming all the way from Brazil. They've competed all over the world, but they are bringing their skill level here to England. It is Paulo Neto and Young sitting pretty on 12 points. Another perfect first day for them.
Similar, by the way, to Group A is Group B, because there's 3 teams probably vying for that top spot. Nottingham Forest and Aston Villa, they're in the conversation as well.
Absolutely, and look, Manchester United and Brentford will be one of our opening games here today, but for those teams, there's still something to play for. Remember that no one is eliminated from the ePremier League group stages, but it can have a huge effect on how much of an easier road it could be to lifting the trophy in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Every team has things to play for here today. Let's move on to Group C. We spoke in Group A and Group B about our teams being perfect and winning every game. I mean, Wolves have put themselves in a great position. They had a great day yesterday.
Fantastic day. It is the Portuguese duo, Diogo Mendes and Rata Artur. They are coming into this league, currently top of the group, but it's very, very close. I'm looking towards the end of the day today. They play Leeds, which has Tex on that team as well, Tex and Nick Steb. So that game's going to be very important because it's 10 and 9 points. They're very, very close.
They are super close. And like we said, you're not hearing a mistake from Katie, because Tex has transferred to Leeds United in this tournament. A really rare scenario where the team's been broken up. They could face each other later on in the tournament. But who are you backing in that group, Brandon?
I still think that the quality right now, I'm actually going to go and say I think Wolves will still stay top of the table there. I know they've got obviously Nick Snebb and Tex. It's a great team, but the Portuguese duo, they're back in the ePremier League. Of course, Diogo will be playing against Tex later on today as well, which will be a great game. But for me, I think Wolves will stay top.
And arguably the most competitive group remaining, Group D, includes Tottenham Hotspur and Tom Lees and Marley, who was, of course, a former Brighton player. They're facing Brighton a little later on today as well.
That they are. Tom Lee's having a really great day yesterday, but it's a little bit different of a story for Marley. Obviously, we've seen him in so many finals, so we know he has what it takes, but it's going to have to be a different day for him if he wants to stay top of the group.
For me, this is my favourite group as well, actually. Look how tight this group is. It really is open for anyone to still take today. I cannot wait, as Kay said, to see Brighton versus Spurs. But Arsenal, look, I know RST was maybe the stronger of the 2 players of him and his teammate Leon's. There is still so much to play for. Even that 3rd spot can make your life a lot easier in a few weeks' time.
Well, I mean, every spot in the group is super important. You want to avoid that bottom spot as well, which brings us on to our fixtures. To kick things off on day 2 here in Manchester, it's Fulham against West Ham United. It's Brentford against Manchester United. It is the battle at the bottom, so to speak. But I mean, there is so much to play for in these games for both teams. And both teams, in the first fixture and the second fixture, will feel confident of getting a result, Kate.
Yeah, at this point, they just want to get points on the board because every single win is going to count. But there's players in there that had very close games as well. So they might be towards the bottom of the group, but there's a lot of potential there today.
Yeah, a lot of potential indeed. Stay tuned for some amazing action today. It's been a great start to the show. We can't wait for the action to get started. But for now, let's head over, shall we, to Mr. Richard Buckley and Shorey, looking as good as ever.
We certainly are. And we're here on the analysis desk. What a day it was yesterday, Shorey. Obviously, we go again today, but we have to highlight back, we have to look back at one of the MVPs. And I'm not just saying this because he's a good friend of yours, but Tottenham Hotspur's Tom Lees. He was outstanding offensively. We got the opportunity to look at Tom's team as well, but just talk me through what was so good for him. Was that expected of him as well? You obviously know him.
Yeah, I think it was a big thing for Tom. I was speaking to him backstage, actually, him getting over his sort of mental barrier of a little bit of maybe a choke early doors. I think last year his game against Brumi did really well. He would have expected to have won that at the start of the group stages. Did very well yesterday, won both of his games 8-1, I believe, and it was with this team here. One player standing out on the bench, actually, Robert Pires, the only man using that item. But if we go on to the starting 11, much more importantly, we see the front three are the main thing I want to highlight here. Semenyo, Brolin and Salah. And one man we're going to be taking more of a look into is Brolin.
Yeah, let's look at it, because he's one of the cheaper players in these teams, but he packs a punch. So let's have a look at Brolin's item in more depth, and we can sort of guide you through what makes him tick in-game. These are his attributes. It might not look amazing here. He's very well-rounded across the board, but I know it's in the playstyle, Shorey, that you really think this item comes alive.
Absolutely. Look, we've got great pace, great shooting, fantastic dribbling, and good stamina as well. I do just want to highlight the stamina here. It's one of those things overlooked a little bit in-game, and because these are only 6-minute halves, I think the players, a lot of the time, you don't need to sub them off. And for a great reason you don't want to sub off Brolin, we'll head over to his playstyles right here now, Buckley. He is like, it's almost like they've crafted the perfect player for the ePremier League. Comes in at a roughly under 100,000 coins, I believe. Now, 2 things I want to highlight starting straight off here. The finesse shot silver, almost as good as the gold in my opinion, and the low driven plus. Now, you'll see players scoring low driven finesses, which is like the next level above. And you might be thinking, okay, they're nice. The other 2 things that he's got that just make him the perfect striker, and you're going to see some clips we're showing about Brolin afterwards. The incisive pass and the tiki-taka just make it a match made in heaven, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see him in action then. What can he do on the pitch? Because it's not only in the finishing department, but also that second play style plus the technical dribbling. Let's have a look at what Brolin can offer you. This first one we picked out, it's just the sheer pace to get away from the defender, and then the finish is emphatic.
Finish is absolutely fantastic, and we see the low driven. Don't need to use the low driven finesse in that scenario. Use it across goal. You see there the tiki-taka being used. You can always rely on that first time pass with Brolin, and it's the kind of item you should be using in your teams and look to use, especially for very cheap. Here, you don't need to use any skill moves. Use that technical plus with the R1 dribbling, and the finesse shot silver makes it a wonderful time to be alive. And I tell you, I think he will be the top scorer at this year's ePremier League group stages.
Well, it was flying yesterday for Tottenham Hotspur. We've got a massive first round of fixtures. Every single team in this first round need points, especially Brentford, who Ryan Pessoa just caught up with.
Thank you very much. As you can see, I'm joined by both of the Brentford players. You didn't have the greatest days yesterday, but the good thing is it's still in your hands. Talk me through what you think went wrong yesterday, Lani.
I'm a mental player, innit? So I went down quickly, and then as soon as I go down, that's what lets me down, is my mental side. So I need to just refresh, clean slate today, and we'll go again in it, because I know I have the ability to win. It's just about not getting so angry about the game.
Yeah, and Connie said about a refresh. You've had a few hours now to sort of deliberate and go over what went wrong yesterday. How was your preparation coming into today?
Basically similar to what we did yesterday, but we were trying to basically have, like you said, clean slate, going to practice, basically saying it's a new day, fresh start, and I think this first game is a must. It's a must win for both of us, because we're both 4th and 5th. Whoever wins this game's got like a massive jump to 4th and maybe push on to 3rd if we play Forest later on and win our game.
Yeah, as you said, that game against Manchester United is very, very important. Have you played any of those 2 players before?
I played Dragon a little bit in practice, but I've tried to stay away from from my opponent as much as I can. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And Lardy, quick one again. Are you going to win the game?
Hopefully, yeah.
Nah, I wish you guys the best of luck. We're going to hear from Fulham's player, Lunatic.
It was amazing to be representing Fulham. I'm glad that I can be a part of it now. Hopefully I can show what I'm capable of.
There's one! An ePremier League goal to remember.
Nice moment for Lunatic there.
Everybody's here has got great talent in their own way. The likes of Tex, Gorilla, previous champions. I believe me and my team have great cohesion. I'm just here to prove my ability and hopefully I can show what I'm capable of. So look out.
Well, welcome back to day 2 of the Premier League from the commentary desk here. We are about to kick off 20 more matches today. First and foremost for Fulham, taking on the Hammers in West Ham United. Griffey and Lunatic looking for a better day than what they had yesterday. And as we said across the board here, not just in this one, but Brentford against Manchester United, they are both must-win games, maximum point matches as West Ham make their way out onto the stage as well. Holdinho and his teammate in Ipman. I mean, look, for both of these two teams, and all these 4 Premier League clubs are looking at, Shuri, it has to be a 6-point game. The worst thing that can happen, in my opinion, is you win one, you lose one, and it's 3 points, or you draw both games and you only pick up a point each. I mean, you have to get maximum points here.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, for these two teams, we know they had a rough day yesterday. But look, there's still 3rd place to fight for. You never know if the results work out in that way. And 3rd place, there's still a chance. You know, 3rd place can be really, really good for you in the knockouts. And it'll be interesting to see who can come out on top of this. And someone's getting points here, Brandon. Someone is getting points.
Absolutely. Brandon Smith and Shuri guiding you through our first round. Remember, we've also got a B stream that's live throughout the course of the weekend here at the ePremier League. You can find that on the YouTube channel of EA Sports FC Pro, where you can tune in to watch Brentford against Manchester United there again. Those are 2 teams, Shuri, that also need maximum points. They need 6 from 6.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's one of them again. I think if you get a couple points on the board against the team that you maybe expected to beat, which is something so to speak, you can push on with more confidence in the later games. But yeah, it'll be really nice to see these teams go ahead against each other. We saw a nice moment for Lunatic yesterday, of course, getting some goals on the board. We had a little chat with him before we did the analyst bit there with Buckley, and he just said, you know, we just said, take in the occasion and go and enjoy it. And he had a smile on his face, which is what we love to see at the ePremier League.
Absolutely. Again, one of the older players that we've ever seen in the ePremier League, but what a story he has got, Lunatic, who sits on the opposite side of the stage. He's taken on Ipman there. I mean, look, yesterday he said, look, against Matías Bonanno, I never expected to win that game, but the fact that came out and only conceded 4 goals, he took as a bit of a positive. He was more disappointed with the result he had in his following game when he conceded, I think, 9 goals in that. So for him, there's a lot more that he needs to do today. But we're underway already for our ePremier League Day 2 of the group stages here. Remember, there is a lot to play for. Yes, no one gets eliminated, but you can make your road to lifting the trophy back here in Manchester on the 28th and 29th of March that little bit more easier if you can have a good placement in the group, especially not coming bottom.
Absolutely. Look, not coming 4th and 5th, it just means you get yourself a little bit further into that knockout bracket, which is what these teams should be aiming for. Holdinho looking for an early chance down the wing here with that Doumbia item that we've seen many times today. Today, should I say, over the whole weekend here at the ePremier League. Griffey using him on that left-hand side as well. Looking for the first chance of the game here.
Here comes Griffey. Back-to-back representative for Fulham, of course. He got a top 8 last year. I mean, I won't say who they beat in the round of 16 because it might be a little bit too close to home. That was Shuri and Broomy playing for Leicester. Again, do let us know in the chat. I can see the chat in front of me on YouTube and Twitch. Who do you think is going to play well this ePremier League season? Who do you think is going to win the ePremier League this season? Give us a pro name, give us a team, of course. Tom Lees, Tom Stokes, Gorilla in action, Dragon, Tex. The list goes on. It is a stacked ePremier League roster this season. Let us know who you are backing as Fulham looks to come forward. Douglas Luiz! And believe it or not, it's only the 3rd goal that Fulham have scored in the Premier League, but it could be a big one.
It's a crucial one, and that Douglas Luiz item, we know how important he is, one of the big names on the team sheets for a lot of players here at the ePremier League Grand Finals. You see a couple of fake player locks, which we've seen all weekend long, and the low-driven finish from Douglas Luiz there is perfect.
Douglas Luiz as well for goal scorers. What's his involvement in this team? Obviously, only recently moved back to Aston Villa. Not that long ago, but he's already been given a good enough in-game item
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's got all the play styles that you want, including intercept plus. We got an Ipman goal here in the other game. Nice little play log over to the far side and a Havertz finish. Bottom corner, but yeah, touching on that Douglas Luiz item again, he's got intercept plus, and I believe he has the 3 really important passing play styles in incisive, pinged, and tiki-taka as well. So keep an eye out for him all day long.
Well, we have just switched games here. This is Ipman against Lunatic. Unfortunately, not the start that Lunatic would have wanted. 2-0 down after just 7 minutes. Extra pass, Voltamana! I mean, what's your impression of him? I know he offers a lot of height. Is that more wise in the team?
Look, we saw Ricky, RSD, yesterday for Arsenal causing some upsets, and it was with Drogba, an aerial player, so it might be going that route there. We've got Chikum in the chat here saying Spurs, Tom and Marley will show why they are the dynamic duo. It feels like today could be their day, Brandon, as well. Marley with 2 disappointing draws yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, here's a game for you, isn't it?
And we've just got Stokes
in action
from John. Just Stokes. Just got the aura, hasn't he?
Kai Havertz! And he becomes 3. Ipman with another goal there. What I wanted to say was, how about this for a bit of a throwback? You're going to be seeing Gorilla against Tom Lees later on today. They were once upon a time in an ePremier League Grand Final. The year that Tom Stokes won it with Ollie Lito and Leeds United.
Such a great story, that. The year, of course, that Leeds United, yes, indeed, won it with Tom Stokes, Ollie Lito.
And what is this? This is a big switch of players. Soldinho that scored with Thomas Brolin. How many times are we going to say that, Shuri?
I told you guys, that finesse Silva is absolutely fine. That's why, if you've actually got low-driven gold along with finesse Silva, that sometimes feels like the best combination for a striker.
In the chat as well, a few people coming through saying who they are back into. A lot of love for Tom Stokes, as we said. There was no surprise there. Tom Lees, what a day he had yesterday. 2 8-1 wins. He has 2 very different games.
Almost, I love that for a graphic, don't we? Almost the top scorer of the tournament.
And there he goes, he comes through. Keep an eye on this. This is the group stages and standings and overall scorelines. Sunderland, how good were they yesterday? Finesse comes in. That will be a corner.
Brentford currently pulling off the double against Man United here, Brandon, as well.
They needed a double though, didn't they?
Absolutely. Interesting to see how that one unfolds. Got this Brolin item flying on the edge of the box here.
Paulo Neto, 17 goals he scored yesterday. Unbelievable. Just in 2 games, by the way.
Unbelievable. Deadly stuff.
There's a few player locks. Teased by Haldinho. Then he eventually goes all the way around with the likes of Javinho, who then takes the finesse.
I was speaking to Haldinho in an interview yesterday, and he's quite the skiller, Brandon. So he said he's only got 1 5-star skiller in his team, but maybe he can put it to good use here.
Esteval couldn't really get the angle for finesse that he was looking for.
Yeah, I think a low-driven finesse into the far corner there is the play. Sometimes the keeper finds it difficult to get down at that sort of angle.
Of course, keep in mind, if you want to watch the Brentford-Manchester United game, you can watch that on the B Stream. Of course, you've got Richard Buckley in case taking you through that now as West Ham will flip the game on its head. Haldinho now 2-1 he leads. He was 1-0 down in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, love the little touch to the outside of his body there straight away. Knew he had to get the shot off quickly. There was a bit of pressure on around in that Douglas Luiz item again there with the incisive pass. Had to open up the angle and did it perfectly. Well played, Haldinho. A nice spud with the coach. You can see him locked in there. Nice nods of the head.
3-0. And it is not stopping. I'll be honest though, without this sounding, you know, too cruel as well, as we see the B-Stream update, for these 2 teams that haven't had the best goal difference, if you're going to beat your opponent, score a load of goals. It could maybe get you 3rd place down the line.
Yeah, you never know, definitely. As we see Lani getting a goal here and scoring 2 in quick succession here. Javinho down the line, using that rapid plus play style. It's lovely work, actually, getting round the outside of the defender.
Yeah, that's Owen Lani against Dragon. And this is Connor's Army. against Kyle Lees. That's a throwback. We saw him a long time ago in the Premier League. That was Connor's Army's first. And this was the second goal that he soon followed up with. Look, they said it's a fresh day today. It's a chance to go and get some more points on the board. And that is what they're looking to do. They're looking to take maximum points here, Shorey. 6.
Yeah, definitely something I want to point out with that first finish as well from Havertz is that game-changer play style, using the outside the boot. It's the way to still Trevella the shots in game. So keep an eye on your items at home, ladies and gentlemen. If they've got that on their item, you can pull off some really nice finishes in and outside of the box.
Half-time. It was the perfect start for Fulham, but it's not the perfect end at the end of the first half. West Ham are leading across both games.
And Ipman 3-0 in his game, has to be said. I've actually played it, looks like the 4th goal we got in this Ipman game. Some lovely little player locks here, taking his time. And Walter May that you were talking about before, Brandon, makes it 4-0. I actually played him to qualify for Leicester last year.
Did you?
Yeah, very impressive player to play against as well. It was a tough, tough game. Showing why he deserves to be at the Premier League.
Well, it seems like, sure, there's always got to be a bit of height in the final third, whether that's Haaland or whether that's Walter Varda, as we get a message in. Nobody's stopping my paracetamol-fueled Tom Lees today. I mean, whatever he was taking yesterday, whatever concoction of throat lozenges, medication, he was playing out of his skin, wasn't he? I mean, we expect more today, but let's be honest, he has got 2 harder games today.
Yes, Tom's got 2 very difficult games.
He's playing Gorilla and he's playing Jaden.
Yeah, and I will say shout out to the real Duff as well, who put that comment in there before. We've also got Legend of the Fallen saying, give me Sunderland and Paolo Neto. Hey, it has to be said, he scored 17 goals in 2 games yesterday, Brandon.
Big up the bees, I mean, look.
Well, they're stinging right now, aren't they?
They're doing all this stinging, they've just scored again.
Wolves could do it, I mean, absolutely. When we've got that Diogo versus, we see a very strange goal there.
Not sure what happened.
Is it bad offside trap or?
I'm not quite sure what happened. Esteval winning a header in the box is one thing, but how that came together, we'll see it again now.
It's an offside trap, and it's 2 offside traps. He's kept hold of the right back there, Brandy. He's kept hold of the right back, so basically, guys, he's offside trapped. The rest of the AI players have moved forward, but if you're controlling that player, they will not jump forward with the offside trap. Just a big mistake to make on the main stage here.
Cannot make mistakes like that. Sure, a question for you. I mean, you've had a bad day yesterday, but with the new format of the Premier League, obviously no one gets eliminated, but you can make your life, as I'll say so many times today, a lot easier in a few weeks' time. How would you pick yourself up from day 1 to day 2? Because there are still 2 more games that everyone will have to play today.
It's essentially the perfect format, Brandon, that we've got going on now. It is perfect. You get rewarded the better you did in the group stages throughout the whole group. So it should be a big mental reset job, which we've heard from a couple of players today. Lani said it in his interview, as we're going to see.
That's liquid football from the Hammers.
Aldini go 3-2 to the good, but back to what I was saying, it's all about the mental reset, because FC is such a mental game, playing this at the top level. All the guys who are the best in the world, the Sunderland, the Leedses, the Man Cities, all of these players representing these clubs, they've got the biggest mental reset. They don't let it get to them when they're conceding goals.
Well, you've been saying about Haldini having a bit of flair in his locker. I'll tell you what he has got, total football.
Total football.
Total football from the West Ham player who was formerly playing for Manchester United.
Tiki-taka God.
Over here now for nearly 5 goals to 0 for Ipman. I mean, just back on that about the groups, Shorey, it's worth mentioning that last year you came second, correct, with Leicester.
Correct.
But you didn't really gain that much of an advantage from it, did you? Because last year it was just the top team that went through to the quarterfinals.
Yes, it was a disappointing one. I drew against Mark Marley and needed to beat him right at the end, and that's a man who today we're going to see, I'm sure, potentially take Tottenham Hotspur to the top of the table. But yes, a much better group phase we've got this year, as we see Ipman go 5 goals to the good against Lunatic. Ipman with a big win at his first LAN event, looking like here.
Yeah, an important win as well for West Ham. Again, remember, West Ham and Fulham, 0 points, both the teams. They needed a double win if possible. And as Lunatic here, you just got to try and get a goal on the board and
get a smile on the face, because I tell you something, he's done fantastically well to be at the ePremier League. Only 40 players make it in the whole country, remember, ladies and gentlemen, so it's a big achievement to be here.
How do you sort of pick yourself up in this scenario as well? You're 5-0 down, sure.
I mean, it's...
Maybe you feel like the game's gone, but there is at least something to play for.
I've been at many a tournament where I've been 5 or 6-0 down, and it's a horrible feeling, but it is just about keep pushing on. That's all you can really tell yourself to do.
Well, what has happened here? Dragon, the Sean Allen, has just scored with Benjamin Sesko. 3-3. And not just that. It looks as if there is another goal there for Owen Larney, and then Carl Lees has got a goal back of Manchester United. I remember he had that unbelievable run of Manchester United all those years ago, Carl Lees. It was the year that Tex won the Premier League with Liverpool, his first ever Premier League trophy that he won. Carl Lees was in that tournament. I mean, on one side of that one, Manchester United could be back with Dragon. 3-3 there and 4-1. Connors Army's leading. Lunatic does get a goal. But look at that on the left, your top goal scorers list. Chat, who is your favourite player to watch in the Premier League? As it stands, Palinetto, 17 goals, Shuri, as you were saying.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, just nice for Lunatic to get a goal on the board for him there. It's always a nice little moment there. How do you pick yourself up? Well, you run down the line with Esteval, you pass it inside with a nice bit of reset play there. And a lovely finish from Cole Palmer. But yeah, top scorer for the day. Brandon, it'll be interesting. Like we said, Tom Lees, 16 goals in 2 games, but does have his harder fixtures later on today.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of love for Tom Lees coming in as well. He had a great day yesterday. Today, Spurs will be playing against Everton. And closing out the day against Brighton and Hove Albion. That's going to be a really interesting game. For me, out of the 4 groups, Shuri, Group D is the one where there is a lot to play for.
Yes, absolutely. It's the one where we're seeing the most storylines at the moment. There's been these teams falling behind a little bit, but they're getting points on the board now here, which is nice to see.
Well, back on the way here then. Final 20 minutes, it looks as if Ipman is taking the 3-point tip.
Yeah, back to what you were saying about that Group D, Brandon, it feels like sort of, as we see here, a lovely bit of play. Unlucky there from Lunatic. The man causing the biggest upset maybe of the tournament so far is RSD for Arsenal. Picking up those points against Goal Poacher and, of course, the draw against Mark Marley, as we see Ipman here with another game-changer, low-driven, outside the boot finish.
Took all the time in the world, didn't it? Was in no rush at all.
And Murillo just couldn't hold. Havertz off the ball there.
Who do you think is the most important sort of centre midfielder-esque in these teams? Is it Steven Gerrard? It's what people have used Steven Gerrard. Is it maybe... We've seen Enzo Fernandez, we've seen Bruno Fernandes, we've seen... Just there?
Do you know what? There might be
Havertz.
There might be a man we haven't named yet. I think it might be Douglas Luiz that takes it all.
Douglas Luiz?
Yeah.
Big goal for Gervinho! Gervinho for Holdinho. It just goes off the tongue so well. 5-3.
Really does. Yeah, lovely bit of work there from the man himself. Builds up, you saw Brolin with that tiki-taka coming through once again. He loves that late little pass into Gervinho and the outside the boot finish. Gervinho proven to be a fantastic player on that far right-hand side for Holdinho. And he looks to get his first points on the board. Building up once again here on the wing, Stevie G. So you know what we said about kit numbers, Stevie G in number 14. That's a yellow card job.
Yeah.
Yellow card.
I saw Mohamed Salah number 3 on the back of his shirt yesterday.
And a yellow card though, it's okay.
I'll tell you what, we have to give attention, by the way. Dragon is 4-3 up in that game against Owen Larney. If you want to see it live, head over to the B stream on EA Sports FC Pro over on YouTube. What a turnaround from a veteran in the pro scene in Sean Allen.
Yeah, and we saw Ryan, of course, catching up with Lani before the games about how he felt yesterday when, and he said he's a mental player, so now being 4-3 down, be interesting to see if he can pull off that sort of mental block of being a goal down.
It's not going well. I mean, look, if we can see the group stages again, sorry, the group tables again in the second, you'll see why this is so important for West Ham to get 6 points, the maximum points they can get out of this result from Fulham. It means that Fulham are going to finish no doubt bottom of the table, but depending on what they can do in their last games. Now Sardinio gets another goal before the end of it, says Fabregas, making it 6-3. They're putting a bit of pressure on. The third place maybe could be there.
You never know. Mathematically, it's going to have to do something pretty crazy in order to all happen, with the other teams still having games to be played. But a lovely finesse finish there from Cesc Fabregas, and that's another hero item we haven't really touched on too much here at the ePremier League weekend. They've made almost a perfect item for Cesc Fabregas, so you'll be seeing him in teams. And Dragon.
This was the 4-3. This was Dragon going 4-3 up. He scored with Benjamin Sesko just before Estevao into Paulo Futra. And there was another one back for Carl Lees. He was trailing 4 goals to 1. Doumbia into Cole Palmer. That made it 4 goals to 2. But he isn't done yet. This one made it 4 goals to 3. There was 3 minutes added time. I don't think that game is over just as of yet. It's in the last closing stages. That was Douglas Luiz. You were speaking highly about Shoreham.
Yep, a nice finish there into the far corner, but just not enough time in that one, you would imagine. That will be all she wrote there.
Full-time results coming in, by the way. It is a win for Manchester United on one side, and it is a win for Brentford on the other. The points are split 3 each. And over here, it's going to be the Hammers taking all 6 points against the fellow London club in Fulham.
I believe we do have a late goal in that Lani versus Dragon game.
We had a 4-4, sorry. That is a big point, really. It puts them above Manchester United there. Kai Havertz looking for 8. So Lani 4, Dragon 4. Collins Army 4-3 against Carl Lees. That means Manchester United will have just a point to their name. Brentford will have 4.
Yeah, and 8 goals scored in that one from it. But look, we said yesterday, he actually played some decent stuff at times. Just difficult games, of course, in that group. It'll be a great feeling for him to get that first win at a LAN event. You can't beat that feeling. And this was the goal from Lani late on in this game. The finesse to the far side from Estevao. I looked over Brandon at that full-time result.
Yeah,
he did not look happy still, though. I was not seeing a lot of happiness over there. Even if you get that late draw, I think Lani really would have been expecting himself to win that game based on being ahead. It's difficult circumstances.
Not done yet, is it?
And Ipman gets himself his 9th goal of the game, taking him not too far away from being the top scorer. Maicon with that ball into Cole Palmer, that technical play style being activated. And you'd imagine that'll be all in that one to close off West Ham getting a 6-pointer. Brandon, which was much needed.
Just the 36 goals scored in that first round, by the way. 9-2 full-time result. And that's your first round concluded here with the Premier League. A must-win for one of these teams. West Ham get all 6 points. Brentford get 4. And up next, we turn our attentions to Group D as Arsenal take on Everton on the main stream. Don't miss it.
Join in on the action of the ePremier League broadcast at Twitch or YouTube/EA Sports FC Pro to earn your viewership rewards. Watch for at least 15 minutes and earn an 83 plus times 3. Watch 60 minutes and get an 83 plus times 4. Welcome back to the ePremier League. We've just seen a first round of fixtures which is shaping up our group tables. In Group A, it was a massive result for West Ham, the Hammers, taking 6 points. And then in Group B, it was 4 points for Brentford. But let's stick on that. Brandon and Richard here to dissect the action. A massive, massive result for West Ham.
No, it absolutely was. And look, I think it's put the nail in the coffin, shall we say, of Fulham. I'm actually going to say sorry Fulham getting any points throughout this ePremier League group phase. West Ham they've showed glimpses. I think Ipman has been a bit of a standout performer in that duo. I actually think he's playing really well, and in the knockouts, in those individual games when it's going to aggregate, I think there's potential there for West Ham to cause an upset.
Yeah, that Ipman result might have been coming. He went 2-0 up yesterday at one point against Manchester City and Matthias Bernardo, but we're looking at the current standings, Brandon, and West Ham are in with a shout now.
Yeah, they are. And look, as what Rich was saying, I mean, Fulham have to play Chelsea last in a bit of a derby grudge match, so to speak, where I just don't unfortunately see Fulham doing anything on that and turning them around their fortunes. Of course, West Ham might potentially take a third spot, but they're asking a lot. Realistically, they're going to be in fourth in the table. I don't think it's going to change too much. Yeah, I mean, listen, wherever you finish is super important here because every Premier League team will make it to the finals, but they really do not want to be in that bottom position. They don't want to play in that gauntlet match. Let's head over to Group B then, because it was 4 points for Brentford. But we'll focus on this one because it was an equaliser from Larney late on, but he didn't seem like he was too happy. I mean, Rich, you had a closer eye on this than me. I mean, for Larney was winning that game. I think it was more frustration that he kind of gave up the win.
It was winning. I think, if memory serves me correctly, it was 3-1. Dragon came back, scored 3 goals in a row. He was using gold Benjamin Sesko, was Dragon. He's the only player in the tournament, maybe ever, that I would know use a gold item, 80 rated Benjamin Sesko. He did score. The reason that I think Brentford was so upset with that, if they get 6 points, they're in a hunt now. I don't think there's any movement in this table whatsoever from from 4th and 5th. It's a straight shootout. If you can beat Sunderland, you've got a chance of going top. Yeah, and Sunderland were fantastic yesterday. They're in action a little bit later on here. I mean, the groups are all taking shape right now. We've just seen that first round of fixtures. The battle to avoid being bottom. Do you think that's sort of done in Group A and Group B now? Yes, I think it's wrapped up. Sorry. Well, OK, let's talk about the next fixture we're about to see. It's involving Arsenal and Everton. Now, I mean, this is a fixture, as we get up the highlights from the North London derby, that Arsenal will be hoping to get a result, but also Everton are in a similar boat as well. Yeah, I think, look, I can't say it too loud because obviously the players that are around us, but I think RSD, did slightly more of a bigger performance yesterday than Lyon's. We understand, first time in the Premier League. It's a lot to play on. It's a big stage, but for him, he needs to sort of pull together and really help his team out a little bit there if they've got any chance of keeping that third spot and maybe going a little bit further. I wonder if we're going to see some more playlists from Ricky and Arsenal, because we saw him vibing yesterday. He's just given us a nod there. Listen, we've spoken about Arsenal, seen their highlights. Let's head over to Shorey and Case, and they can discuss Everton.
Thank you so much, FG. Somehow I've ended up at the analysis desk for my first time this weekend, so happy to be here, of course, with Shari. We are going to be breaking down a clip from a veteran of the scene, Gorilla.
Yeah, absolutely excited for this one. I think it's something that Gorilla, we know his gameplay, we know how good he's been over the years in FC, and we've got a little clip to break down for some FC Pro IQ. So if we roll the clip first, just to show the goal, simply put, how it happens here. Of course, 2-0 to the good here was Gorilla in this one. Now you see a play lock out to the far side here into Cole Palmer. A couple fake play locks is one of his favourite things to do in the game, and then it's all about this reset pass, quick passing inside, and a goal. Now if we run the clip back, I want to highlight a couple of things to you guys just to show you the way that Gorilla's made that goal look so simple, no skill moves needed or anything like that. So if we run the clip forward, that's what makes it so easy for him. So if we roll the clip, and we'll see the good things that Gorilla gets going here. So first of all, is this play lock into Cole Palmer. Now, if we play it a little bit further, as he just gets out to the wing here, just as he's about to turn inside, we'll just pause the clip right here. Now, A lot of people in this position, Case, online, on foot champs, would do this pass here.
That would be
and
me.
try and get him down
Right
here.
there, that's me.
Driven pass inside. Listen, it's not the worst option in the world, but it's not the option.
Okay,
I'll tell you that. So if we just keep the clip rolling right here, what Gorilla does so well is he fakes the player a lot, confuses the player a little bit in defending. And I know this looks so simple, guys, but if we just pause it right here now, this pass here is just so key because it means one thing and one thing only. As soon as this pass goes inside, if we roll the clip right here into Douglas Luiz, you get that pass inside, and there's so many passes that open up from the reset pass. Gorilla finds all of the passes inside, and it's a near post finish from Javinho. Basically, the most important thing here is do your reset passes. Do your recycling, it's important.
Recycle, recycle, recycle. But no, the word for this one, I would say, is patience as well. So we see a lot of that from Gorilla. But I don't know about you, Shari. I'm excited to get into this matchup. He will be going up against Arsenal. So let's get straight into the game, shall we?
Let's do this.
That's exactly what we're going to do, guys. Great analysis. And we're joined by your favourite, the fans' favourite, Mr. Stokes.
Hello.
Welcome to the commentary. Thank you for giving us a bit of time before the day today. First things first, how are you feeling? Obviously, got to sleep on yesterday's performances. Looking back, how we're reflecting on it, and
yeah,
how would you sum it up?
I was talking to Connor, my coach, and I think I played pretty well. I just think the second game was a real close one. First game, I played really well until I just...
Yeah, we're commentating that one.
Until I gave away 3 late goals, but I still got the win, you know, and obviously we've got 9 points heading into today. Obviously, we all knew the Brazilians were going to be, from Sunderland, were going to be a massive issue. So if I can get to that game and be in touching distance, then who knows, you know?
Do you have any regrets over some things in like that game against San Bruce, though? Or do you think it was just because I thought there were occasions you got unlucky?
Yeah. My regret was conceding a penalty, really. That was the big one.
Well, here we go. He's a good player. Obviously, you've won this tournament before. He's been in a grand final.
MVP.
Yeah. Let's get underway. Arsenal against Everton. If you've got any questions for Stokes in the chat, now's your time to ask them. Get them in to the comment sections on all the platforms we are live streaming on, and I'm sure we can flash them up on the screen and get any questions answered. We're looking at Gorilla here, obviously a player that you know very well, Stokes. I asked Ryan this question yesterday about the fire still being there.
Yeah.
I was saying it looks rejuvenated this year.
Yes, and I can tell you from obviously speak to him a lot, and he's very confident right now. He's very happy with where his game is. He thinks he's
well, he's about to 1-0 down.
Right on cue, isn't it?
Yeah, that's always the case, unfortunately. But yeah, he's very confident. He's playing well, and obviously he's got a good coach with him. So.
Yeah, I feel like for Gorilla, as you mentioned, just having that confidence is important for him. But in a game like this, where I would say on paper he's clearly the favourite, everyone would assume he'd be the one to win. Do you think that would work against him a little bit, or?
Yeah, I think he said to me specifically he's very excited to play against Tom Lees as an example, because he wants to test himself against one of the best. So maybe in this kind of game, it's a different mindset. It's like you have to win.
We expect him to win.
Yes. Yeah. He is an ex-world champion after all, you know, and he's a very good player. But that being said, obviously Lyons is also really good, and I don't think he's truly shown his level yet, because I watched him a lot during the qualifying process because I coached RSD, and I played against him in warm-ups, and I can tell you he's very good. So a couple of the results yesterday were surprising to me.
I want to talk to obviously saying there about Lyons not showing his form. Obviously for a lot of people, we don't see everything.
Yeah.
So we see the stage games. We see what you're doing here. He didn't play that well yesterday, but you've been in that position as well, where you're playing really well in qualifiers, in warm-ups, in practice games. Then when you come onto the stage, it might not happen for you. What does last night look like? Is he playing a lot overnight? Is he playing a lot today? Or do you just think, come on, let's just show what I can do here?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the playing has been done. Like, the practice has been done. He's put the hours in. It's just about finding a way to be comfortable like you are at home on a stage like this. Obviously, a lot of lights, a lot of people, a lot of difference to being at home. So that's kind of where he's had to adapt, I guess.
And obviously, I suppose playing yesterday, you are used to it. A couple of questions here coming in from Daters. Who is your favourite Villa player, if you have one?
I love John McGinn, but Rodgers would be number 1. Big fan of Morgan Rodgers.
Stokes, what's your best attributes? Oh my, besides attacking. That's the goalkeeper reset. That's from the coach.
That was interesting. That's the Foot Daddy special. I'd go with delusional mentality. I think I don't ever think I'm worse than someone, and even though oftentimes I will be, I think that's what you need. Obviously, I tell everyone how important mentality is, and I think like going into games thinking you're going to win is such a key aspect. It'll help you so much.
Do you have pre-game plans? Any routines?
No, not really. To be honest, I just want to just get comfortable, sit down, get the songs on. Obviously, be in my seat and feel like I'm in a comfortable position is important to me, because when you start the game, everything goes real quick, and you don't want to be like shifting about and like trying to figure out where you want to be.
Sort of your settings out and all that.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, that's what's happening across the board. Very, very low-scoring affairs at the moment. RSD 1-0 up against Yonis. Gangle and Konkai 1-1, and Kai Harris and Zanieri 1-1.
Arsenal can get 6 points from this. That puts them in a very healthy position. I think they'll be on 11 points, and that group's quite close. The Spurs have played a game less than them.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it stands right now. Arsenal will be top on 11 points, which, look, I'll say it, nobody predicted. We didn't have that coming into it.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that RSD, when talking to him, he's actually been saying like he thinks first is attainable. Like he's not settling. You know, he doesn't want to he's not happy to be here, which is very good, because
something I was just commentating on the B stream with Casey, and we're saying there's a lot of players at the Premier League who qualifying is the thing you want to do. I think RSD, maybe in previous years, getting here was the big thing. Now you are a staple of the Premier League. You've played here a few times. We've seen him in action here. Now it's about taking that next step, getting into the knockouts, getting fiery knockouts, winning a couple of knockout games, getting to a quarter-final. I think that's where his aspirations are now.
Yeah, exactly.
How is it for you? It's win is the main thing.
Yeah.
I was about to say, how has it been as we see RSD with a very typical cross and knockdown as he always does. Let's see this attack unfold then. It's a good bit of defending in the end from Yonis. I was going to say, how has it been partnering up with Cameron Rock for Villa? Because online he's been unbelievable. I feel like he's got the experience, he's got a lot of the accolades online in terms of going far in competitions, but do you feel like you can help him get that extra bit in person?
I hope so. I think the key thing for me is to allow him to be confident, because I don't want him to think that I'm like letting him down in any sense. I want him to just play his game and not worry. I think obviously he's very happy that we're teammates, but I don't want to let him down like I feel like I did yesterday, you know? So that's what I'm trying to do.
Just seeing a couple of goals there coming in from the Zanieri and Kai Harris matchup, and this is Gangle replying here against Konkai.
Have you been surprised as well from Bournemouth's results? Because I thought, obviously, Kai Harris and Gangle, they're not as bad as they showed yesterday.
No, I mean, Kai Harris, admittedly, I don't think he plays as much as he'd like to. But with Gangle, I think the problem with him, just from like what I saw, was he did a lot of practicing with Walter Mard, with Haaland, with a lot of crossing, and then he comes to the tournament day and he just didn't put them in. So
budget restrictions that
I think
Haaland couldn't get him in.
I think he just opted out at the end. I think you have to commit to a play style in that sense, and I think he just decided to go back to more of the norm. And I feel like he might have lost some practice time because of that.
Over the top, in behind, takes the touch, slots it home. RSD 2-0 up. He's not going to change how he's playing. First time's over the top, crosses the back post. If you're getting points on the board, which they are, 11 points right now, why change?
Yep, bit of intel as well. He's actually not listening to any music, so I don't know what's going on.
He's got to be.
Genuinely.
You have to be lying.
Zero things in that headset, so don't know what's going on over there, but it's working, so fair play.
No, that's why I call it 85 on the way he's moving about on that chair. You see the Group C table as it stands, obviously with the matches taking place right now. There's Gorilla answering back. Daddy's off his feet, he's happy.
Good goal.
I've got a question for you here, Stokes. I asked Ryan about it, and he sort of said, yeah, I am sometimes when I used to be playing, looking across. How much are you paying attention to that other game? If you're cruising, are you sometimes watching their game more than your own?
Yeah, I think you always just want to know what your situation is. You know, I think obviously this is another thing I need to work on, unfortunately, because Cameron's always in a very steady game. It's like 1-0, 2-0. And then for me, unfortunately, he's looking across and he's saying 2-3, 5-4, 8-7, you know, and it's like,
you're not helping him.
I don't want it, I want him to relax a little bit more, so we need to work on that for today for sure.
I feel like you two have a perfect partnership in terms of for the knockouts, where the format is. Surely if you had an idea of being able to choose, you would rather go first, right?
Yeah, I think I'd be very confident handing even like a level game over to Cameron in most scenarios. So like, just a lot of it relies on me, I think, between us as a duo, because his level is extremely high.
Obviously, when you were victorious in this competition, you had Oilito next to him. I think Cameron Rock, he's not had the achievements that Oilito has had, but is there a little bit of a sort of a resemblance there in terms of that duo?
Yeah, I think level-wise, Cameron's really close to the top right now, maybe even at the top.
We saw him one game away from Pro Open in Atlanta.
He's had a fantastic year. He's in terms of the FC Pro rankings, he's really close to.
Oh, see ya! Wow! Oh my goodness!
Feeling himself.
Oh, RSD, that's lovely. No music though, but it's fine.
No music.
Sorry, this little knockdown from Drogba, Maicon. Here, you just don't expect Gerrard to do that. That's
fair play.
He's playing well, and he's playing with confidence.
He is, yeah.
That's the big thing. We've seen in this tournament before where he's looked frustrated because he does have, on his day, a level that he can play at. You can tell he's happy with that one as well.
He's looked across. Yeah.
Going back to, obviously, with Cameron Rock as well, the level is there. It's just about, I think, when we've seen him, consistently showing it now as well.
Yeah, 100%. Mentality. Hopefully I can help him with these things, and we can go far.
Going for it again.
Oh no.
Oh, just about.
Emi Martinez, rash, but he gets there. If you do want to see Stokes in action at the Premier League finals, he will be there. Scan that QR code in the bottom of the screen. Tickets are available now, and you can see your favourite FC players in action and see who will be the ePremier League champion for the FC 26 season. Live from Manchester at the end of March. 3-0 here, RSD. Is this when you're looking across now? 3-0 up, 30 minutes left to play?
I think a bit of game management, and obviously at the same time, maybe start thinking, wow.
Something, I'll be honest, if the game's the game here that we're playing at the finals, I think people are looking at
maybe a redraft.
If Haaland's doable to get into these teams, I think Haaland at left mid could be a play.
I was saying this yesterday. I'm so confused why Haaland's not in a lot of the teams. I know it's only 10 million, but 2 million coins, it's not that steep. So you can play him left mid, right mid.
You can't pass. You have to kind of fully commit to a play style. And
but the right back options are so poor.
This is Gorilla.
It is Gorilla. I heard a reaction. Bruno Fernandes. Nice little bit of a cancel inside. Again, hitting him with it.
Oh, well played. Fantastic.
And then the game changer, Trivella into the far corner. The main reason I think Haaland is Haaland, Drogba, whoever it might be. I mean, you can even go both. I mean, if you want to really do it.
One on each side.
But I think the fullback options are so limited. Yeah. Especially in terms of aerial fortress that striker's going to win it 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. One thing I will say is I don't think it's as easy as it looks. Like
no, you've got to work on
making it look very. That's just how that's his play style. You know, he's been doing this for a while, but you got to say fair play.
Those are the scores coming in at the bottom of the screen. Gangle 2, Konkai 2, and Zanieri and Kai Harris 2-1. Must be the lowest scoring set of games we've seen from a club matchup there, and that's how it reflects on the table. Doesn't do Bournemouth any favours whatsoever. Liverpool keeping tabs with Wolves and Leeds.
Yeah, Konkai can get a 3 points there. That puts them in a decent position because they did take those points off Leeds yesterday, which a lot of people didn't expect. So maybe that could have given them heaps of confidence as well.
Absolutely. Well, we asked you for questions to get into Aston Villa's Tom Stokes. Mr. Bourne, who's the toughest opponent you've played ever in your FC Pro career? We'll predate FC as well. We'll go back, obviously, when 2019 when you won the playoffs. Who gave you the toughest challenge?
There was a random throwback, but there was a French player on 19 called Dax, and I could play him 400 times. I promise you, I'd lose all 400. He just had that antidote or whatever it was. He had the play style just that I would never be able to get close to him. So for me, him. But in recent years, you've got to say like the Hullet boys, Anders, that kind of thing, you know.
Yeah. To be honest, getting a goal back in the game, is it too little too late? He's still got time on the clock potentially to get a comeback in, but it's very, very unlikely, I'd say.
Talk to me, obviously, Yonis as well, again, alongside Gorilla, world champion. almost, I imagine for a lot of the players here, probably watched him as they were coming through. Stokes, how do I get better at defending? I'm a Div 6 player. I think that's come from our producer, Kerry, actually. How do you get better?
Better at defending. Well, we mean you could try and find out together, but I think this game is very much about tracking your runs. Tracking your runs is like the be-all and end-all, because at the end of the day, incisive is very, very strong, and that's what a lot of people go for. So just be very wary about where people are triggering players and try and follow them as much as you can.
Absolutely. Jonis just got one back there, and could there be a comeback on the cards? We'll wait and see.
Are there any players, Stokes, that have impressed you in terms of not the obvious names, Tex, etc., but sort of people that we haven't really taken a look at in practice games?
I think the Portuguese guys, as in
Rasta.
not Jafonza, as in Rasta and Diogo. Yeah. I was watching a few of their games yesterday. Maybe they played the weaker opponents in theory, but Rasta in particular, the play style, some of his goals he was scoring, it was a lot of variety there. I
saw Rasta go 1-0 down and then he came back to score 10 in a row. Olelito, Stokes, give me your favourite ePremier League moments from the past 3 years.
My personal favourite would be when I lost 3-1 in the semi-finals, and my teammate said, "Don't worry, Stokes, I got this, bro." And he won 4-0. That's the number one right there.
That's the legend Olelito right there.
Go.
I mean, Olelito, that run that he had, I think, was it a semi-final with Mitch Haywood and then won it as well. It was some run. Stokes, who would win, Leeds or Sunderland?
Ooh. You know, it's hard to say because it's Sunderland. They're such an unknown quantity. You know, obviously with Leeds, we know Tex, we know Sneb, we know Tex in the ePremier League. But with the Brazilians, it's kind of like we're going to find out. But everyone I've spoken to, they're saying these guys are the best. These guys are unbelievable. These guys are killing us. So, yeah, I think Sunderland will be very interesting to watch, to be honest.
I don't mind saying it. I said it to Tex yesterday before we went on air. Yeah. Sunderland's my pick.
Yeah. I can understand that. Yeah.
I think, especially if you look at Paulo Neto, what he's done in other regions. He went to the EMLS and obviously won multiple times. He's done it everywhere. Same with Young as well. Obviously, I think he went down to Portugal, won their domestic league. Yeah. This duo are scary as Didier Drogba fires into the goalkeeper there. We have got some updates to come from Bournemouth and Liverpool just after this corner is hoisted into the back post, straight into Emi Martinez's hands. Let's see what's been happening. Zanieri with another one. There's Thomas Brolin, lovely turn and low driven finish. We did a piece on Thomas Brolin at the start of the day. Some player. So.
Yes, especially for the price.
Yeah.
It's got all the play styles you'd need.
It's a pen. Referee points to the spot. Cole Palmer steps up and slams it down the middle. That is Bournemouth leading, and they have to win those games. Got any chance, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They need to get points on the board. Even now, getting that, you can see there's an update. It's 3-3 for the draw. Does no favours for them. It doesn't do anything really, and that's a beautiful goal as well from RSD, making it 6-2.
Someone get him off the stage.
He likes it up there, doesn't he? He likes it on the main stage.
Himself.
He loves it.
And if he's not listening to music, can hear everything that we're saying. 6-2, RSD leading. Gorilla taking points back for Everton, so it's going to be 3 apiece.
That is rude. It's actually disrespectful.
And I said it, I think, right at the top of the show, Ryan. When we get to that, each individual game, put them together, if RSD can replicate this, Arsenal can take some scalps.
Absolutely. I think if you're Lance as well, you kind of feel, if you've been honest, you feel a bit guilty in a way.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to hope that performances can pick up, and maybe the change of format in the knockout stages, you've got time to sort of try and get more familiar. You've played on the stage now, you know what you're used to.
Yeah.
You just have to try and reach those similar levels to give Arsenal a good chance, because 6-2 is a massive victory.
Yeah.
Booted the ball out there, the referee didn't blow. Now we are wrapped up. 6-2 victory for RSD. I think Gorilla has just scored as well there. This is the goal, Douglas Luiz down the byline.
Yeah.
This is the Foot Daddy special up in here. And this.
Goes for the finesse, top bins. There we go.
Very nice.
Kevin Schade. 4-1, so it will be Everton picking up 3 points and Arsenal picking up 3 points. And I'm seeing full times from...
Oh, he's last minute. Konkai going forward.
Bournemouth and Liverpool. Konkai comes through. Thomas Rosicky back to Brolin.
Gangle, yeah.
It's Gangle going forward, actually. Konkai almost got a chance in that other
it.
game, and he's conceded late on. That is it. That's a terrible, terrible feeling, conceding last minute. Gangle does enough, though, for Bournemouth to go 4-3 up. They split the points there.
Yeah, gut-wrenching for Liverpool, because that would have been a really big 3 points.
And it just doesn't really, in the grand scheme of things, help getting 3 and 3.
Yeah.
This is the final round of this current set of fixtures that we're showing you.
Lovely bit of patterns of passing there.
Where can we see you, Stokes, in action? Coming up
I'm
soon?
on against Manchester United at 6:10, so must win for both of us there. So hopefully we can get the points.
And that's how the table is stacking up now. Tottenham on 8, Arsenal on 8, Brighton on 7. If you're Spurs and Brighton, you're very happy with what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, you need to, well, as Jaden said anyway, it was still in their hands after the first round, despite the disappointments, but they'd be happy with the results of this round, in my opinion.
Absolutely. The Premier League, once again. Big score lines coming in. 6-2 RSD wins. What's coming up next? Well, it's the tournament favourites. Sunderland in action, and their toughest test so far as they take on Nottingham Forest.
Oh, I know who it is as well.
I think I know who it is. Oh, I can't get involved.
Got to be midfielder, no?
I'm so bad at these. No way. Oh my god.
Got to be midfielder, no?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
2 people with the most appearances, James Milner and Gareth Barry, but that's too many goals.
Oh.
Nah.
Oh. Steven Gerrard.
Steven Gerrard.
Gerrard.
Steven Gerrard. 42 in 79.
Courtois.
I think I know who it is, but I'm not going to say it yet.
Nah, we got to go again. Next.
Really simple. Schmeichel.
Edison.
Do you know? I don't have a clue. I'm so bad at these. You should know this.
I should know, yeah.
Yep, Sam.
Yap Stam.
Oh, no, it was so free.
Striker or winger, it's got to be.
Yeah. Solid striker.
You guess on that.
I'm not going over this time.
No way
I'm
you're
not
guessing on
going
that.
over
If you guess on that, it's over.
Can't be 4. We're getting player of the season for.
2012-2013 Player of the Year.
Oh, is it Carlos Tevez?
Bale.
Oh, I haven't got that.
Gareth Bale. Gareth Bale.
I just have to think about that.
Because I thought it could be Modric, but then Player of the Season.
Yes, guys, welcome back to the ePremier League finals. I am joined by Nottingham Forest. The action keeps unfolding, and action we have got on the way here is Forest against Sunderland next. So I'm going to come to you, Sam, first. That, of course, yesterday, beating Thomas Stokes. I mean, that was a huge result for you. Just talk to me about that one first.
Yeah, we knew, obviously, our first game against Man United, we knew we needed to get points out of that. And then we thought against Aston Villa, they're probably the second best team in our group. If we could split a game there, get 3 points out of that, that was good. So Fisher got a bit unlucky against Cameron. That was a close game. And then I managed to edge a close game against Stokes. So probably a fair result.
Yeah, well, a very good result there. Now, speaking, Michael, of course, about this game against Sunderland. I mean, you guys are on 9 points out of 12. You've done very well so far. To be fair, I mean, is this the one you've been looking at? You've been studying last night, thinking, how can we take points off them?
Not studying, but yeah, this is obviously the hardest game. They're on 12 points, and by reputation as well, even before the groups, we knew this would be the hardest game. So, kind of a free hit for us. We're going to try and go at them. If we can get something, we can get something. If we can't, then we'll just regain and hopefully beat Brentford in the last game.
And last question for you, Sam. What do you think is the points that will win you the group here?
It looks like you'll probably need 21. So, but we knew coming into this, you've got to take points off Sunderland if you want to top the group. So that's going to have to be the aim.
Well, done very well, fellas. All the best in that game against Sunderland. We'll throw now to FG on the main desk.
Thank you very much to Shorey and Nottingham Forest. What a game we have got in store for you coming next. Of course, Sunderland are playing Nottingham Forest. Can't wait to see that one. Man City are in action too. We'll get to that in a moment because we have to go back to Group C and Group D. We'll start with Group C, Case, because I mean, look, there's 2 players playing for each club, and both players got 3 points for, well, one player got 3 points and the other player got 3 points for the other team. So Bournemouth and Liverpool.
It's a tough situation because getting 3 points out of it, they wanted 6. They need every possible point. But one player from each team got the job done. Both scores ended up being 4-3 at the end of the day as well. And so one player happy, one player not as much.
A last-minute winner it was for Bournemouth, as you just seen. And this is the other game where Liverpool came out on top. Like Casey said, 3 points apiece for Bournemouth and Liverpool. Not really enough, though, is it?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think if you're Liverpool going into that game, just based on yesterday taking points off of Leeds, they would have seen Bournemouth at the bottom thinking this has to be 6 points. For them to only get 3 from it, it's not terrible, but I think they'll be disappointed with that.
I mean, they will be disappointed as you see the Group C standings as they stand. Remember, it's so important for every team here because where you place in the group stages will determine how your final week goes in the next few weeks. You just don't want to finish bottom as well. Who's going to finish bottom in that group, Case? I mean, do you think that group is a lot tighter, though, isn't it?
It is. There's a lot of movement that could potentially happen, but one of those teams that I don't think is going to be on the bottom is Arsenal.
See ya.
RSD, I mean, absolutely cooking. He's undefeated for this weekend. He had 1 draw, but yeah, he's having a fantastic weekend so far.
He is having a fantastic weekend. Ryan's having a fantastic weekend so far as well, as an Arsenal fan watching this. Like Casey said, he's undefeated. Stokes on commentary said that he doesn't actually listen to anything in his ears. We need to clarify that at some point. But on the other side, Gorilla as well, in fantastic form in that game against Arsenal. A big result for them. But once again, we're looking at the standings and look how tight Group D is.
Yeah, it's very tight. The big difference is here. You can see the goal difference. Minus 14 for Everton is a big, big difference there. Of course, you can see Spurs, but they've played less games than Arsenal on the same amount of points. And I think for Mark Marley and Tom Lees, I think they'll be quite happy with how the group has turned out, because for Mark Marley, again, he had a low day compared to his usual standards, but they're still sitting pretty on top.
Yeah, the two North London clubs fighting it out at the top of Group D. Moving on, I mean, these two next round of fixtures need no introduction. Nottingham Forest versus Sunderland. We've spoken so much about Sunderland, how good they are. We've just heard from the two players from Nottingham Forest. Casey, how are we calling this one?
Here's the thing with Forest, I feel like they're dark horses in this competition, and you're not really sure what to expect, but they could come into this game. If any team is going to do it against Sunderland, it could potentially be this side here. Obviously, the Brazilian guys have been dominating this weekend, but I'm actually very excited for this matchup.
You can see the fixtures, of course, from both Group A and Group B. The B stream will be Manchester City, with myself and Ryan, Jafonso against Emperor, Bonanno against NH, Man City versus Chelsea. And then, wow, look at the fixtures below for our A stream. Sunderland, Nottingham Forest. Ryan, you're looking at this. We've been saying Sunderland are one of the favourites here. Manchester City, of course, know what it takes to win the ePremier League. Are we watching potentially one of the winners in action here?
I would say so, yeah. I think they're the two favourites, but I would say after yesterday, they played two of the teams, for both City and Sunderland, that they would expect to win. I still think they're expected to win these fixtures, but they're going to be the hardest games they've had so far.
They are going to be the hardest games they've had so far. I mean, as always, what we like to do is we like to keep you updated on the players and show you a little bit more. It's a massive game coming up. Let's hear from a set of players right now.
1, 2, 3.
One more time.
1, 2, 3.
Don't
need to scream. It was amazing to be here in the Premier League, one of the most exciting leagues to play as well. I think that I just see Premier League, also as I see in the real pitch, like, yeah, it's just an amazing league. Every team is good, so yeah, I just look forward to play it. I know that's gonna be a big challenge.
So I think every game will be like a final. And I've been a friend of Paulo, I think since 2020 or something like this.
Bro, stop, smile. It's good that we trust each other. We're going for the title because yeah, I think we deserve, our friendship deserves, and we're going for that.
For me, I think my best friend on the scene is him, so he's my duo, and I'm very excited to play this tournament with him.
Thank you. I think we had a great start, like both winning both matches.
We need to stay in shape to not drop points and do our maximum of points that we can do.
We're going ahead for tomorrow with 12 points. Our goal is for 24.
Sunderland are a real formidable opponent.
Goals galore.
First game was a little bit tougher for me when I was 1-0 or 2-0. I looked like to my right and Paulo was scoring 5th or 6th goal. And so I was yeah, he probably already won, so I need to focus more to win here.
But in the end, we all managed to have with good matches and good scores. And so it's important the goal difference as well.
He's operating on a different level.
There's absolutely no fear going into this competition, which is very impressive.
I think Nottingham Forest is a really good team. I was watching one of his games, team against Manchester. They showed that they are really good.
I'm preparing myself to make my best because I think if we play our best, nobody can beat us. So if we play our best, we're going to win.
Well, how good have that Brazilian duo been since they've arrived here in the ePremier League for their first ever time? They're in action next, of course, against Nottingham Forest. Case and a former ePremier League champion joining us as well. Shells, welcome to commentary. I mean, you got the pleasure of, I guess you want to be in there, but amongst it, you get the pressure of just not being in there and sitting back and watching from the sidelines.
No, it is. I think when you're always on the sidelines, you always want to get in there. You want to feel the action and emotion. You can see Sunderland starting off strong there, but sitting on the sidelines, there's nothing better than playing.
I mean, look, the way you won the Premier League as well was a penalty shootout. That was, no doubt, very, very tense. I mean, we'll turn our attentions to this game. And, of course, you've got a question for Shells, former Premier League champion. Get them in the chat. But, Case, how impressed have you been by the Brazilian duo of Sunderland? They've been superb, haven't they, as they look to continue that form into day 2.
Absolutely fantastic. I have really enjoyed watching every single second. Here's the thing. They've never been in this competition, so sometimes people enter new competitions with a little bit of fear. We are not sensing that whatsoever. They are not afraid of any of their competitors. As we see the replay come in here for Paulo Neto, it is Fabregas with the finish. But yeah, what a stellar start to their ePrem journey.
Well, look, I mean, it is kind of scary, Shells, that we've got two Brazilians that have literally flown into to play in the Premier League this year. Sunderland's first ever year in the Premier League, and I tell you what, they cannot complain with the start they've also had as well. They're 12 points from 12. They're the biggest goal scorers in the competition, and for Paulo Neto, that is 18 goals scored. No other player has come close. No other player has scored that many goals.
I mean, listen, as soon as I heard Paulo Neto and Young was approaching to the ePremier League this year, I knew they was going to come with chaos. As you can see, Nottingham Forest equalising straight away. But Young, and I'll give that advantage to them. For the UK players that are playing against Young and Paulo Neto, they have no idea what they play against, because these guys are the top of the top. They will be at the Pro Open, they will be competing in Global Series where they play against the best of the world. So them coming over here, I'll be honest, they're looking at the UK guys thinking this is an easy snap. So I think for them, they're looking to win it all.
But there's a lot on their performance as well, of course, doing the job for Sunderland and getting them an ePremier League trophy, but more so it could affect their whole season as Sam Brewster comes through. I mean, Case, you said it on the build-up to this game. They're an underdog team, Nottingham Forest. They're basically the same side that represented Southampton last year. They've changed club, they've gone to Nottingham Forest, and there's no reason why they can't have a good run in the knockouts.
That's the thing. I think they're severely underrated in this competition. I think they should be in the conversation. I mean, we're seeing great starts from both competitors so far, and they might not top the group. It's unfortunate that they have a top-tier team like Sunderland, but yeah, I've been honestly very, very impressed with the Forest guys to date, and I think that they'll do pretty well in the playoffs as well.
I mean, Shells, you're not building a team here in the Premier League, but what's you made of the 10 million coin requirement? Who would be one icon? There's not many icons that have been chosen. Brolin just tipped around the post for a corner. Who would be one icon and one hero that you would use in your drafted team?
Oh, it's a tough choice, because you can see some of the icons that some players are using. Stam, which would cost 3 million of your budget, and on CB, that's kind of a lot of money. But I think hero-wise, I'm liking that Brolin up front, to be honest. He's got all the play styles that you need to be a good striker in the game. And see the and next into the box. Michael Fisher.
What a start.
Mine's still 2-1 up against Paulo now. What a start.
I mean, no one's giving them a performance like this, Case. And then you're rumping into against two lads who have been in the Premier League for quite some time, and they're like, we've got a point to prove. They spoke to Shorey before. They said 21 points would be the goal. I mean, they would have to beat Sunderland. They know they have to beat them.
No, this is a must-win situation for them if they're looking to improve their odds going into the playoffs. But, I mean, I'm very, very impressed that they are able to potentially get some points off them, because up until now, Sunderland have been absolutely perfect.
What has happened here, speaking about commentary curse there, Case, speaking about not being perfect defensively, that was not pretty from Sam Brewster. That's Young getting a goal back there. Sam Brewster, you cannot forget, was also a runner-up in the Premier League. I mean, that was his breakout year. He was an unknown player, played for Brentford, went to the final against Norwich City.
Yeah, and I think that's the beautiful thing about the ePremier League as well, because Sam Brewster, that was his first season, and obviously lost in a final against Norwich that season. But I feel like Sam Brewster every year at ePremier, he actually does quite a good job, and I think him having that confidence when he knows to come to ePremier League, I think having that success behind him early on will help him get some results.
Paulo Neto, 2-2. You cannot keep the highest goal scoring player in the tournament that quiet for too long. All square. And it all came from this. Cole Palmer didn't look like he was going to use the player lock into Brolin, but then did, Case.
I can't get
No, I mean, we've seen so many opportunities there with Brolin. Another opportunity here for Sam Brewster. Starts off with Douglas Luiz into Cole Palmer across the goal. I mean, not everyone has Cole Palmer on their team, Shells, but great finish there.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's in the team, the 5-star weak foot. And even that finesse shot of Cole Palmer with the silver play style, it's so crucial to have the finesse shot play style on all your attackers. I think if you don't have it, you're literally playing at a disadvantage. And precision shooting, you get around the box, you have a good chance of scoring a goal.
What's your opinion as well? I mean, we've just been speaking about 10 million coin budgets here and how much to spend. I was speaking to Tex earlier today. The most expensive player that's in Tex's team, obviously someone who's won this tournament alongside you, Shells, is Mickey van der Ven. I mean, what we're seeing is players spending 2 million plus coins on defenders.
And I think if you've seen how the game is played this year with the through balls and how fast some of these players are with the triggered runs, I think your CBs are probably the most important position in this competition with a price budget, just because that Van der Ven has gold intercept and gold quick step. Listen, but you need a CB to catch any through ball, that is the man, and I think it's a must.
But then to argue that, you know you're going to concede goals in FC 26 case with just how many goals are scored. Would you rather not put more coins in the attack
Yeah, but you have players like Brolin, who that's such a cheap item, but it's doing such a great job. You can put those extra coins into a center back like Van de Ven, and so I think that's what most players end up doing.
And here's Mohamed Salah for Nottingham Forest. Speaking of the most picked player, that's Calafiori, the left back of Arsenal. I mean, I asked Tex that as well. Why is he chosen? His words were, there's just no other left backs.
Yeah, there's not really many left backs, but the big reason why Calafiori is used is because he's got the lengthy running style, and the lengthy running style will just allow them to have a bit more pace with the through balls. And you can see a cross goal with Doumbia.
Well, this is an update in the other game. I mean, Chelsea will be keeping a close eye on this one. Manchester City are in action on the B stream. That's 2 goals from NH, by the way. He was 2-0 down in that game. He's bounced back. And then Matías Bonanno, as expected, the champion of last year, is leading by 2-0, Chelsea.
Yeah, I think this is actually a really tough matchup for the City boys. Of course, Matías Bonanno and Jafonso looking to make it 3 in a row for City. Jafonso's first year competing in the ePremier League this season. He's looking to try and keep the trophy in Manchester. But I think NH and Actra Emperor are 2 quality UK players, so I think it's a tough matchup for them.
Shells, curious, obviously you've been behind the scenes with Man City. We just saw all those goals there. Give us what the overall vibes are. New team this year, so what have you seen behind the scenes?
New team, but as you already know, they want to win it all. I think Matías Bonanno, even Tex when he was here, it's that mentality of winning it all. You've seen their successful personal careers. They want to win every trophy they play in, every tournament they play in. And I think the same attitude that's going into this tournament, they want to win it all. I think Jafonso, maybe his first time in the ePremier, can kind of feel the pressure. I wouldn't say he's feeling it, but I think everyone would have had that in the back of their mind. But Jafonso is a world champion for a reason. He's looking to keep the trophy in Manchester.
Well, these are the tables as it stands. Speaking of Manchester City, they'll be on 15 points. Sunderland on 15. They'd rather be on 18 if possible. One thing that I do really love, though, about this Nottingham Forest side is they are both doing all they can to really work as a team here and put in a joint effort. We just saw there Sam Brewster leading 3-1. We see Paulo Neto stopped in his tracks from finding a fourth. They're just doing all they can to dismantle this this Sunderland side, aren't they?
The thing is, Michael Fisher as well, he was one of the better players in a previous title a couple of years ago. So the thing is, a lot of these players are talented, and on the day, I believe everyone in this competition can win it all. So Paulo Neto, as I've said, it can work in their favour being the outsiders. It can work against them because they have no idea what these UK players play like, so it can catch them off guard at times.
Interestingly, Manchester City, by the way, yesterday were the best defenders alongside Leeds United. They only conceded 4 goals, sorry. It was Manchester City that had the best goal difference tally as well. You just saw there on the top goal scorer board, as that is a mistake that Michael Fisher will pounce on. Not great from Paulo Neto.
That's it. No, I think that this is a tough game to start off the day for them specifically. As we see the replay come in here, it's rolling across the goal. Fantastic pass in there. We see Paulo Neto shaking his head. On the other hand, we have NH on the attack. Wow, what a fantastic pass in. Doumbia with the finish. Goalkeeper can't quite get to it. Shells.
Yeah, he's timed that. Of course, I was talking about the dark arts all of last year, and he's timed that perfectly. The first time through ball into Doumbia. And NH finds himself winning against Bernardo he's playing against.
That's big for him, though, because you remember last year NH did play for Chelsea.
Yeah.
And he did have a good campaign.
I mean, I don't want to say it. NH did knock me out in one of the qualifiers a couple of years ago.
Oh, you said it, not me.
I always knew he's got a bit of skill about him, so maybe this is a breakout tournament.
Here's Brolin. Sam Brewster is brewing up a serious result against the team that have been dominating this group in Sunderland. And he can't quite believe who he's facing. He's facing a veteran, you could argue, in the ePremier League. 4-1 case. What a result this is looking for.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need at this stage in the competition. Start off their day with momentum and make a push for that top of the table, because every single placement is going to matter going into the knockouts. And so it's such a great game for them to start the day off.
Over here, update. It looks like a goal from Paulo Neto. It was 3-3. Semenyo, speaking of Manchester City players, who just made it 4 goals to 3 on the break. I mean, look, we know he's a goal-scoring machine, Paulo Neto, but he's doing all he can to make that a difficult game, Michael Fisher.
I mean, as well, to give Paulo Neto and both young the benefit of the doubt. Playing with these ePremier League players is a different game to them. They might not be used to using certain players in certain positions or missing maybe the Kylian Mbappes or some they're used to, but it is the group stages for a reason. Anything can happen, and there's a lot to play for, but you got to take one round at a time.
It's interesting you say that because every single league is different in terms of restrictions, players that you're playing with. You're constantly having to change your game plan and shift depending on which league you're in. And for these two players, they've played all over the world as well. So they're constantly having to adapt, which is insane.
Yeah, Touré is goated in the chat from Ruth. Have you seen Yaya Touré? Not really.
Not really.
He would be great. I mean, Kay should be happy with that one. Clint Dempsey. He's cheap, he's cheerful, but he's popped up with some important goals yesterday.
My American King. No, we've seen him in a lot of different opportunities here and there. I didn't expect him in any of the drafts, but I'm happy to see it.
And Steven Gerrard, who has been the most picked icon in these ePremier League teams. Would he be in your team, Chels?
Yeah, I think, to answer your question earlier, the icon that I probably would be using is Steven Gerrard. He's got all the passing play styles, and I believe he might have intercept as well. And as a centre mid in this game, if you've got the passing play styles for me, you can play midfield.
Well, that will be a yellow card for Douglas Luiz, who is another midfielder that's been very popular amongst the selections. He is only a couple of 100,000 coins, but no doubt will complement the likes of Steven Gerrard or Cesc Fabregas. The goal has gone in at the bottom side of your screen. That's Jafonso tying up the game against NH. Matías Bonano leading Atjo Emperor by 2-1. And over here it is points being split between Nottingham Forest and Sunderland. Paulo Neto still the highest goal scorer in the competition. Someone in the chat asked as well, Shells, do you think you can still compete in the ePremier League?
In the ePremier League, yeah, definitely. I'd like to say I still got it. I mean, you see Nottingham Forest equalising 4-4, but I love the game. What can I say? I love competing. I feel like I always have a decent level, but guys, the new kids are good. They are good. I will give them their credit. I think the new fundamentals, the way how the game's played, is kind of different. So as long as I adapt and put the time in, who knows?
And to put you on the spot,
oh no,
who would you rather be your teammate?
What, him?
Jafonso or Bonano?
Ooh, do you want me to be honest? And it's not because of ability. I think Jafonso. I'm so scared of Bonano. I think if I lost the game with Bonano, I think
there wouldn't be a word spoken.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll just run away. Honestly, Jafonso, I feel like he won't hate me if I lost the game. Bonano, I don't think I can look at him again.
All right. Well, follow-up question: is there a possibility we could see you back here playing next year?
Ooh, listen, anything could happen. You know, who knows?
All right, I'm here for it. I hope so.
We missed a few of the goals there. Those just a few of the goals that have gone in between Manchester City and Chelsea. Remember, you can watch that live on the B stream over on the YouTube channel EA Sports FC Pro, as there is a potential cutback. Michael Fisher, even if Michael Fisher can take a point out of this case, he has by far played more than his part in this tie to help his teammate out.
Absolutely, he is doing everything possible to stay in this match. Any points taken off this Sunderland team are going to matter at the end of the day. As we see goals flashing galore. I mean, so many goals. I think it flashed on the screen earlier. Sunderland have the most goals as a team, 35, I believe that said. And so, I mean, to have a 4-4 scoreline up against Paulo Neto, very impressive.
Look at that. That's the goal difference potentially playing a part as well. Sunderland have been great at scoring goals, but they have conceded far too many for their liking. That, I don't know what happened there. Penalty has been awarded. That is even the Sunderland goalkeeper as well. Young is just not in the right headspace for this game. He's given away a penalty. He's gone 5-1 down to Sam Brewster. And by Sunderland standards in this ePremier League so far, not good enough, Shells.
Yeah, but that's the talent. I think the level of display in just all competitions these days, everyone's insane. And I think for Young, he's definitely can see the frustration of him. He's probably looking at Sam Brewster thinking, how am I losing this game? And that can affect him. But for Sam Brewster, it's not an easy game for anyone. Going forward, Sam Brewster is just as good as most players in this competition. So I think for Young, it's definitely a tough one at the moment, but he needs to try and keep his head focused.
We have a question coming in the chat. 1-1 Chelsea Arsenal at halftime at the Emirates. Chels, who you got?
Oh, listen. I'm sorry to any Arsenal fans here, but I do not want you guys to win the league this season.
I think Ryan Pessoa will be having a word on that.
Listen, Ryan Pessoa, I can't let that guy win the league. That can't happen.
Right, question. Do you think you can compete in the E-Champions League? Can you compete in the E-Premier League?
Yeah, now this again gets a little bit technical, because now I'm not going to disrespect the UK guys, but it's a lot different when you're looking at Thomas Stokes and then Anders Berger in the competition. So I think I'd like to say I really do back myself. I had the right team behind me. You know, I'm sure if Edu and Zizi was coaching me for a couple of months, I'm sure I can get to the level. I'm not saying I'm going to win the whole thing. I could take a few points out there.
There's the extra pass. Michael Fisher, if you snatch this result, it would be huge. Bruno Fernandes, Douglas Luiz.
Ooh.
Nottingham Forest are balling. I'll tell you what, Paolo Neto has not been given an easy game here.
I mean, it's 2 very long days, and one day, you know, things can be firing at all cylinders, absolutely perfect, and you wake up the next day and it can be a different situation. So that might be what we're seeing, or the fact that Forest is coming out with an absolute bang, looking to potentially lock in that top spot, because every game is going to matter. Every single goal is going to matter as well in terms of goal difference.
Well, this is live now. This is Sam Brewster, 5-1. He leads against Young. And following this game as well, Tex will be in action. Leeds United, Nick Snebb. And Tex taking on Burnley. And Brighton of Albion against Newcastle. Sam Brewster.
Wow.
Stop it.
Ooh.
Does he know this is the group stages?
Doesn't seem like it.
And the thing I also love about the ePremier League as well, Sam Bruce, this is the type of wins that can give you the confidence that you need to win the whole competition. Because I think going into it, when he's hearing that Paolo Neto and Young is in his group, he's thinking, might drop points there. But this is a great performance from Sam Brewster.
It must give you such a sort of rise of confidence as well. When you look across to your teammate and he's winning 6-1 against Young. Can Michael Fisher go one step better and also grab 3 points as well? It would put Nottingham Forest top of the table, not just on goal difference, but on points. Manchester City, as expected, they're on 18 points if they can hold on to these results. Sunderland's have other ideas. That could be a late winner. He'd put Sunderland back top.
That's a tough one for Michael Fisher if things stand as that. He gave Paolo Neto such a good game. As we see the replay coming in there, starts off with Sade into Brolin. I mean, yeah, if he drops points there, I mean, he should be very proud, but those are the type of points that you need in order to make a push for that top spot.
Full-time results over at Manchester City against Chelsea. 4-1. 4-3 for Jafonzo. Matthias Bonanno winning 6 goals to 1 there. I mean, happy with that, Shells? 18 points.
Yeah.
Pretty much job done.
Pretty much job done, but you know, these guys, I was talking about Matthias Bonanno, Jafonzo. I've been lucky enough to be working behind the scenes with them throughout the season. Even when I was playing the qualifiers, I'll be in Discord talking to them, trying to learn of them. And it's kind of like, these guys are a bit different. Their mentality is a bit scary in terms of, not in a bad way, but more in a way, these guys want to win it all, and their jobs ain't finished until the trophy is in Man City's hands.
Well, full-time result on one of the games, 6-1 win for Sam Brewster against Young. It has given Nottingham Forest a huge lift in the table, but can Michael Fisher get a draw? If Michael Fisher can get a draw, there's a world here where I think Nottingham Forest might actually go top of the table on goal difference.
I mean, I'm sure we've seen crazier things happen in ePremier League. We was talking about last year, I think the Brighton boys came second in the group when Shorey and Broomy topped the group. So I think sometimes you look so far ahead and think you must win certain matchups, but you've got to take one game at a time. Because look, Nottingham Forest potentially could top the group after this round.
Thomas Rosicky. There's the overlap. Paolo Neto, extra fake shot that no one saw other than him. Just the 23 goals he has scored.
So casual. I mean, it's a group stage, and they're playing like it is an ePremier League final. We see the replay come in here for Paolo Neto. So patient, Shells.
Yeah.
I mean, he had multiple opportunities there, but the route that he chose.
I think the last 10 minutes from Paolo Neto there shows the difference in quality, not in terms of the best or between Paolo Neto and Michael Fisher, but just, I guess, the best players in the world. Paolo Neto, when he's got his 2 chances, he's absolutely put in the back of the net, taking his time, fully composed, and he's found himself 3 points in this round. And that's experience from that.
What a fight Michael Fisher put up against Paolo Neto. He was actually quite lucky not to potentially get a draw out of this game. He could have even been in front a few times. 37 goals Sunderland have scored in the Premier League. I mean, look, they'll be on 15 points now, Case. I mean, they're nearly there, aren't they? They're nearly at the end of the group stage at the top position.
Yeah, they should be very, very proud about their group stage. Pretty much done exactly what they needed to do as we final out the last moments of this match. Non-stop, relentless.
Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for Michael Fisher, of course. You know, we've all had them games on chance where you should have gone 1-0 up or you should have been winning and then the guy goes down the other end and scores. But it's still a strong performance from him, and it's the confidence, I think, as a team for him and Sam Brusso, they believe they can do a good run in this competition.
7-4 for Paolo. 24 goals scored in 3 games as the full-time whistle does come in there. Handshakes between the two players. Well, up next, speaking of ePremier League champions, a 3-time ePremier League champion is in action as Nick Snebb and Tex take on Burnley with Leeds United up next in Group C.
Guys, we are so back to see who makes it to the final 8 here.
The first thing that I've got to point out here is Mark Marley goes 1-0 up inside the opening 5 minutes.
To start his pursuit at the top 8.
And Mark Marley, Brighton Hove Albion will be there in Munich.
Welcome to the E-Champions League 2025 finals.
Johnny, your reigning defending ECL champion, takes on Brighton and Hove Albion's Mark Marley. Mark Marley is defying the odds. In line there. First time over the top through ball. Henry with a touch. Mike Marley has come to play in Munich. The reigning defending ECL champion. He has been humbled by the Scots. Brighton will be there at the top 4. Nobody had this down.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. What a round of fixtures we've just seen. But firstly, let's touch on Marley and remind you all watching that our finalists will get a spot at the ECL. The top 4, so the top 2 teams will be at the ECL, and maybe they can have a run as iconic as that one was. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa joining me, and wow. Well, we'll start with Manchester City and Group A, and we will say it was job done by Manchester City in Group A, but it wasn't by any stretch of the imagination easy for the likes of Jafonso.
Yeah, absolutely. I think NH was fantastic for periods of the game. It was a difficult one for him to lose out because I thought potentially he could maybe cause, some would say, an upset against Jafonso. On the other side, Matthias Bonanno is flawless, pretty much.
Flawless, a 6-1 victory for him. Manchester City, 100% record. They are holding on to their ePremier League title, and they are doing it very, very well. They have a 9-point gap over Crystal Palace, we're going to see very, very soon. But I mean, Rich, it looks like top spot in Group A could be from the holders.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the question is now, do they go 24 out of 24? They've got Palace left to play.
Yeah.
Palace would have to be flawless from here on out and be perfect in their run. I mean, it's. I think it will be Man City booking a place in the quarterfinals.
Let's talk about Group B then, shall we? Because we have spoken so much about this Sunderland side. And do we owe an apology to Nottingham Forest? We're going to start with Sunderland in the first game, where they got the victory, Ryan. We're seeing some of the footage from that great goal by Pedro Neto at the end, a couple of late goals in that one. And then we are going to move on to one of the shocks so far of the ePremier League. 6-1.
Yeah,
Nottingham Forest.
It's a rough game for Young. Sam Brewster was incredible. It's one of those results where could that damage Young psychologically for the upcoming games as well? Because for Sam Brewster on the other side of things, he'll be delighted, and for Michael Fisher, he'll be able to look over his shoulder and think, what a teammate I've got. It will probably help him as well a little bit for the upcoming game.
I'm getting flashbacks to Shorey and Broomy from last year as well. Sam Brewster, I would say, overperforming the levels that we've seen from him, but when he's at the ePremier League, he seems to pull out his best form. He loves it under the lights, does Brewster.
I think when we give an interview, and Shorey does an interview, we always get an overperforming player as well. That was a fantastic result. It's made Group B really, really exciting as we move on to the next round of fixtures. And you know what? It's Leeds United. And when we speak about Leeds United, we speak about two of the best players in the UK scene. Tex, of course, arguably the best ever player to play, is now representing Leeds United. He is a holder. He won it with Man City, but he's now with Leeds United and nicked them.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for Leeds because I think for them, they would have expected to be on 12 points right now. They would expect it to be unbeaten. That's not the case. They ended up losing, or Knicks have ended up losing that game for Leeds United. But I said it yesterday, one of the best players in this competition. He's very capable of bouncing back.
He absolutely is. He also kept a clean sheet in his first game, Nixon, yesterday. I mean, if you've watched any of the action throughout the weekend, it's very rare. I think it was just him, and was it Ethan as well, who kept a clean sheet at one point. But he's a fantastic player, and to have a partner like Tex, do you think that will be added pressure for him, or should he get a bit more of a relief?
I actually think, and this is no disrespect at all to their upcoming opponents, Knicks and Ever, I think this is his game to get back on the horse and get a big win. However, this is a really, really good game because Salmon is a serious player. Salmon was nearly the player that knocked out Man City when he was representing Fulham, where Bernardo lost 4-1 and he clung on by the skin of his teeth. This is going to be Texas' toughest test so far, and I'm really excited to watch it.
Yeah, we're super excited to watch it. I mean, for now, let's head over to Shorey and Brandon. They're gonna speak to us about Leeds' opponents, Burnley.
Yes, guys, we're going to speak a little bit more, unfortunately, about another player that beat Shorey last year in the knockout.
Pull that out.
Just following on from what Richard said, this is, of course, FC Pro IQ. When we look back on a moment from the Premier League and with Shorey's expert eyes through the vision.
The 4 eyes, yep.
Yep, that he has. He's going to break it down for us. Of course, this is from yesterday. This is Burnley against Wolves. They need a better performance today. And of course, this could be a good chance for them to kick-start on against Leeds United.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, Bernie Salmon, someone who I lost to last year representing Fulham. If we roll the clip here, we're going to watch the clip all the way through for the first time here, guys, and just show you the goal. And then we're going to break it down afterwards. We get the clip moving and grooving using that all-important Calafiori item that 33 players are using at this tournament. But want to start with the build-up from Salmon here. It's quite a basic goal, this, but I think we want to show basic goals to you guys because these are the ones that you can start scoring in your rivals and champs matches. A nice player lock out to the wing into Mo Salah here. And what he's doing is he's just waiting, Brandon, for that reset pass. Eventually finds it into Brolin, and it's just a very simple goal.
What I loved about that was 10 perfect passes in total for that goal. And as you said, not massive skill moves in there. Yeah, there was the odd player lock, but what is it that you like about this the most, Troy, would you say, as we play it through in slow-mo this time?
Absolutely. So if we can play the clip in normal speed to start it off, and then we'll get a bit of slow-mo moving towards the end of when he makes it onto the edge of the box here. So simple passes through the midfield, nothing too crazy, not too many player locks. You'll see a lot of L1 runs being made, but we're going to stop it as he gets into the sort of midfield area here now. So with Cole Palmer here, nice little stop. Don't mind that. Now, there's not too many options here, so what do you need to do? Well, you need to recycle once again, which we spoke about already previously in the show. Now, if we run the clip again here with Cole Palmer, you'll see this ball out wide into Mo Salah. Now, this is the position we want to stop it in right here. Options galore. We've got Stevie. We've got a potential through ball here. We've also got Cole Palmer. You could do a potential driven pass into here. But watch the way that he makes this work with Mo Salah here. The recycle ball back to the edge of the box. If we roll the clip here, no skill moves needed, Brandon. As we touched on before, Cole Palmer, it's one pass, it's shaky defending with the offside trap. You see an offside trap mistake here. He makes the use of that, and it's a Brolin low-driven finish. And I tell you something, Bernie Salmon playing against Tex here. Tex will not be excited for this one. He's had great performances at the ePremier League.
Yeah, Salman Ahmed, of course, also an experienced ePremier League player. He plays Tex now against Leeds United. He was in the top 8 last year. Let's see what we can do. It's throw into the casters for this one. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, chaps. Yeah, looking forward to this one. For me, on paper, we've seen the 15 rounds. This is our 15th round of fixtures. This is the best individual game of the tournament so far. Tex versus Salmon. I think ability for ability. I think Salmon has the level, but we've just not seen it on lots of different occasions. Tex had sort of said when we had him on commentary, this is a game that he's looked at. This is the game, probably this and then Diogo later on today, that he's got circled, shall we say? Am I off there?
You know, I'll give you something. I've been in a lot of calls this season for FC26, watching Salmon's gameplay. Unbelievable player. As you said, it's just about if he's able to live up to the expectation that he would set himself as well, because it's a game against a friend. And those games for some people are very awkward. They tend to not play their level. And this might be the case because he's 1-0 down in 3 minutes.
We've gave it the big one. We've gave it the hype. Tex doesn't care, he's 1-0 up. But you can just see there as well, just giving a little bit more on the celebration.
Never does that. It's a big, he knows.
This is a big game.
This is a big game because you don't want to drop points. They've already dropped points in this group. They don't want to do it again, and that would be fatal for them, in my opinion.
Because Wolves will be looking at this game back in the players' area and saying, if they drop any more points in this round, we can jump on that.
Yeah.
Almost wolf-like. No? Okay. The Wolf Pack. We'll see the Portuguese stars later on today. Tex 1-0 up here against Salman Ahmed. As for Nick Sneb, he is underway as well. And it looks to be an early goal that has just been registered for Leeds United against his opponent, Okoya. Brighton and Hove Albion also underway right now. They're in matches against the Geordies.
Yeah, that game against Newcastle again. Harvey Waters has been incredible, in fairness, on day one. It's just if you can continue that. Let's say, yes, he has been. This is an opportunity for Salmon. Gets a space. Thought that was going to be a foul. Maybe Salah could have gone down.
It wasn't to be on that occasion. We've not shared the commentary with too much, Ryan, over the last couple of days. I want to ask you about the general level of the Premier League this year from what we've seen, because I think it's safe to say the teams that we expect to be in those quarterfinals, semi-finals onwards are really performing. But there's also been some great individual performances from players as well. I want to highlight Itman. I think he's played well in his games.
Yep.
RSD, I think, has played well. Sam Brewster has played well, but putting it together as a team seems to be the stumbling block.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of difficult, and it sort of stems back to how, for some players, they're looking to qualify. Sometimes they don't even mind about their teammate. I think that with this format, it should be factored in a little bit more, but there are also some opportunities where players can have the opportunity to perform above their level, I would say.
And that's that match between Brighton and Newcastle. There's goals flying in everywhere. Nick Sneb's just gone 2-0 up. Harvey Waters has got one back against Goal Poacher, and Jaden Groden leading 1-0 against Reece Vaughan. That table will continue to change. Let's have a look at the Nick Sneb goals here, Ryan. It seems like pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, very easy. Lays it off to Palmer with a finesse shot, and then the second one, Enzo pushing forward, and it's Palmer again playing a key factor in build-up, rolling, twisting, turning, technical dribbling, kicking in as well, and the space just opens up. There's so much space for Nick Sneb to take advantage of. Similar here. And I'm surprised he didn't go back there and look for Cesc Fabregas to potentially make it 2-0 there for Tex.
Gerrard over the corner. He's gone to the edge of the box, but it's not quite accurate enough, and it'll be easily defended for Salmon. Goal Poacher's just added a second there. He's back in front against Harvey Waters. We'll see those goals coming in. As it stands right now, Brighton, 13 points. They'll be top with a little bit of distance between their closest competitors as well, Spurs and Arsenal, both on 8. And the top goal scorers of the ePremier League so far, Paolo Neto, clear of the chasing pack. But Tom Lee's only played 2 games.
Yeah.
He's got a game to play coming up. And that Group C table, Leeds United are top 15 points, but Wolves have got a game in hand and will be chasing.
Yeah, Tex Day's not happy with that forced pass forward. Simon hasn't had anything really in this.
That one little bounce in the box where he could have got a foul, but
he's potentially about to concede another chance here. Jovino cutting inside, trying to find the space. Enzo, who tucks it away, and Leeds United and Tex find themselves 2-0 up.
Yeah, great play down the byline. He crossed on the last one. This time he just cuts back, driven pass into the space, and an emphatic finish from Enzo Fernandez. Semenyo down the byline. Rapid Plus activated for that first touch with R2, and then a very simple finish. Coach Daniel happy with that one.
And someone else who's flying for Leeds, it's Nick Sneb pushing forward, 20 minutes in. Bruno, you can see the triggered run there to Havertz, and he latches onto it with first-time low-driven effort to make it 3-0 against Okoye and Burnley. It just looks too easy.
Yeah, I said it just didn't we? We were joined on with FG. That's the game to bounce back.
Yeah.
That's the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and that's absolutely no disrespect whatsoever to his opponent there, Okoye, but this is the bounce back game. As it stands right now, Leeds United with a double victory in this round, 6 points, but Wolves still to play Leeds, and if they win their next game, will be 1 point clear.
Yeah, it's a big one. You see the little flash at the bottom there. Jaden Groden and Brighton 2-0 up against Newcastle.
Very good performances from Brighton. Obviously, they started a little bit shaky, but since then, it's been really, really good FC from the Brighton boys.
I respect the mentality as well. Like they said, that it's still in their hands. Yes, they slipped up in that opening round. They didn't expect to not get anything from the Arsenal game. Rash slide tackle, and you get punished for that sort of stuff in the box. Tex 3-0, cruising. All that talk of us saying how good Salmon's been, that is a very uncharacteristic pass.
Poor defence.
That slide tackle there is...
The pass out first.
Yeah.
With Van de Ven. And then the slide tackle. Let's have a look at Goal Poacher in action. Oh dear. I don't want to see that again. Let's move on. That's right. Next goal, please. Douglas Luiz into Cole Palmer. Brolin with a nice touch and just slots it into the top corner. Let's see what else is happening here. This is Jaden Groden in his matchup. 6 minutes in, finds the first and a short corner to Palmer. Estevao on the edge. First touch to Brolin and a low-driven finish.
That through ball. Nick Snebbin. God. Sorry, my honest. Did you see how sorry he was chucking that right? Was not even sprinting.
Stuck in treacle.
Knackered. Start the first half.
Let us know at home. 10 million budget. What's one player that has to be in the team? Because we've been talking about Team of the Year players. We've been talking about Erling Haaland or Cole Palmer, Fantasy FC. But who's some that we might not have seen? Obviously, the requirements are has to be an icon or hero that's played in the Premier League era or a current player playing in the Premier League right now. Let us know who has to be in the team, who's a guarantee. The best suggestions, we'll throw them up on the screen and we can dissect your ball knowledge.
So Connor saying Scholes.
Okay.
Grinders, so Ronnie Lee mentioned. Roy Keane. Took a Nick step again. It's familiar to the previous goal. Through ball in behind. Cole Palmer. It's just about picking what side you're going to shoot. It's an easy goal.
Why is there so much space there?
I don't know. I'm so confused.
We're playing on 75 depth.
Higher than that. It feels as if, and I mean this in the least, it's like there's less players on the pitch.
Yeah, he's down to 10.
It's strange. I don't really understand why there's that much opportunity for Nick Sneb to take advantage of it, but he's doing just that anyway. 5-0, 8-0 in total for Leeds against Burnley, and that puts them right back.
He's had a tough couple of days of it, hasn't he?
It's been a gruesome one. But there is still another game to go. And another half.
Have you been in this predicament before, though?
Yeah,
I'm trying to think with young B. Hughesy.
Yeah, I had a terrible day. That was a... Was that as bad? Don't. It wasn't as bad, but it was a bad one, though.
But then you know you've got to come back for the knockouts.
Yeah, and I'm messaging them.
Is there a way to drop out?
Yeah. Who came second again? Let them take my spot.
Salmon just not putting it together here.
I'm very surprised.
I think it's been quite a poor performance.
Yeah,
I don't mind saying it.
I'm very, very surprised at this performance from Salmon. There's still a second half to try and redeem himself. You can get a beautiful. Is that on? No, I was going to say. It's been a great way to get back in if it was.
Tex just celebrated that like he scored. That offside. Well, I asked you who has to be in the team. Broomy, obviously an ePremier League legend from previous years. He said no Haaland is crazy.
This is what I said yesterday. I think Haaland is unbelievable in this game. Like that. I know he lacks the passing play styles, I get it. But if you can play to his strengths...
Is it cost?
No, he's only 2 million. I say only, but like...
I mean, would you go, if you had to go Palmer or Haaland?
I'm getting both.
You try, yeah, you get both in.
Yeah, both are getting it. That's beautiful play there. Keeper just about clutches onto it.
Let's see what else people have been saying. Fancy Bruno Fernandes.
Great shout as well there from Shadows.
I mean, there's even a chance on the Fancy FC items as well that they could be improved when we come back in 3 weeks' time. Benjamin Sesko from Jordan 321.
Yeah, not for me.
Do you know who using Benjamin Sesko?
Who?
Gold item.
Who?
At left mid.
Go on.
Dragon.
Can I say about that? If there was someone I could assign to hand out the oranges at half time, might be able to get in there. Jimmy Floyd Hasselback. What a throwback. Wow. It's like Mark Viduka. Don't get us started on that. Would be a...
Once Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank is in the game, let's get my man Gareth Barry in there as well. Just ticking it over.
It's going to start the hero icon conversation.
Maybe Simon Milosevic.
Go on. Our keeper saves it. Gets the corner goes. Let's say, is he going to go short? That would have been a bit of a waste. Knocks it down. Bit fortunate there. Palmer off the line from Maicon. When it's your day in those situations from Tex. And he'll be very grateful that that didn't sneak over the line. threw a ball forward. Could he get punished straight down the other end?
There's a lot of space there, though, Brian.
I think in this one I get it a bit more because he's probably gone for the game. He's up the depth. He's put team press on earlier.
Okoye was team press from minute 1.
To the top scorers. Tom Lees has only played 2 games.
Yep.
He's still a top 3 scorers in this competition.
Man. I said he played well.
He's scoring goals. Rastarter as well.
Jaden Groden, Reece Vaughan. Hold the phone. Reece Vaughan, 4-3. He's had a good sleep.
You did mention, though, that next Nebukoya game is a big one for him to get confidence. 6-1 definitely does that.
Yeah. Well, these performances feel pretty set in stone now. Nick's there with the 6th.
This was the one there. Havertz plays it through to Semenyo, who's been a key player for a lot of players in this tournament. Someone that potentially I even overlooked as an option on that side there. He's done really, really well to get the space, and the finish as well is easy for Nick Sneb and Leeds United. Let's take a look at this game. It's goal poacher for Brighton just after half-time, waiting to get the right position and the beautiful bit of sequence there. That low-driven finish is quite a tidy one there from Cole Palmer. And this was the goal back from Reece Vaughan. Cole Palmer with the technical dribbling, getting space for Doumbia. And he works it across to Brolin with a low-driven finesse shot there to make it 4-3.
This is a different Reece Vaughan today, because not only did he go 4-3, Thomas Brolin is added a 4th.
Wow. What a turnaround for Newcastle. If he's able to get some points from this game.
That
surprise of
will
the
be
day.
the shock of the weekend.
Yeah.
Shock of the year. I'll say it. We've had no surprises here. We said it was Texas' toughest task so far. Those 3 early goals in the first half just kill any momentum for Salmon, and since then, Texas being in complete control. Thomas Brolin twisting on a dime and does find the top corner with only 7 minutes left to go. Could there be time here, Ryan?
I don't think there's enough time to get anything from the game. Texas is very, very accomplished now, and you can see that the coach behind him is also accomplished in these scenarios where they're able to take seconds off the clock at any given opportunity. I think that's nothing more than a consolation, to be honest. See the pointing at the watch.
6-2 here, Nick Sneb leading. Was another goal back for Okoye, but still think the scoreline just feels too large of a deficit to overturn. But we asked for players that you wanted to see in the teams. How am I pronouncing that? Omiho Mimi TV?
I don't think it's that.
Saying Javinho is one that you have in. There's another goal there for Nick Sneb. No Neto Thunderstruck is crazy work.
You know what? Neto Thunderstruck is a good item because he would allow extra budget elsewhere. But I think in right mid,
there's options.
There's so many options.
Salah.
You can go anyone.
Yeah.
This was goal number 7 for Nick Sneb and Leeds in this game. Van Dijk couldn't get an interception or a block off.
It was close though, Van Dijk.
Yeah.
You feel a bit hard done by there?
I thought he was
it looks
about
like you're
to.
there.
Again, it's something I always bring up. Sometimes you just don't get the animation you want. You press tackle or an input and it just gets like that sometimes.
Texture's killing the clock here. A little bit of technical dribbling in the corner. Absolutely no sniff for Salmon to bring this game back. Every time I look over to the right-hand side, I can see Newcastle scoring against Brighton.
We'll get an update for that very shortly because that is an interesting game to see how it pans out. This one, though,
job done.
It's a big one for Leeds United. A big one for Tex as well because it's his toughest opponent so far, I would say, in Salmon. He didn't manage to get the job done for him and Burnley. And Leeds United will collect all 6 points against Burnley.
Yeah, the Knicks then match-up. We are just seeing another goal coming in here. This is 8-2.
Yeah, sensitive scoreline for us.
Arsenal fans, it's a tough one, but for Nixon, they've been loving that.
Was that the one where Rooney scored 2 free kicks?
Don't want to talk about it. No, it wasn't. Was it Ashley Young? I think it was Ashley Young.
Rooney scored 2 free kicks.
Was it Rooney?
And Ashley Young bent 2 in the top corner.
Oh, yeah.
I think who else scored on that day?
Know, to be honest. I really don't want to know.
Did Welbeck score? I think he might have. Who scored the Arsenal goals? Van Persie?
Actually, I'll be honest.
Man United legend.
Yeah, it's been blurred out. 24 goals overall there for Leeds United.
Just wrapping down this one here. It will be another win for Nix them on the board. And it is important, obviously, look, you will face turmoil during this ePremier League, but it's how you bounce back, and he's bounced back in style here. We expected him to win, but he's won emphatically. Yeah,
there's a way where some players, you might have a bit of panic because of that. Hold on a second. We're over to the Brighton and Newcastle game. Look at the press from Reece Vaughan. Does really, really well. And then bides his time, gets that pass across to Bruno. 5-5 in that game.
Dig to the back post, can't quite find a blue shirt with it. Leeds 8, Burnley 2. It could be a third here. Nice cut inside, gets past Dallon, finds the top corner. Another consolation, 8-3. It could end up coming down to potentially goal difference. This group with Wolves chasing Leeds so closely. If they win their next fixture, they'll be, what, 1 point clear going into that pivotal Leeds-Wolves matchup.
It could do something, you never know. It's a bit of an unfortunate goal there to concede, but it doesn't really do anything. You see where you can tell it doesn't do anything at all in that game.
Well, there is a full-time whistle. There you go, you might hear it. We are just waiting for a full-time result here from Brighton and Newcastle. And it looks to be 5-5, 89th minute here.
And he's got potentially a 3-on-3 here. Hold on a second, Dempsey.
Reece Vaughan.
This will be a huge upset, in my opinion, for Brighton. If they've got any ambition of topping the group, they've got to get a win here.
Jadon coming forward, driven past Doumbia! Low driven! Injury time winner for Brighton and Hove Albion. The Premier League in injury time has been cruel to Brighton in the past, but it could be a huge 6 points.
Massive. You can see how devastated Reece is. Harvey looking over as well in despair because goal poacher done his job. He won 4-3. Jadon Groden on the attack. I said they have to get 6 points from this tie if they want any ambition of topping the group. And Jadon clutches up.
Reece Vaughan was happy scoring a goal yesterday against Tom Lees. He's just taken a multiple-time runner-up to injury time. But it could be heartbreak for Reece Vaughan.
See if there's any time for some sort of respect.
Replay.
Yeah, exactly. You have to. You wait as well. You don't take the ball from kickoff straight away. Benny will be telling him that. And you can see goal poacher just looking over. This will be a massive win if Jadon and Brighton can see it through.
I mean, he scored, what, 91-30? There was 3 added minutes. We're probably going to kick off 92-30.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any time.
It has to be back, over the top, win the second header. I just don't see it. What does Reece Vaughan have in the locker? Is there more? Jordi drama here. The referee is letting him come forward. And he gets the bounce with Javinho into Doumbia. Twisting, turning, good defending from Jadon. He launches it out of play. 6-5. Brighton, aspirations of finishing top, nearly took a big dent there to the hands of Newcastle United, but an injury time winner from Jadon keeps them alive. For the first time here on Sunday, we're going to see Crystal Palace in action as they go up against a West Ham United side.
Yeah, West Ham. Pretty easy, that one.
West Ham.
Yeah.
Brentford.
Yeah.
We got West Ham.
Yeah, West Ham.
Bro, I have no clue. Spurs?
Everton. Pretty easy.
DF.
Everton?
Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, it's got
Everton.
to be. Yeah.
Toffees.
Come on, you know this one.
Forest.
Yeah.
Tricky trees.
Go on, go on, go on.
Forest, innit?
Yeah, it's for good trees, yeah.
I don't think it's Sunderland.
Tricky Trees, Nottingham Forest.
Trees Forest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We got Forest.
Yeah, not sorry. Never heard them be called that before.
Tricky trees. I've never even heard of that.
Yeah, lekker dan.
Yeah, you go on.
You don't know?
I know this one. What's waiting for you?
Do you? I want you to answer then.
The Lily Whites. Never even heard of that, maybe you.
This one has to be, what's the team? Swansea.
Where are the easy ones? The Gunners, the Red Devils? Like, come on.
The Lily what?
Fulham.
That's Tottenham.
No. Yeah,
That's Tottenham.
Spurs.
Yeah, I don't know. Spurs.
Oh! That was lucky.
Oh my, the Lily. Watching the Spurs boy come in, I won't know what that is.
Yeah.
They've got to keep going.
Welcome back to the ePremier League Grand Finals. I'm joined by two very good friends in the scene who've come fresh off a 6-pointer there. Tex, I'm going to start with you here, my friend. I want to talk to you about your scorelines. I mean, you're winning games like quite low scoring. Yesterday you won a game 3-0 as well, I believe 3-1 there against Salmon. Talk to me.
Yeah, well, it's 6 minute halves here, so I can like use my IQ and use my brain to get through the 90 minutes rather than 9 minute halves. So I think I'm playing slow, and at my age, slow helps.
But you're not that old. Don't be ridiculous.
I'm not your age.
Red card. Snev, for you, of course, that loss yesterday against Konkai, I mean, it's got to have hurt. Obviously, I imagine you guys would have had some chats about it. How big was that for you? I mean, I was doing the B stream. You were 5-0 up at half-time.
Yeah, it's obviously very frustrating losing yesterday, knowing that like that was the last game of the day sort of thing, and got to come back tomorrow and you can sleep on it and stuff, which is a bit frustrating. So I wanted to put things, I guess, right today, even though the job's not done. We got a big game at the end, and this win could mean nothing, but it feels good. And another couple of hours, and we go for the last game.
Well, absolutely. Final question I'll ask you, Tex, is about that big game, of course, against Wolves. Feels like it's the one to maybe decide the groups, and of course, Diogo, very good friend of yours, just talked to me. Have you guys spoke about that a lot?
Yeah, Diogo's probably my best friend, so it's a bit of a weird one, but later there's no friends in this game. I'm keeping the ball 60-70% possession. That ball is mine.
Is he scoring any goals against you?
Yeah, probably.
Well, we'll see how that unfolds. All the best, lads. For later on, we'll send it now to the main desk with FG and the guys.
Thank you very much to Shorian. Thank you and congratulations to Leeds United. 6 points out of 6 for them in that round of fixtures. Look, I mean, Nixon just said in the interview then, Case, that he was finding it hard to sleep because of that last game yesterday. Well, what a performance it was for him today.
I mean, yeah, to end the day on that note was not ideal for Nick Sneb, but I think that he's the type of player that will come back with a vengeance, and that's exactly what he did today. And so today's a brand new day and anything can happen, and they are starting it off fantastically.
Yeah, we're seeing the footage of Tex right now. He just said to Shori a minute ago that at his age he prefers 6 minute halves. I don't know whether to comment on the age thing. He said Shori was old. Right, but listen, one thing's for certain, this man, this format is doing great for him, and he's putting Leeds and himself in a great position.
Yeah, exactly. They're in a good spot. Of course, they have to wait and see what Wolves are going to be doing in their next set of games, which is very important, and that could be, sort of, as you can see the table there, that is the team they're going to be focusing on, because if Wolves were to win both of their games, that still puts them top by a point, and they're yet to play each other. So Wolves could be looking at this thinking, you know what, they could get top spot.
What a game we could have later on in Group C, because Leeds United will be playing Wolves later on. We just heard Tex saying that about Diogo. They're good friends, but he predicted that Diogo was going to score, but he also said he's going to have 60-70% possession. Let's move on then, shall we, to Brighton, because I mean, as games go, we love a last-minute winner. Brighton confirmed themselves to get 6 points with the last kick of the game.
I'm surprised they didn't get intercepted there. I thought Newcastle would have done just enough so to get possession back, but it didn't work in their favour. Brighton and Jadon, and of course goal poacher as well, they'll be delighted with that.
I mean, Brighton have come so close, of course. They've mixed and matched the teams, of course. Marley's moved on to Spurs now. They're in the same group, by the way, Brighton and Spurs, but they've put themselves in a fantastic position. And like I said, you can see the scenes. You can see how much it meant on both sides, as you see what it meant from a Newcastle United perspective there. But what a game.
No, it was absolutely crazy. It was so end-to-end. And also, just shout out to Reece Vaughn, because that was his best game of the weekend. Obviously, yesterday didn't go his way, but he kept in that game up against Jadon. We were all surprised there over on the B stream. It was a very, very fun game to watch, but it's making for an interesting group. I mean, the second and third spots, they're all fighting for that. And so every single point is going to matter.
Every single point is going to matter. Speaking of points that matter, Crystal Palace are in action next against West Ham. West Ham, of course, got a win earlier on today. This is the first time we're seeing Crystal Palace today. They're looking at that group and they'll fancy it, because that Crystal Palace side is strong.
Yeah, they're dangerous, both Brigami and Ethan, top players, but they're up against West Ham, who would have a little bit of a spring in their step. After the previous round, they got points on the board, so anything can happen. But with Palace, I think they're, as I said, on paper, I think they're expected to win. It's just about if they're able to live up to expectation.
An air of confidence as well from a West Ham perspective, because they got a win earlier on today.
That they did, yeah. Itman had a great performance. Obviously, yesterday it didn't go too great, but he started off the day strong, and I think that confidence might play over into the next round.
What do you think is going to happen in this game? How many points are Crystal Palace going to take?
6.
6 points. I mean, it'd be hard to argue against it, but do you think West Ham are sort of used to being written off? We did see Itman, of course, go two goals up against Banana at one point, so he can hold his own.
That's the thing, he hangs in these games, and so expect the unexpected. I do think likely Crystal Palace goes out on top, but you know what? I'm here for an Itman coming back. Underdog story.
Well, let's take a look then, shall we? It's nearly time to get involved in the action, which means it's time to head over to the casters, and you'll notice there's a very, very special guest joining them.
Yeah, I mean, look, we need a spare referee or down on the ground for the Premier League group stage, as we found one in Jamodo. Jamodo, welcome to the Premier League. I mean, Shorey, you happy he's arrived?
I'm buzzing like a bumblebee.
Be careful what you say here, mate. You know what happens.
Yeah, sorry, Raf.
No, I've actually been looking at the referees' kits as well. I like them a lot. I need to get my hands on one.
I think it's the only league in the FC Pro League where the refs actually have to wear the same ref kit as the refs, I guess, in the traditional matches of the Premier League. We're going to be kicking off, of course, with West Ham against Brentford here. What an opportunity this is, Shorey, by the way, for West Ham to potentially swap places with Crystal Palace. I mean, if they're going to do it, this is their only chance to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, they came out with that 6-point earlier on. 6-pointer, which was just fantastic. We know Ipman has actually been playing some really good stuff here at the ePremier League. It's just sometimes converting the results over the line with how good the competition is. As we see here, a bit of a wayward cross that it was there. That's a sort of Jamodo type cross.
Did that go out? I don't know about that one.
Of course, we have got Jamodo.
Oh, sorry, Raf.
We have got Jamodo with us in commentary. Have you got any questions for him? I would say, obviously, ask some questions about gameplay, but maybe more ask some questions.
Whoa. Okay,
No.
Brendan, I'll take it from the boys, but come on, there's a line.
Jokes aside, Jamie, you've been on this block. You've been competing. Of course, you're competing in the Australian E-League.
Yeah. No, it's my first time here, first time watching the ePremier League live in the flesh. It's such a nice studio as well. And it always feels a bit different, this tournament, I think, compared to the rest of them, especially for the UK scene. It's such a big one.
What do you make of the overall competition as well, the level of players? Because you've got, the old school names in there, but then we've also got new names. We've got, obviously, Palinetto and Young here.
Yeah, I think it is good, like from an outsider's perspective, to see those big names come and play in the league, I think. And then you have the players that come in and make a name for themselves, maybe the unknowns, mix it with some of the big dogs like Tom, Stokes, Tex, of course. So there's always someone that comes to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you there, Jamo Dog. And one thing I would say is, obviously we spoke about sort of the fear that Sunderland have seemed to strike into players, but the players that have been playing in the league for a while, in Michael Fisher and Sam Brewster in that earlier round, for example, shocked Sunderland.
Yeah, well, there you go. And it just shows, like, I suppose a few of the players are like maybe having a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. Like, okay, they want to come over here, play in our league. Let's show them what we got. And obviously they did that.
And you would do that sort of similar same thing, I would imagine.
Yeah, I always had a chip on my shoulder when I was playing back in the day.
Best ever result being playing against Tex in a knockout round?
Yeah, it's, you didn't have a great pro career when your best result was losing to someone, but it was only losing 3-0 to Tex in a knockout game, so I'll take that,
Put that in a trophy cabinet.
Yeah, how many people have been in a knockout game against Tex? So there you go.
You're in the knockout bracket, you got out of the groups, Jamie.
Exactly right. First and only time, so yeah, I remember that one quite well.
Yeah, Jamie, sorry, I'm bringing out a little bit of Aussie here. Are you disappointed to not see a Harry Kewell being used in these items?
Or a Tim Cahill?
Or a Tim Cahill.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know Timmy hasn't always been the most meta item on Ultimate Team, but Harry's...
Most meta? Go further down, Joe.
But Harry, though, Harry's got a bit of pace, his wand of a left foot, low driven, so I am surprised not to see him use, and I'm quite disappointed, actually.
Here comes Mohamed Salah now for Crystal Palace to get their first goal. What a tackle from Mickey van der Ven. A few people in the chat asking about Spurs when they're in action. I believe they're in action the next round, in fact. Well, this is a breakthrough. Holdinho has scored another goal. Look, if they're going to do this, Shorey, they have to start well. But he scored not just one, but two for West Ham.
I told you, he's got ability in the locker, and he loves that ball into Javinho on the outside the boot shot. We've seen him score that goal so many times today.
Well, that's against Ethan as well. Ethan Higgins 2-0 down over there. This is Brigami against Ipman. I mean, if I had to put you on the spot, then you can't say Spurs. Who do you think wins the Premier League? Or at least give me a grand final.
I can't say Spurs. Okay, I'll give you the grand final then. The grand final will be Spurs against Leeds.
Spurs versus Leeds. Okay, we've got a question in the chat from Yeti Meister. Jamie, what does a ref do in a match? Walk us through it. I mean, not the full 90 minutes.
Yeah, a match is in, obviously, a...
Oh, we got a goal!
Wow! Stevie G doing the rock, paper, scissors. I think Brigami might have lost.
Wow! But to answer that in a game of FC. What the ref,
in a game of FC, this is where, Brendan, as we just watched this goal back again, nice little player lock. Stevie G, finish. It's a unique one, Brendan, in a Champs Challenge in the house. There's no specific rule book, so I like just making it on as I go along, you know what I mean? If Shorey looks at me too long, scares me a little bit with his muscles, it's a yellow card, you know?
Is there a bit of inconsistency from the officiating there, Shorey?
It's absolutely shocking.
I wouldn't use that word.
Shocking gives you a compliment, if we're being honest. Now, one thing I want to do, maybe, lads, just to trigger the chat here. We were talking about it yesterday on broadcast, Brandon. Jamie, who would your dream icon and hero be in FC 25 Premier League ones? And chat, let us know any more that you guys have got.
Ooh, Premier League, you
can't say Jedinak.
Can't say Tarapt either.
You can't say Matty Ryan.
It's got to be Mark Schwarzer. It has to be.
You know what? As a hero,
tell you what,
I could see it. Any other Aussies we've forgot in the chat?
Mark Viduka springing to mind.
Mark Viduka, that's a great shout.
He screams hero, doesn't he, to be honest?
Come on, we've got to get an icon on Sunday.
There's got to be at least one, isn't there? One Australian icon.
Come on.
Tell you what, West Ham want to do the double here at the moment. They're on for a 6-pointer.
And you'd imagine the Palace players here will start to feel a little bit of pressure here on day 2 of the ePremier League group stage.
Oh, Palmer, this is brilliant play. Mohamed Salah, that's a really well-worked goal from Brigami.
Yeah, Brig giving it the big one, and why not?
If you saw the players doing that celebration.
Brendan, I've seen some of these celebrations coming out, and once again, I'm very happy that I'm not competing anymore. Head gone.
Well, that's why I'm asking you as a ref, because you don't have a word.
Oh, I mean, look, just a player expressing themselves, you know, not gone too over the top, I'll let it slide.
Thanks, ref.
That Worm one, on the other hand, though, that's a straight red card. I've seen that flying about.
Hang on, what's happened over here, by the way? Ethan has turned the game on his head. He was 2-0 down in that game. He's 3-2 up now. Maybe it just took him a little bit longer to get started. He's 3-2 up in 33 minutes. What a game that's been.
That's a fantastic bounce back from Ethan. And look, Ethan's a man over all the years of FC who's got a lot of prize money under his belt, a lot of very good tournament finishes. And what comes along with that is mentality. Big time. And just looking at the scorelines on the screen here, guys, we've got Cameron Rock 2-0 up against United in Dragon. Stokes 3-2 down, Brandon.
Against Carlis, remember 2019 ePremier League Grand finalist. He was in the hunt alongside Tex all those years ago. 6 years on, he is still in the ePremier League, representing Manchester United. That's a bit of a shock result. He's down again now, Jamie.
Wow. I mean, look, we know how good Carl's been in the past in the ePremier League, but you can't understate that it would be a shock result to see Stokes lose that.
Extra pass. Mickey van der Ven, what are you doing up the pitch?
Yeah, it might be worth a big chunk of change, but not the man you want up top to finish it off your dinner. You can see the Group A table on the left-hand side there. Man City flying away with it. Group B looking really interesting, guys, here now. Wow.
There you go. There's your top goal scorers from today and yesterday together. Cameron Rock, who is 3-0 up against Dragon, doing all he can to keep pushing Aston Villa forward. Tom Stokes. There is a long time left to be played. Do not count him out yet. Remember, if you do want to watch Tom Stokes' game and Cameron Rock, that's over on the B stream. You can watch that on the YouTube channel of EA Sports FC Pro. It's very interesting to see who comes second in that group, as you were saying.
Just before we came on stage earlier, Kyle and Stokes were chatting, and Kyle was telling Stokes how he's been struggling to score some goals, and he said, well, you're about to play the worst defender here, so here we go. And
Stokes called himself the worst defender here.
Well, he's currently considered 4 at the moment, so maybe it's not wrong. Love you, Stokes.
Well, we know Stokes games bring goals. Got half-time almost in this one. We'll see Ethan maybe with one more chance to double his lead going into half-time here.
Last chance of the half. That will do us, and I believe we have an update from the B stream if we can. We can show you what you've been missing over there. Again, you can watch it live on the B stream. But this is the game. It's Manchester United against Aston Villa, and this is the Cameron Rock game, which he has been leading 3-0 against Dragon.
I feel like Cameron Rock is just ridiculously consistent, but does concede here to Dragon. Nice bit of play on the edge of the box. Esteval just opens up that angle for the gold. Finesse shot plus.
And this is Tom Stokes. He was 3-0 down. He's 3-2 down in that game. Carlis then went 4-2 up in the game. I mean, this is a Manchester United side. They didn't pick up any points yesterday. And I mean, on one side of the contest, they're about to get a huge 3 points potentially.
Yeah, and Stokes, you know, will be absolutely kicking himself. We've got so many fantastic Stokes fans, I imagine, watching along with the stream here. And all of them will know Stokes can always pull off a comeback. Jamie, who are you beating in the ePrem coming in from Lambeau then?
Oh, honestly, on Tom's recent form in Champs Challenge videos, I've got to say if I matched him in Champs, I'd back myself right now. Not on stage, but in a Champs, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Coping mechanism, got you.
Bigger question, if you played in the Premier League, Jamie, which club would you play for?
I will actually be playing in the Premier League next season, Brandon.
You will?
Yeah, Millwall are going to get promoted. Obviously, I'm a huge Millwall fan, and I will be there. I might actually run it back with Zerka, as you know, many people know from the Sidemen.
Okay. Does he know about that?
No, not yet. But we did actually team up back in the day for the Quarantine Cup, me and Zerka representing Millwall. So I think we'll run it back.
I mean, that's more of an announcement than a spoiler, isn't it, of what's coming forward. Sure, make sure you enter that qualification bracket, please.
Get it into your calendars next year, guys, honestly.
Better question in the chat. How many goals would you score against Shorey in the Premier League, Jamie?
Oh,
I'm looking at you.
How many goals? Once again, Brandon, like, I respect Shorey, but, like, he's also there to get at, especially in ePrem as well. I'll take him on stage. I'll say about 5.
Hang on, what pass this is? Brigami finesse, thank you very much. And an outpour celebration. I mean, Crystal Palace have turned the game around, haven't they? They went from 0 points to hopefully maximum 6 to pile the pressure on Manchester City.
Yeah, Brigami giving it the absolute limbs. Plays the late triggered through ball down that far hand side. We've got another Ethan goal here as well. The outside the boot finish with that game changer play style. Ethan looking like he's at home here at the Premier League.
That question's opened up quite a bit of a conversation there. Scotty1X has just come in the chat and said he's beat Shorey 5-4 in qualifiers. Someone said that Shorey can't defend.
Guys!
I don't know. Suddenly,
where's this all come from, guys?
Oh, hang on. Jamie struggles to get 9 wins these days. He won't beat anyone, so that's sort of just even up the playing field there.
Mate, I got 12 last weekend league, all right? I'm back.
What about the other weekend league?
No comment.
Oh, Bruno Fernandes! It's a costly one, though, there from Holdinho. He had the space definitely to drive into there with Bruno and took the shot early. Always kick yourself in situations like that. And Ethan looks to break. Get a more comfortable lead
really
here.
Well
And Haaland.
Erling Haaland, he's the only person to use him in the Premier League. And for those moments, that's why you need it. Is this the gap that's starting to come forward now for Crystal Palace?
A little bit of a fist pump there as well from Ethan. He knows how important that goal is. Like Shorey said, he feels at home now. He looks at home. He's been here before, and he knows how to get it done.
Yeah, I have to say I'm really impressed with Ethan's mentality here to bounce back. Whenever you start a game 2-0 down, it's horrible, especially, you know, it being 6-minute halves here, guys. We're used to on the FC Pro doing 9-minute halves. Here at the ePremier League, 6 minutes, it just means far less time to pull off that comeback, Jamodo. You need to be perfect, don't you?
Stephen in the chat has just said, I saw Jamie go 8-7 on week killing recently. I don't know if he meant a different Jamie, Stephen, or...
No, he means this Jamie.
Does he mean that, Jamie?
Yeah, Brendan, but I was 6-7, so I got the last couple of wins. So,
oh,
yeah,
so you just trying to do it for the community kind of thing, were you? Or...
Yeah.
I think that's a red card offence there.
Not even rising to it, Jamie.
I'm going to play to the audience, you know, Brandon, who's sat next to me.
Well, Ethan looking to dance and dazzle here.
Haaland's up for a hat-trick. Suddenly, Ethan's come alive. He was 2-0 down in this game.
You know, you just hit it with like the head nod with Ethan like that. He just kind of knows how well he's playing at this point.
Speak about It's flipping the game on its head, Shorey. Look, how'd you go from 2-0 down to this?
Sometimes it's just shell shocks you, especially when you go 2-0 up at the start of a game. You just think, right, get to half-time, maybe concede one. You conceded 3 goals instantly, but I'll tell you, Ethan, he's got every goal in his arsenal. That goal to go 3-2 up from the corner, as we see late on here. A chance for Ritman to pull a goal back.
It looks like this should be a 6-pointer for Crystal Palace if they can hold on. This is his Brig Army against Ipman. Just added time to follow. Cameron Rock scored a 6-2 up against Dragon. Carl Lees is still leading against Stokes. And that will do us. Full-time, Brig Army. 2-1 win on that side of the stage. And we have got just the closing moments. Brig Army just saying that's the worst I've ever played. Well, look, he still won the game. What is Yap Stam doing that far up the pitch?
Well, I thought he snuck our eye into an Premier League team then. It's my looker like that, Jamie, isn't it?
No, it's actually Iniesta, as I found out the other day.
Ah, yes. Well, you'd think nothing but consolations now for Holdinho in this one. Palace with a statement.
15 points. I mean, look, Chelsea have got Fulham to play still, and goal difference depending. A lot could change.
We know how important second place is. Even if you can't tip Man City in that one, you're still doing really well by finishing second for that knockout bracket at the grand finals.
Absolutely, overall. It is going to be a huge 6-pointer.
And Stoke still 5-3 down in that one. You can only imagine his disappointment of losing against Carlis there, with Cameron Rock still getting the business done in his game, 6-2 up against Dragon.
Goal back for Dragon. Again, it's still quite a gap here. But he has pulled one back. Cameron Rock then came back down the other end. 25 minutes left on the clock. Javinho.
Far too fast. Is Javinho making your team, Jamie?
No, Harry Kewell's on the left, but good super sub though.
Silly question.
I was going to say, is the draft requirements for Jamie how many Aussies can I fit in 10 million coins? We'll have a lot of change.
Oh, Brandon, come on now.
Well, that was a bit of change, wasn't he?
How many Brighton players are going to have in yours?
I'm trying to think if we've actually got a promo. There's a couple. Baleba, maybe? I mean, I could have a full team. It wouldn't get me any far, would it?
Good fodder.
That's one way to describe it.
I'm just going to have a sneaky look here at the score in that game.
Well, 7-2's on one side. Cameron Rock is 7-2 up by the looks of it. Am I seeing 5-4, sure, or has it changed?
We're definitely 5-4. Just reporting live here, guys. We've got some bunny rabbit celebrations going on. 5-5 in that one between Stokes and Kyle Lees.
Oh, wow. Again, that's on the B stream live now. Well, that's a full-time result here. I'm not sure if we can give you the closing stages of the B stream game. But that's a full-time result for Crystal Palace. 6 points for them. Well, we're going to jump over there if we can now. Tom Stokes, there'll be a lot of people wanting to see how this man's getting on. Carl Lees against Stokes. This was the replay of the 5-5 goal. Ow. Thomas Brolin on the 83rd minute, tying the game up. But as we join it live now, I think there's been another goal.
Oh, wow. I think there's been almost last-minute limbs here from Carl Lees. The ball inside from Cole Palmer. Ah, he's come off Maicon. It's a disaster, and Stokes gutted with that one.
6-5. Jamie, he's going to get one more chance, surely.
He always has another chance, Brendan. Stokes, like he said himself, you know, he concedes a few every now and again, but he knows how to score a goal. He will know how important that is as well. 5-2 down, to get back in that position where he has a draw and then concede straight from kickoff. He will be kicking himself. He knows how big these points are. And as I'm sure we'll see soon, the live standings, it's just so tight in that group.
Well, those are the goal scorers again, dominating. Tom Stokes is in there. Look, he might have conceded a few, but he's still in there. 16 goals scored. Can he win it back? One more roll of the dice to get Aston Villa 4 points from 6. Is dispossessed by Carl Lees, but can he win it back? Well, can Carly see this one out? He's just got 2 minutes. Big win from Virgil van Dijk. Can Tom Stokes snatch a last-minute equaliser? Don't think he can. Mickey van der Ven's come across, and that should do us. And there we have it, full-time result for a second. Stokes thought he snatched a point. Carly's full different. That's the first point on the board, by the way, for Manchester United.
Yeah, a big result there for Carlis, taking down Stokes. And look, like we said in this group stage format, no one's going out the tournament. There's always the chance to bounce back, but it'll be tough now for Villa to finish top of that table. They'll need something huge against Sunderland later on.
Absolutely. Well, look, we are halfway through the games here at the ePremier League for day 2. There is still so much more to come. Up next, we see the first bit of FC from Tom Lees against his former teammate, Huge Gorilla, and it's up next in round 4. Do not miss it. Come back and join us.
£6 points for West Ham United to, add some... sorry, not for West Ham United, for Crystal Palace against West Ham United. 6 massive points in what is shaping up to be an incredible ePremier League Day 2. From an Ethan point of view, he was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. To go 2 goals down, to have the mental capacity, we're speaking about it on the main commentary. He's a man who's been around FIFA esports for a long time. FG. So to be honest with you, he's the kind of man who's always going to pull it back. Now,
we're taking a look at some of the highlights here from that Ethan game, and you're looking at the scoreline, and it was super comfortable for him. A professional performance, a performance you would expect. On the other side, in the other game, it was a lot closer, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a situation for Brig where he's sort of got that expectation on him. He's been someone who's got a lot of points in the tournaments over the years at the ePremier League. And that goal there meant a lot to him. And he said at the end of the game, that's the worst he's ever played. And he still came out with 3 points.
Well, let's take a look then, shall we, at Group A. As it stands, Manchester City 100% record, but Crystal Palace just behind them on 15 points. A little bit of a gap from Chelsea now as well. How do you think Palace will be feeling?
Absolutely buzzing. We said about it on the main commentary. We know how important second place is, even if they can't jump ahead of Manchester City. That second place in that final knockout bracket will be great. Look, tough day for Fulham. They can see if they can get anything on the board later on, but it will be very difficult, but a great shaping up for the group.
I mean, this group is massively shaping up. And what about this for a shock result? Manchester United and Aston Villa, 3 points each. We will start on this side. I mean, this was the game involving one of the top goal scorers here at the ePremier League. But then on the other side, Stokes losing to Kyle Lees of Manchester United with a late goal after a comeback. This is arguably one of the shocks of the weekend, Shorey.
Definitely one of the shocks of the weekend, to have 3 points out of 9 in someone of Stokes' ability, a previous winner of the competition as well. Be very disappointed. You know you're going to get goals in his games, though. You're absolutely guaranteed it, but you can see the despair he's in. I mean, the type of attacking style that Stokes plays, you know you're going to have games where they're high scoring and someone's going to win by 1 goal. He's on the wrong end of it this time.
And the only person who was super happy was the man who was on the B stream from Nottingham Forest as well. Fisher was there, and he was delighted with that result, because this is what it means for the Group B table. We're looking at it, and every side has dropped points in this group, and it's super tight.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Nottingham Forest play Brentford later on, which is going to be a really interesting fixture because they are not high on confidence at all. We can see minus 16 goal difference there. Sunderland and Aston Villa, they're playing against each other. Could you imagine 2 draws in those games would then, with 2 wins for Forest, send them to the top of the table, FG? This is shaping up to be one of the most exciting groups of the day.
It is a 3-horse race in Group B. Stick with us, because we're going to conclude Group B like every other group here today. We'll move on quickly to a good friend of yours, Tom Leeson, Tottenham Hotspur. He's in action next. We're going to have a look at some of his clips right now at the analysis board. Let's take a look.
Yeah, a bit more FC Pro IQ for you guys. What we're going to do is we're going to roll this clip first straight up here and see how Tom got on to score this goal. Of course, had an explosive start in this game. Newcastle, I believe he was 4 or 5 goals up within about 20 minutes here. Now, Tom, explosive gameplay off kickoff. You can see loads of player locks inside in the mixer, and you can see a little bit of a bobble about, a couple of bad mistakes at the back there, but it's the player locks that are so important, FG. Into the striker there, and a lovely finesse finish.
And I imagine you see this a lot. He's one of your housemates, part of the hashtag house as well. His play style, we're looking at clips from him where he wasn't at 100% as well, because a reminder to everyone, yesterday he was struggling. He said he had a little bit of the flu and he was taking Lemsip and resting up. If that was him at 50%,
yeah,
what can we expect today?
Well, he's got his 2 tougher games today. As we roll the clip once again here, I'll show you guys something from Tom's game I just want to pick out here. Now, we don't need to stop the clip just yet. We can wait until we get towards the edge of the box, because that's where the key is here. So you see a couple of player locks on the edge of the box here, nothing too crazy, just standard build-up here from Tom. But after we've had this bit of a kerfuffle happen here, this is what I want to get to. Now, Brolin here, if we stop just right here, Fabregas, first of all, he faked the player lock straight away into the winger right here. Tom's goes, no, that looks like an area that's a bit dead, especially with these 3 players all around him here, FG. So what does he do? We roll the clip on again here. Cesc Fabregas, a nice little turn in the box. Tom then, if we pause the clip just here, it's the perfect time to pause it. He stopped and plays that player lock just past the defender here, FG. He's keeping him onside. I think it's actually Van de Ven, his Spurs man, keeping him onside. And if we roll the clip, that player lock inside makes it perfect for Tom, and it's the easiest of finishes with that all-important Brolin item.
I mean, the margins are so fine here. You can see how important it was. I mean, Van Dijk ever so slightly stepped out and he took advantage. Listen, we can't wait to see Tom in action and Tottenham in action. Let's go and see some more about them now.
feels amazing to be back at the biggest competition in England. This is the big one for us, that you can get to the Champions League and World Cup.
It's the biggest competition in England. I'm hoping for a new winner as well. I feel like it's been the same winner the last couple of years, hoping to change that. I definitely feel that extra motivation playing for Spurs. I've been a Tottenham fan my whole life. I think my mum's side of the family, going down from my granddad and my mum's brother as well, my uncle, just everyone supported Spurs. Brother decided to be a attention seeker, so Sam, if you're watching, I don't know why you support Arsenal when the rest of the family support Spurs. Ever since I was a kid, I think I went to White Hart Lane when I was 4.
Tom Lees is absolutely flying.
Is that a statement or what?
I think it feels special to win a trophy for Tottenham. I've done it before with Watford, but to do it at Spurs, I think 2-time champion for Tottenham, yeah, everything would be perfect.
Tom Lees giving Spurs a huge 3 points.
It's such a massive thing, having that experience of getting over the line, even from personal experience of maybe getting through a quarter-final or a semi-final. It's a massive thing that he's had that trophy win before.
He is absolutely steamrolling.
Having Marley as teammate, great decision for me. I hope Marley says the same, but I think Marley's been in really good form this year.
Can he get an equaliser? Yes, he can!
Probably the most consistent player behind Tex in the whole of the Premier League format. Every single year he's here. Can't speak highly enough of him.
Yeah, it feels amazing to have Tom as a teammate this year. We've got on pretty well over the years. He did beat me in a final a few years ago. I think he owes me one this year.
Believe in Yap Stam.
I back that a lot, actually. Get to that hotel bed. Yeah, rest.
Thank you, I need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a story, Tom Lees, a former ePremier League champion of Watford, now at Spurs again. His beloved Spurs with a new teammate in Mark Marley. Speaking of new players in the Premier League, Young joins me and Ryan now in commentary. Young, welcome to the ePremier League first and foremost. I mean, you didn't really need much of a welcome because yesterday you were superb. A bit of a difficult result earlier today, but how has your ePremier League journey been so far?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a dream to me to be here. Like, yesterday was very good, but the welcome today was not that good, I think.
No.
Yeah, but it can happen. Thanks God that I have a good partnership as well, and Paulo won that game. Yeah, but now we're looking forward to the next games as well.
And Ryan, what a player as well, him and Paulo Neto. What a duo in the Premier League.
Yeah, unbelievable duo as well. I'm sure you've been looking at that previous game with Aston Villa. Glad that they were able to drop points in that. But this game as well, Everton versus Spurs, Gorilla versus Tom Lees. This is an unbelievable matchup. Former teammates as well.
I mean, where do we start with this one? Because I tell you what, Gorilla has just kicked it off of a goal 4.5 minutes in. As you said, Ryan, former teammates, they were in a grand final together. It was that final against Leeds United, Oli Lito and Tom Stokes. Unfortunately, it wasn't Spurs' time. They didn't win that time round. And years on, they now match up against each other in the ePremier League. Everton versus Tottenham. And look, there might be a little bit on this game.
Yeah, these are the games that Gorilla would look forward to, though. It's a top player, obviously, in Tom Lees. He knows all about him. They've spent years together as teammates, again, for the ePremier League. When he lost that game, he feels guilt for that game. But, of course, that will go out the window now. He want to make sure that he can get some points on the board for Everton. And Jonas as well, who's up against Mark Marley. That'll be a very tough game for him.
I mean, interesting is the battle of the coaches as well. You can't quite see him off camera. You've got Lyrics coaching Tom. And, of course, the ever so popular Foot Daddy at the moment, who is loved by many online, coaching the team of Everton. I mean, we'll get a poll going. Who do you think wins this one, Gorilla or Tom Lees? Tom Lees has had 2 games already in the Premier League. 8-1 win, 8-1 win. Young, who do you think wins this?
I mean, I practice with both these past days. Like, Tom was flying in the practice as well. Yesterday we saw a lot of goals from him, but Gorilla started good. So if I can bet, I would bet Tom.
I mean, you say the words perfectly, Ryan. Gorilla would love these games because they don't come round often, do they?
Yeah, these are the ones he looks forward to. I would say he's definitely will up his game and he'll have a lot more concentration for it, because not only does he want to get points for Everton, but I feel like he wants to prove a point that he's able to still compete with the best players, not only in this competition like Tom Lees, but Tom Lees is one of the best players in previous years in the world as well.
Well, speaking of Tom Lees, here he comes forward now. His first real chance of the game. Douglas Luiz taking a player lock into Thomas Brone, then eventually going across to Antoine Semenyo, who is in the battle with Diego Dalot. And it's Dalot that comes out on top. Remember that Spurs are in an unbelievable position. Out of all the groups we've had at the Premier League, no group has been like this, Group D. And there we have it. I'm sure the chat are looking at the scoreline as well and going, Well, maybe we fancy Gorilla in this one, but stay with us because, one, it's a very tight poll. 55% going towards Gorilla. I mean, got to remember Tom Lees as well has been superb.
Gorilla's feeling himself. Just with the play lock cancels as well, he sort of knows what he's doing. Almost tried to get the angle for the finesse shot. Keep an eye out for that. That's something that they've worked on a lot on.
How many points do you think, Young, is enough to, before playing or kicking off in the Premier League, how many points was in your mind with you and Paolo to top the group? So 24 available.
I think 20. Probably we are true first. I think 20, it's a good number that we will try to reach as well.
I mean, look, you have dropped some points, but you've still got a chance to collect some more.
Yeah, for sure. But 4 is also like now in the fight as well. So we need to do our job to be first. We need to win both, I think.
Of course, we have got Young with us in commentary, the pro player, the representative in the Premier League of Sunderland. It's their first ever time in the competition.
Very steady game until now, yeah. Both players passing a lot, taking a lot of time.
Bruno Fernandes, a little dink into Brolin again. Lacroix and Donnarumma have to come back to make this happen. A good bit of composure there.
Not a lot of space until now.
I've been quite impressed, you know, with Gorilla, this opening 30. I think he's done...
I think the early goals helped as well, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, there we have it in terms of the goal scorers. Your teammate, Young, he has been ruthless. 24 goals he has scored. Have you... I mean, we know Paolo Neto and his level, and he's a good friend of yours, but has he surprised you how good he's been?
No. I mean, I've been practicing with him the whole year. Also, we qualified through Libertadores as well last week, so he was already flying. He also won qualifier. And like when we were in Netherlands, we were practicing. I didn't want him one time, so I was like already thinking that, yeah, he's probably going to score a lot this weekend, and that helps me.
Well, well, well. Jonas is leading against Mark Marley.
Yeah.
19.5 minutes in. If you didn't see the storyline of yesterday, Mark Marley didn't win a game. He drew both of his. It was so important. This was the game for him to win. Update as well. Liverpool versus Wolves. Bruno Fernandes.
Gorilla scored, I think.
Giving Wolves the all-important lead and an equaliser from Zaneri. I mean, no one is safe in the Premier League. We've got another update.
Rastorata this time, pushing forward with Wolves. You can see the triggered runs and the space opened up. Fabregas with that finish into the corner.
We've got another update, gents. Rastorata again has scored. How good is Rastorata been, by the way, in the Premier League?
Yeah, he's very good. And also, I practice with him. Portuguese guys are not here to play just to play the group. They want to win as well.
Absolutely. He's getting goal number 3 as well. Look at the amount of runs flooding forward there. And Fabregas again latches onto it with a finish there to make it 3-0 in favour of Wolves and Liverpool.
I'm sorry, Ryan, but is the Premier League like the place where maybe some old school pros come back alive? Because Gorilla is too... Ryan Passau, we're trying to go grab a controller and get back out there as well.
The way Gorilla's flying there. He's on a hot form and he started off very, very well. 2-0 up as well. This will be a big result in this group because if it stays like this, Brighton will be laughing. They'll be delighted with that.
2-0. Everton are leading. Former teammates going head-to-head.
That surprised me a little bit. I don't see Tom shooting at all, I think.
Yeah,
until now.
which is rare.
Yeah.
Is that from...
He was attacking very good yesterday.
Hang on. Semenyo! That might be the first shot of the game. Is that right? Is that him defending well, Gorilla, or is that Tom just not feeling it?
Yeah, it's been an incredible answer this towards you, Young. So I was going to say Paolo Neto for a second. Backnet asked, why did you come over to the ePrem this season?
I mean, it was an opportunity that Team Liquid had. Also discussing with all the staff to be together with Paulo here. So we think the opportunity was good to show our level as well. Like other players went to other leagues from the team, so we find it out a good opportunity for all of us in the end.
Yeah, you've already won one league. Come to do another one as well. What is your favourite English meal? True Farmers asked.
Bro, that's a difficult one. Because to be honest, I think in food, Brazil is so much better. That's a difficult one for me.
So fish and chips is not...
Yeah, probably like these answer like, yeah, should be the best, but I would try to think it's something different. But then, yeah, fish and chips probably.
He didn't even give us a chance, Ryan. Didn't even give our food a chance. Well, updates across the board here then. Jonas is leading Marmali by a goal to 0. I mean, what a performance from him, by the way. First time in the ePremier League. Did not have a good day yesterday. And he's come out with this.
I respect it very highly because, again, before this game started, I thought this would be an opportunity for Mark Marley to be the one to put aside yesterday's bad results for his standard. But Jonas has done really well, but potentially could end up conceding. Big save.
How is Martinez got a toe on that? Or is this the foot daddy coach in effect?
Good play.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Works it from a corner. You can see it coming. How important is it to learn? I say learn it, it's not difficult, but how important is it to just make sure that you capitalize on corners this year?
Yeah, I mean, corners are so important these years. As you can see in real life as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Arsenal today.
Yeah, I mean, I think in EFC also, like, the game is a lot of time 50-50, and then you can like just win by a corner or PK or free kick. So for example, me and the Liquid guys, we all got like sessions just about corners and try to learn new corners as well, try to defend. But yeah, sometimes it's just like impossible as well.
Well, that's the table now. Brighton are currently
crazy group,
leading the way. Everton in second, Spurs in third, Arsenal in fourth, Newcastle in fifth. A very unpredictable round of action this, by the way.
We were seeing like Paulo scored 24. He told before the tournament that he would score 30, so he need to score 6 in the last game and then GG's.
I think he'll do it.
You think?
I think he will.
That's a lot of goals. I just said 12 and he was like, what, 12? And then I made 12 yesterday. I said, oh, okay, but today just won.
A word on formations as well, Young. I mean, it's always a common conversation, play styles, formation. What is the go-to formation for the community that might be watching that wants to work out to play their weekend league this week?
I mean, now I'm kind of changing my formation as well. I was used to play 4-5-1 until the beginning of the game, and this tournament I'm trying to try more the 4-4-1 that I was working on practice. But I think one of both like should be very good if you practice a lot on them, like if you want to attack.
Oh my!
And then a corner. But like 4-4-1 and 4-5-1 for me is two of the best ones.
How different is it? Because obviously nowadays we're used to 9-minute halves. Tex was saying earlier it's a lot easier with 6 minutes to control the game. I feel like Guerrilla's controlling this game. Do you feel like it's a lot easier with 6 minutes compared to 9?
I mean, yeah, I think so, but that's so different because you're not used to this since season 22, I think, or something like this. So, bro, it's completely different game. Like, you can stay like attacking for more than 5 in-game minutes, and then like wasting the time and getting your opponent frustrated. That's what's happened a little bit with me last game. But then, like, if you can manage these very well, you can see what's gonna happen now.
Chance for Tom again. Frustration.
And then probably Guerrilla will take a little bit to attack, as we told.
Well, there's a pause coming in from Tom Lees. The question is, well, will he get it?
I've been impressed with this game management from Guerrilla. I know it's not what we're used to seeing from him. He's normally someone that just floods bodies forward no matter what, but he's done really well just to keep possession in important areas. He has to defend this attack from Tom.
He's trying to track down to Bruno Fernandes, which he does do well. Douglas Luiz, Bruno Fernandes, big tackle from Lacroix.
Good defense from Guerrilla.
So good that foot down off his seat, celebrated it.
He's been great defense. I would say this is the best defensive performance I've seen.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, it might be on for a third. Guerrilla to find a third. Cole Palmer's got options running on. Is that the right decision, Young? Should he have tried to find the extra pass or do as he has and just keep possession?
I mean, I think he's doing good until now, so he can stay doing like this because probably Tony's already like frustrated.
I think he could have gone forward.
I'd love the chance to listen in to those conversations that those guys are having, because it is very, very going to be insightful how to see out these last closing stages. Back to this one now. Chance for Marmali to go back in front and get his first win as a Spurs player.
I think Marmali's overthinking a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Corner. Stam. Back to Salah, where his first goal came from. Thomas Brolin deflection. Where was that going?
Another corner. Not sure. Counters of corners are also very good.
Exactly.
So
that's the trigger runs.
Play.
Palmer.
Just like put team press on, so your team like steps in, maybe like.
See if we can listen to him.
So you've got 18 minutes left.
There's no already on it. How do you get to extreme man? Yeah, go to it if you can. Yeah. Like I say, like, I don't know, like I think like toggle team press so that your team steps, and then like just toggle it off like when
so
the
then
press like fails, you know what I mean? So like keep switching it on and off.
I'm gonna have to play, as we say, the quick transition. I'm gonna have to just go.
Yeah. If you concede, you concede.
Well, two very different coaching conversations going on there. I mean, why do you think he has struggled this game, Ryan?
Possession. Gorillas kept possession very well, and I think it's something that kind of don't expect in a way. So maybe that's caught him off guard, and especially conceding that early on, that changes the dynamics and approach of the game completely.
Well, back underway. 20 minutes, just under that for Tom Lees to get his day 2 started in the ePrem. I think this is a big result, but for Jonas to get a 1-1 draw potentially.
Take that. He can still win it. He can still win it.
For any unsavoury language you heard there within the player cams.
It's a big mistake.
The pressure is certainly being felt.
Very good defense for Gorilla the whole game until now. Now probably do a lot of possession. Tony's already frustrated.
Do you, when you notice your opponent being frustrated, surely that helps you a little bit more in the game? You realise you can just try and take some more seconds off the clock.
I mean, for me, it's hard to like hurt or something because I also listen to music during my games. But like sometimes my coach always say, "Oh, he's already frustrated, he's gonna step out more." So then you change your way to attack as well, and also to defense because probably he'll rush more.
Here they come now, Dempsey. Where's that right pass for Tom Lees? Clint Dempsey! Corner. Final 9 minutes now. As it stands, this is a huge potential 5 points dropped. Rosiski, Stam.
Bobby.
There's one! It's the most unlikely of goal scorers. And he's the most popular pick in the teams.
How have I let him just be in a position to be doing this, man? I'm going to see the ball once.
I don't think it's that deep. I think it's hard, Jeremy. I don't think
You just feel like an idiot, like just letting him go out.
Oh, can he pull it back? That's the question. Calafiori, of all players, the left back, has scored a goal here, Ryan.
It's a big finish, big moment in the game, and Spurs similarly on the other side of things for Mark Marley.
Good news, Spurs fans. Mark Marley is leading. Is this the comeback for Spurs now?
You see the way he attacked, because you can see the team press was on there. He done really well to get the space.
Yeah, it was perfect for Mark Marley. Like, yeah, now 2-1 up. Don't also like can change the game as well because now the momentum is all for him.
That'll be Mark Marley's first win as a Spurs player in the Premier League. He is still unbeaten though. It was 2 draws yesterday. From 5 points dropped, it might only just be 2 points dropped. I should say 3. Javinho.
Good play.
Jonas. Adam Wharton now for Everton.
In a corner.
They thought they scored.
I think he'll try short.
And in time of just 2 minutes, Fabregas. Palmer. Mickey van der Ven. It was the wrong player at the right place. Full-time result, Mark Marley does get his victory.
Yeah, probably Van Ven was near post on the tactics and segments, then was not the best player to do this kind of play.
Well, there is a small technical pause in that Spurs-Everton game. We're going to have to restart that lobby and get them back into it. I don't know what minute we were in. We're in the last sort of 7 or 8 minutes or so, I believe, weren't we?
I feel like that's harsh for Everton there. It sort of works in favour of Spurs, but we'll see what happens in this one. As it's Liverpool twisting and turning, getting space in the box. Bit of rash defending there. But here we go, a response down the other end. It's bundling around there. Douglas Luiz turning it and tucking that ball away. 3-3 in this one. And Rasa Arta is continuing as one of the top scorers in this competition. He made it 6-1 against Liverpool. Just looks too easy for him.
Yeah, playing very good, scoring a lot. That's boost of confidence as well. Yeah, forwards are fine.
I mean, what are we seeing here from Rastorata, Ryan? We know he's a good player. We know he's been in the scene for a long time, but it's like a rejuvenation we're seeing from Rastorata at the Premier League.
I said this yesterday. I remember playing an event and he was sat next to me in 2019. And I remember watching his games. He scored goals. This guy's a goal scorer. And I think for some players in this competition, there'll be a little bit of pressure. I don't think he'll have any pressure on his shoulders. He's sort of unknown for some people. He knows how good he is, and he's very capable of beating many players in this tournament.
I think he's a lot underrated.
Yeah.
He's a very, very good player. Like also to combo with Diogo and his coach as well. That trio is very good and
very
underrated.
strong. Yeah.
Well, again, if you are joining us here, you are here for the ePremier League group stage. This is day 2, of course. We've got Young in commentary with us. He is obviously representing Sunderland this season alongside Paladin, so they've still got one more big group game to be played. But we are waiting to conclude Spurs v Everton. There was one point in that game, Ryan, when Jonas was in a 1-1 with Mark Marley. Gorilla is still leading 2-1, that somehow Everton could have potentially had 4 points from Spurs.
Yeah, and I think it's a difficult one for Jonas to take because he played well in that game. Mark Marley will be delighted with those 3 points, but for Gorilla and Tom, this is an important last 10.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Young? Can he see it out?
I think someone will score.
Yes, so do
I think someone will score. Probably Tom will be like rushing a lot, also pressure. So then someone will score, I think so.
They also say it as well, Ryan, when a breaking play happens like this, just allows a moment, just to breathe.
I don't know if you heard what Tom said. He said, all right, at least I've got full stamina now, which is very important. He'll be able to put team press on when it's refreshed. He'll be able to go constant press. He'll be able to push forward and force Gorilla into mistakes because he can relentlessly just press him.
Yeah, like team press in this game is so important. So if you can have this like research, like reboost of stamina, that's so important.
Yeah.
And if he's still like losing, he also can use more pressure as well. So also the players will be fresh.
Well, this is a reminder of the game so far. This was Gorilla, 4.5 minutes in. And this was the goal that doubled his lead. How impressed were you in these first 45 minutes were you?
A lot. He was playing very good. Like attacking-wise, he was just like clinical. He got like 2 chances and scored twice. And then on defense, it was almost perfect. It was the first thing, like I think Tom just shot like twice or 3 times. And then he got like the corner and scored. So I think I was very impressed by Gorilla on this game.
Well, I believe the game code has just been said now. We're going to be jumping back into this one. I'm interested in the last final words from the coaches.
Tension.
Double check if the timing is correct.
It was 81-41 on the
81-41 was the time on screen, is what Tom's saying.
You can say as well, shouldn't be any added time really. About a minute max.
Yeah, 81.
Better for Gorilla in that sense as well, if you look at the other side of things.
81 star. He's got a kick off.
I wouldn't like to be on this situation at all. Either sides.
I think I'd be annoyed both sides. Like I don't even know.
Yeah, I'd be annoyed for both sides. Like if you score, you got your momentum like in the last 9 minutes. But also like if you're Gorilla in these moments, also the stamina is so important.
Yeah.
Last minutes of the game. So I think these last 9 minutes will be 80% mental and 10% gameplay at all.
If the space opens up for Gorilla to take the ball down the line and maybe goal for goal, would you take it, or do you, in terms of keeping possession, is it best to just have it in Tom's half, you'd say? Or
yeah, I mean, I think in 6 minutes halves, I think he should do possession. Like, it's so quick. Also, we don't know about the add time as well.
Yeah.
So, I think if I was him, I would try at least to make some possession.
Let's jump back into it now. The final moments. Tom did get a goal back before we just had that small technical pause. And it's 8 minutes. 8 minutes of relentless pressure from Tom Lees, no doubt. But could Gorilla
you can't do that.
maintain
got it back,
the
though.
pressure?
We both shook our head there, Young. That pass was never run, but it looks like he could potentially play it. But the momentum when he's running that way.
Yeah, also Tom defense, like trying to make him to go forward.
Yes,
that's important part as well.
Yeah.
And then you just need like to be lucky a little bit with team press as well.
Now you can go.
Javinho, what a ball that is. Into Bruno Fernandes now. Grilla gets another one. It is game, set, match.
I would never do
That is crazy.
Yeah. Go to the wing. Go to the wing.
That's risky right there.
Then you got a counter.
Oh, huge interception. Douglas
Just
Luiz.
a touch from Douglas Luiz. He didn't know much about it, did he?
That's how play styles are important this game. Intercept plus made the job done.
Well, Grilla, if anything, game management now. He's been around this scene long enough. But can he do it with this amount of pressure?
Oh, no.
Douglas Luiz. Back to Mohamed Salah now. Tom looking at that all-important equaliser. Where is that goal going to come from if it does? Semenyo.
Not the play style save.
His shot blocked, but just about gets around him. No, he doesn't. Full-time result. Grilla takes a huge 3 points. And unfortunately for Spurs and Tom, it's his first defeat in the competition.
Yeah, that's how a world champ plays as well.
Massive, massive victory for Gorilla and Everton there. And it's a painful one to take for Spurs and Tom Lees. They drop points against Everton. Just a 3-point split.
Absolutely, well, Young, an absolute pleasure for you. You're going to be back in the hot seat very soon. The next 4 rounds of action, the next 4 games, it's all round 5. These are deciding games. Who's going to top the group? Will Manchester City go flawless? 4 wins from 4. They take on Crystal Palace next.
The time is now.
Is this the start of history being made?
FC Pro Leagues are here. And things are about to heat up.
Bellissimo! Manchester City have done it again!
Now it's time to support your club from the top leagues around the world.
You're the Liga champion!
With eChampions League and FC Pro World Championship spots up for grabs.
On the biggest of stages in Europe, world champion!
Every game matters.
Champion!
Get closer to glory.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. We are down to the final round of fixtures, which means we're going to decide where everybody finishes in the group stages. Myself, Brandon, Smith and Shorey are here. We're going to give you a straight update. We're going to start straight away with Group A and talk about who is top of Group A. And no surprise, Manchester City, 100% record in Group A. They're facing Crystal Palace very, very soon. Do you expect them to finish top?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be maximum points for those guys, isn't it? 24 from 24. And look, the champions, the defending champions, sending out a real statement.
They're playing Crystal Palace next, Shorey, and it's going to be a difficult game for them, but they have got the opportunity to go 24 out of 24 as back-to-back reigning defending champions as well.
Well, absolutely, but let's not count out Crystal Palace, because a fixture I want to bring up was the Sunderland fixture against Nottingham Forest before. We all thought Sunderland were going to walk that. Manchester City here have got the chance, of course, to go 24. If Palace pull off the double, they secure top spot.
I mean, we can see the Palace boys, they're looking straight at us and they're not too pleased with us talking solely about Man City, but they are, like you said, in with a great chance. They'll be really, really excited for this, and I feel like they might suit being the underdog in this situation.
Well, they need to believe in themselves. I can see Brigami looking over at me over there on the far side. And
Through the gap of the stage as well.
He said before, he said that was his worst ever performance or worst ever played, and he won 2-1. They're on 15 points out of 18. They've got no reason to believe they can't go and win that game.
Yeah, well, if that was a bad performance, he won the game. Let's see what is going to happen in that game. That's up next. Let's go to Group B, shall we? We spoke about Sunderland, we spoke about Nottingham Forest. This group is all of a sudden, Brandon, a lot tighter than we thought.
It is, and fair play to Nottingham Forest for making this happen. I mean, for a split second, Michael Fisher was so close to snatching the points away from Palinetto, but he has been the goal-scoring machine, hasn't he? 6-4 win for Palinetto in that game. And then Young did lose. I mean, for the first time, Sunderland's shoot showed that they aren't always perfect. And that table, as you can see, is still very much up for grabs. If Tom Stokes didn't drop points, FG, what a different table it could be. They could have been top.
Yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely crazy. The next game as well is Sunderland against Aston Villa. That is coming up next. What a game that is going to be. Who's the pressure on, Shorey?
The pressure's on all of them at the top of that table. The pressure, I tell you who the pressure's not on. It's Nottingham Forest. I'll tell you something. If Sunderland and Aston Villa, there's a couple of draws there or they take points off each other, Forest have got a chance to leapfrog them both and go top of the table.
Anything could happen in Group B. Let's move on to Group C. Currently top of Group C is Leeds United, Nick Snebb and Tex. Nick Snebb, we're showing the highlights now, Brandon. He had a fantastic last round.
Absolutely. Look, they might not be able to maximise the point tally, but they can most definitely go top of the table. Nick Snebb with a huge statement win there against Burnley. And the defending two-time champion Tex literally cruising his way through the Premier League groups.
Yeah, absolutely. He's made it look easy, hasn't he? He said earlier on to you, Shorey, he prefers this game's length, 6 minutes per half. He said it's because of age.
Yes, and then he turned that back on me there. But no, the one thing that Tex is so good at, we know, is how calm he makes his games look and composed. Now, that last fixture against Wolverhampton Wanderers is so big, and Tex playing against Diogo as well there. He literally said on the interview, best friends they are, but Leeds are in a position now where it's completely in their hands, a win and a draw, and they would top the group.
What a game that is. Leeds against Wolves coming up next, and then on to Group D. We've just seen action from Group D. I mean, top of Group D is your team, Brandon, Brighton.
Yeah, I mean, look, that last round really did surprise me with Spurs and Everton. We'll speak more about it in a minute, but a word, of course, on Jadon and goal poacher. It's all in their hands now. And who did they play last, Shorey?
It's Spurs. It's the Spurs boys, which is just such an interesting part of today's games. We're going to see this last round, by the way, for the people at home, I hope you're ready for this, because this is about to be unbelievable.
What a dynamic there is in that Spurs versus Brighton fixture, of course, because Spurs have got a player who was with Brighton for 2 seasons. He played with one of the players, Jadon, there as well. Marley, former Brighton player, has the opportunity to stir things up in Group D.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about storylines here at the ePremier League. That is one of the biggest here, and there's so many storylines. We've got Tex leaving Manchester City, for example, but looking at the table, seeing how it shapes up, look, we know it is in Spurs' hands to go and win this. If they can beat them twice, they'll be through, but, I mean, Jaden and Goal Poacher, they're looking hot.
We're going into the last round of fixtures, so it's only right we show you how the gauntlet is looking as things stand. Look, take this with a pinch of salt because it's probably not going to stay like this. But if it was to end now, this would be how things would be looking.
Are you telling me that we could potentially see Tottenham versus Leeds United as a former final rematch in the quarter-finals? Again, not confirmed, but this is how it currently looks. And, I mean, if you're a West Ham and you turn up at the end of March, what a much longer road it is, FG, to try and get through to the finals, let alone the quarterfinals.
And a quick reminder, if you do top the group, you see what it means. You're straight into round 4. What an advantage that is. Remember, our finalists get an ECL place here as well. I mean, wow. Shuri, what are you thinking?
Yeah, absolutely love the change to the format. I think the players can feel that rewarding part of it, that the groups really matter the whole way through. Okay, let's say in a group where first place is gone, second and third, it still does a massive part for you in that gauntlet bracket.
Well, let's get things started then, shall we? The games are kicking off, starting off with Manchester City versus Crystal Palace, and it's up next. Let's head to our casters.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. Great breakdown as we go into the final rounds of the day. 4 rounds coming your way, and the special guests keep on coming. Mr. Arsenal, Mr. RSD. Are we saying this is the first time?
What?
On the desk before? Yeah. So a little bit of a moment for yourself as well. Firstly, I've got to say, very well done over the last couple of days. Some good individual performances. How are you assessing this EPL group stages so far for yourself and your team?
Truthfully, I thought I was not going to do that great because I know our group is very tough. There's a lot of tough players. Like every single team has a really good player.
Yep.
And it's really mixy. Hold on.
Banana 1-0 up against Brigami. We were just talking off camera and we said we feel as though Brig needs to start early here, okay? This is 1-0 down.
Could be a morale definitely from a Brig.
No, but we mentioned this is going to be one of the closer matchups of the night. And so to start off with such a bang for Bonanno, obviously starts it off with Fabregas, finish it with Fabregas as well. We see the small celebration, but good start because that's what they need to stay on top of the group.
24 points is what they're looking for, Jafonso and Bonanno. It would be a historic, perfect run in the groups. In the grand scheme of things, if they win one game, they're in. But it is something that we've got to talk about because these sort of feats don't happen, Case.
No, they do not. I mean, we were trying to talk about earlier, trying to think of a situation where any team has gone absolutely perfect the entire weekend, and we are not certain that that has happened before. So, I mean, obviously this duo is different this year, and so we are uncertain about can they go back to back to back, but they're looking absolutely stellar. Some of the games were quite close.
Is it again? Fabregas around the side of the goalkeeper, smashed it in at the near post. Bonanno is ruthless.
This is looking scary. Very, very scary for Brig. He needed to start hot for me. I think, honestly, this could be already over. I'm not going to lie.
Poorly timed offside trap.
Very poor. I think the nerves are kicking in badly here.
Almost robotic in his entire demeanour.
One of the scariest players I've ever seen, to be honest.
Do you remember a couple of years ago, Bonanno came in to the EPL, and all the other players were playing him in practice, and everyone was saying, he's terrible. He's not very good. Everyone's beating him.
I was one of those players.
And then he went on to beat everyone.
Sitting there smiling, thinking, oh, I might be one of the best players in the world. And look over, and he's just won every game of the group. What's going on?
He's lost 2 individual matches in the ePremier League in 3 years.
That's insane.
But I think it goes to show his mentality. He's got everything down to a science. Both how he starts off his games, how he hypes himself up every single time. Like, he does it exactly the same. I don't know if it's a superstition type thing, but whatever it is won him 2 championships as well. As we see a goal for Ethan here on the other side. Clint Dempsey, the American, making it 1-0 up against Jafonso.
Yeah, quite a surprising early goal there. Jafonso going 1-0 down, but Ethan, a top player in his own right. Not quite been able to put it together in an ePremier League so far. He's got close in other competitions. So the idea there from Bonanno on the first time through ball. Speaking of superstitions.
Here we go, let's hear this.
Mr. Tom Stokes said that you're actually, when you're celebrating and you're playing during the game, there's no music in those headphones.
Listen, there's one rule in life: do not listen to Tom Stokes. He is a liar. Every single thing he says, you always take it with a pinch of salt. Obviously, I'm listening to music when I play. I'm not going to sit there and listen to no sound with 2 headphones in for no reason. Yeah.
All right, what are you listening to then? We need proof.
I can show you my recently played, but like it's a mix of a lot. There's a lot of stuff there.
Okay. We have got multiple games underway as well. Obviously, over on the B stream, if you do want to see extended coverage of that big match with Chelsea trying to fight their way up the table, you can do over on YouTube. Our focus will be on Crystal Palace and Manchester City. Briggs struggled to get into this game in the early stages. This could be a chance here for him. Cole Palmer down the right hand side. Nice little player lock fake. Now X6 into the box. First time shot from Mo Salah. It's a nice goal.
It's nice. I think Briggs needed that goal. Truthfully, really needed that goal because he started slow. Bonanno started hot, and now here we go. I'm thinking this could be a dirty comeback here. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, we have got Ricky RSD with us in the commentary booth. I know you've got a thriving community yourself on social media. If anyone is in the chat, get those questions in, and I'm sure we can ask them on the stream. Good bounce back there, though, Case, for Briggs Army.
Absolutely, yeah, that's exactly what he needs to get back in this game. To start off in that capacity, you know, it can be bad for the morale, but that's what he needs. Well, you mentioned questions for RSD. I have one for you.
Okay.
Obviously, format is different this year, so these last couple of rounds are going to be such nail biters because they actually matter. What are your overall thoughts about the format?
I think the only issues are really like the delay in games. Before, last year would be game after game, and then you take maybe a mini break in the middle. The 2-day split is a bit of a weird one. It's a new thing. Maybe we'll enjoy it in like a couple of years' time, but I don't mind it. We're seeing both games here at the same time, and everything's looking good, and Palace have taken 2.
That's Ethan 2-0 up from the corner. Well, Jafonso 2-0 down here against Ethan. That's what we're going to turn our attention to right now. Surprised by this, Ricky?
We should never ever be surprised with the Ethan Higgins game. I think he's always showed class. I think recently sometimes he's dropped a few games and you think, hold on, like he's losing it. But he's never not there in the game. Like you never see him lose 8-0 or 9-0. He's always in a game. Hold on.
Absolutely. There's a finish shot coming in. Good save from Roofs. The other games that we were just alluding to, Actual Emperor and Lunatic, 2-0 up for Actual Emperor, NH and Griffey. Locked in battle right now, and that will be the first point on the board for Fulham. If that result was to stick, Jafonso with a goal back.
I've just seen a Briggs Army fist bump. I got to know what that was for. 2-1 here in Ethan's game.
Has faced adversity throughout the Premier League, Jafonso and Bonanno Case, but they seem to be coming out on top even when they're not playing that well.
That's the thing, like they could be down by a few goals, but as we see that replay come in here, I mean, easy over the top. Doumbia was able to finish that. But like we said, they've had a couple matches that were a bit worrisome. But I think it just goes to show they have competed at the highest level in multiple different leagues. They have trophies under their belt. And so even down, I think that they have the morale to stay in those type of games.
And this was that Jafonso goal. Once again, Brolin with the finish. Bonanno just with a little look out the corner of his eye there, keeping an eye on that game. Here's Griffey answering back against NH. Steven Gerrard with the strike. And NH going back in front. It's a mistake out the back.
Bad. Rushed
can't make those errors.
You can't rush with a ball like that, especially when you've just brought the game back. Now you've lost all momentum, and now NH is going to probably push with that.
And here is Actual Emperor coming forward. Lots of space there. Fabregas.
Nice.
Simple finish into the bottom corner. And it looks like Actual Emperor's added a third here, Kes.
Yep, and of course, starts off with Brolin. Mo Salah across the goal, makes it 3.
And this could be a 4th.
He just keeps going. It's Brolin again. 4-0 for Actual Emperor.
Hold on.
Perfect timing. Emi Martinez forced down to his near post. Scored from the last corner, did Ethan. Will he have success again? It's floated into the back post. Van Dijk wins the first contact, and Dorgu will just clear his lines for Jafonso and get into half-time, get a little bit of input coming in there from Edu, the coach behind him. 2-2 here, and that will do us for half-time. Also, all level at the moment.
Yes, I think that obviously we knew that this game was going to be a nail-biter, but I think Man City, they're looking for perfection. They want to have a perfect weekend. I mean, that really sets themselves up well going into playoffs, and so Crystal Palace obviously not wanting to give that to them, being 1 and 2 on the leaderboard. But again, like, those spots are going to matter so much in terms of what we're going to see in a couple weeks' time.
Absolutely. Speaking of the leaderboard and spots mattering, every goal matters at the moment. They were perfect up to this point, Man City, but just stumbling at the Palace hurdle at the moment. And you know what that means for the leaderboard. Crystal Palace go top on head-to-head. Right now on 19 points and 19 points on the head-to-head, with Ethan beating Jafonso. Palace are top. Surprised by that?
No. They're both great teams. Like I think we disrespect the Crystal Palace camp a little bit too much, I think, because both of them on their day can win big games. We've seen it before. Ethan's won many big games. Briggs won a lot of games as well. Like, it's not like, I think, obviously, you think it's a bit surprising both of them are not winning. Like, you'd think one of them would be winning, but I'm not surprised individually, no.
Absolutely. I might be surprised by some of these questions coming in, though, Ricky. What's it feel like to be a trendsetter with Drogba at left mid?
I might have just pulled my cards out too early. I think people might follow me next in 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time. Hopefully, people can't do the same stuff I can do. You know what I mean?
We had Stokes on, actually, and he said it actually does take a lot of adaptation. G-Dog, RSD, are you listening to music when playing?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Listen, we've got to stop listening to Stokes. Guys, please.
I think we've got a couple more as well. Who's the most surprising player for you right now in EPL? We'll go for another competitor. Yeah.
Oh, another competitor. Who do I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think there's not been much surprise. I feel like a lot of things are going well. Like
Sam Brewster beating Young 6-1.
You know what? But I don't want to give Sam Brewster a compliment. That's my main issue. Yeah, we'll go with Sam Brewster. We've seen it before from him. What, FIFA 22 or FC 22? He's very, very good.
And final one there coming in. What's the best passing play style?
It's got to be Tiki, just because you can also through ball with it. But I don't think actually, you know what? I've just changed my mind straight there. I can't play with a striker that doesn't have incisive. I've just lied for no reason. Yeah, incisive by far the best, I think.
We're back underway into the action, Case. 30 minutes left to play. Every single goal could be massive here. Dig to the back post. There's Haaland. Great save.
What a save from Emi Martinez there. No, you mentioned it. These last few minutes are such a nail biter. All these games are happening at the same time. Cole Palmer makes it 3.
Wow. Ethan Higgins dragging Crystal Palace to the top spot right now.
But you know what? I sat there with Ethan before the tournament started, and I saw Van Dijk, and I thought, what's the point of him? He's too slow for me. I think he's not that great, but he set corners.
He's getting assists.
He gets assists. He's the creative player in this team.
And you just see there the communication between the two of them as well. What's your score? We need to this head-to-head. You get a draw, I get a win. We're in.
Yeah.
You have to be locked in. You have no other option.
And speaking of getting wins, a mistake from the back. And it's capitalised on from Bonanno. 3-2, he now leads. We're going to have to see that table because every single goal will change how it is looking.
That aim on that shot was insane. To be honest, I didn't think there was any space on that side.
We do have, obviously, Chelsea and Fulham underway. We're in a double pause right now. A lot of changes being made, tactical, or maybe just a little bit of a mental reset with only 30 minutes left to play. The biggest 30 minutes of the ePremier League so far as we close out these all-important groups. It's going to be Group A finishing first, and then we're going to go B, C and D throughout. So that goal right there puts City back top with a little bit of breathing room. It's a 1-goal swing. If Brigami gets a draw and Ethan holds on, Palace go top. Big 25 minutes incoming, Case.
Absolutely. Every single goal is going to matter. It does seem like Brig is taking his time here, making sure he's choosing the perfect option here.
If you're Ethan as well in this predicament, Ricky, you can't take your eye off the ball too much because you're playing against Jafonzo. It's not like you can look across.
Yeah, you can't even
You've got to be locked into your game.
You go off the ball in 1 second, it's over. Like, he is a guy that will capitalise on your mistakes.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars between the two of them, Jafonzo and Bonanno, in terms of prize money earned from this esport. Let's have a look at Lo Griffey here. He's back in the game against NH with Cesc Fabregas. However, it was Chelsea just walking through.
This looks like a speed move. What game are we playing, NH?
An actual Emperor added another one here. It was Mo Salah with the outside the boot, low driven there, and one quickly followed straight after as well, Coach.
Yes, actual Emperor flying in this last game for him, making it 6. He's had a tough start to his group stage, but he is going to be finishing strong as we see Ethan traveling up the pitch with Holland. Finish with Holland as well. We don't see Holland too much on any of their teams.
No, we don't, but he's doing the business.
There's only 2 people in the tournament that play back post crosses. Me and Ethan Higgins.
Yeah.
Holland and Drogba.
Yeah.
Listen,
I think there might be more.
Yeah. I'm a little bit worried. I'm actually very worried, to be honest, because look, you can see what he's doing you can see what he's doing. You know what I mean? Like, it works. It definitely works. People in practice don't think it works because people play a lot different in practice than in the actual game.
Well, there's also a real lack of aerial fortress defenders.
The right backs are really small.
Yeah.
Like, so it's obviously it's easy. Like, because you can also play the knockdown as well. You don't have to shoot the header. You can pass it, and that also creates panic in the box. The guys, your centre backs, they're going to grab the wrong centre backs, and it's going to be easy for you to make chances.
And this area here, this is the danger area, because then if you're Bonanno as well, you're already starting to back off ever so slightly. If that's Ethan, it's getting floated in, or you can dribble it.
It's just another option. You don't even ever have to play it. You just need your opponent to worry about it. Hold on. Oh.
There's a free kick there just for Crystal Palace is going to another pause case.
Yes. Brig Army, obviously. Again, there's so much chatter between the two of them. I feel like we see the most. They're both in pauses right now, so that's why. But I do feel like they have that team chemistry going for both of them. And that's exactly what you need in the final stages of this competition, especially when it's so close in terms of this group. We'll see if anything can shift around, because currently Man City is still sitting on top.
I'm just going to take a little listen in here.
Has he got Van Dijk? Sí. He doesn't. Y el lateral derecho. Timber.
Just hearing on the Brig side, does he have Van Dijk?
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a corner here.
Yeah.
Whipped into that back post and a head down. Apologies for any unsavoury language that you might have crept in there. Tensions running high at the Premier League. NH nipped his nose back in front there against Griffith. 5-4 now, and once again, Thomas Brolin on that score sheet, as he seems to have been all day long. Let's get back into that Bonanno and Brig Army game. We got another actual Emperor goal to show you as well. Mo Salah again on that right foot. We're back underway, 3-2. Bonanno twists his man, fires across the goalkeeper, and what a save from Roofs.
Bonanno's surely got a corner. There's no way he's walked out here with no corner.
I think Brig Army said there, I don't think I'm going to get the ball. 87th minute.
Arboreal, if there's going to be someone to hold the ball here for the next 5 minutes, it is Bonanno. You know what I mean?
He's going to go direct into... No, he's going near post.
He's got 2 people close.
Yeah. Play short. Play a lot cancel. Taking the time, but he has given the ball away, and it's given Brig Army a chance. It's given Palace a chance to finish first. Mo Salah driving down the right-hand side. Doesn't have many white, red and blue shirts up with him, but finds Bruno Fernandes. Can't quite get the pass away.
He needs a +2.
With only one additional minute. Brig knows.
Hold on.
That unless there's a Bonanno mistake, the referee doesn't play it. Manchester City, once again, Top of the pile after the group stages. Brig Army desperately close, giving Bonanno his toughest game of the EPL so far. Could have gone another way.
A great fight there from Crystal Palace, but it is the back-to-back champions that will be top of the group, which sets them up very nicely for the end of March. They're going directly through to the quarterfinals. That's what they're looking for this weekend as we finish out the last few minutes here in the Jafonzo game.
And I think it just goes to show, Ricky, how hard it is to go max points 24 from 24.
I think it also shows a threat of Crystal Palace. Look what's going on the screen. People really don't back these guys as one of the top favourites of this tournament.
Do you think when we go to aggregate scoreline as well, it actually favours them?
Yes, because especially if Brig goes first.
I mean, they win this game on aggregate.
Yeah.
3-2-4-1, they go through.
Because maybe not now. But Brig is the guy that normally attacks. Ethan's the calm, composed one normally. So they really work well. Like, you need that. I feel like you need one guy that's really strong at holding the ball and keeping the game close, and one guy that's a great attacker. And that's what this duo is.
As we wrap up these groups here, Man City will be top. Chelsea slot into the middle of the pack. Crystal Palace close in second, and look, 18 points in another group. Probably finishes your top.
Yep. That Group D, the one I'm in.
Yeah.
But luckily, the second place matters this year, so they're setting themselves up way better.
That's the best part about
March.
the format. Like before, like even if you came fifth, you are in the exact same place as someone second. Obviously the seeding, but because now if you come third, second, you're in a different stage, which is much better.
Obviously, your group is going to be rounded out finally today. Looking forward to seeing how it all wraps up.
No, I don't want to play. No, listen, I could either come second, first, fifth right now. It's going to be fun. As long as I'm enjoying myself at the end of the game. I mean, maybe if I lose like 5-6-0, there might not be a smile, but we'll see what happens.
Well, it's 21 points for Manchester City, and that will do it. Palace ran them ever so close. And at points, they were top on head-to-head. However, it's the Citizens who, after back-to-back ePremier League victories, will be guaranteed a spot in the quarter-finals, finishing on 21 points out of 24. Ricky, I've got to say, it's been an absolute pleasure. I think you've been fantastic for the first ever time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Group A is almost complete. We've just got, I think, a full-time result coming in from Chelsea and Fulham now. Their ePremier League campaign for the groups is over. They'll be back in 3 weeks' time to see if Fulham can turn it around and cause a massive upset. I tell you what, if you think that game was good between Palace and City, look what we've got coming up. Sunderland and Aston Villa. How will Group B round out? Make sure you stick with us to find out.
How about this then? An ePremier League final, which looks exactly the same as it did 12 months ago, as Brighton & Hove Albion will take on Manchester City.
Incredible from Jadon.
You can't compete with him.
A 2-goal lead Armani has going into leg 2. The 2-goal cushion that was made for his teammate has been wiped away. This is beautiful. Matthias Bruno! Manchester City have done it again! Back-to-back ePremier League champions!
And that exact esports team, Manchester City, are top of Group A. They have confirmed with 21 points out of 24. We predicted they'd do 24, but congratulations to Ethan and Crystal Palace, because deservedly beating Jafonso as we're looking at the highlights of that game.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing really, he'll be so disappointed, because it was this performance here, it was this goal right here. If Crystal Palace drew this match between Bonano and Brigami, Palace finished first on head-to-head. They would have got both on 19 points and Palace would have gone top. Bonano snuck out the win.
Doesn't that just say how amazing this concept is of 2v2? We've seen it even with Manchester City in previous finals in this competition. Both players really matter.
Absolutely, and I think, look, to be honest, we thought Group A was done. It was one of the groups that you thought was a clear steam train rolling away in Manchester City. The groups we've got to come are even better. Obviously, when Wolves are going to be playing Leeds, but more important, that Group D, I cannot wait for that to unfold when we get there eventually.
Yeah, we will get there eventually. Let's take a look at Chelsea against Fulham. It was a resounding 6 points for Chelsea. It's not really been a good weekend from a Fulham perspective.
No, it's absolutely not. But the big thing is, you come back and you've got an opportunity to perform the miracle of all miracles.
A few weeks of practice beforehand.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Get in the lab, because that is something you don't want to see.
Well, listen, minus 38 goal difference at the bottom of Group A, but we'll focus on the top. Crystal Palace as well. What a performance by them in Group A. They finished second.
Yeah, absolutely. And just adding on to what Richard said, the difference when we come back to the knockouts, this bracket here, it will be an aggregate scoreline. So you cannot let your teammate down. You can't go and concede 6 or 7 in a game. You just can't, Rich, because it'll be game over.
No, you can't.
It'll be done.
I think you see the bracket there. Obviously, a couple of those people are locked in. Fulham down in the bottom spot there. Palace all the way in knockouts round 3. Everything else is looking to change up, but Chelsea, Fulham, and obviously Palace and Man City in the quarterfinals already. Only 3 wins away from a back-to-back-to-back ePremier League.
Yeah, winning the group really does mean a lot. Let's take a look at the tactics, shall we, of every single one of our players in Group A. Rich, which tactics are you going to be choosing?
I mean, you've probably got to look at Jafonso or Bonano. I'm intrigued to see what Lunatic's been doing there. See if I can maybe adjust a couple of things, make it work for me. Out of everyone there, I was really impressed with Ipman. I thought Ipman actually played some really decent stuff.
Scored a lot of goals as well,
didn't he? Scored a lot of goals, and they'll be dangerous when they come back.
Yeah, let's move on then, shall we, to Group B, because the fun doesn't stop in the Premier League. Wow, what a round of fixtures we have got here. Sunderland are in action against Aston Villa, and Nottingham Forest are in action against Brentford. We're looking at some highlights here. This is an unbelievable matchup, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, look, what we saw from Tom Stokes was moments there, and in his last game, if there was an extra 5 minutes on the clock, he could have had a point or maybe more against Carl East, who's won Manchester United's only points here in the ePremier League. This is all to play for in the final round.
I mean, anything could happen in this group, in Group B. I mean, what are you most looking forward to seeing? Because we've got that, but also we've got a great game on the B stream as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the first time today where we've got the players obviously over on the B stream looking across at also what's happening over there. We had Michael Fisher on the B stream with us, and he was saying if we match their results or try and sort of outdo what they're doing, we'll finish first. This is going to be that table constantly changing, and also Brentford haven't played that well over the last 2 days. Now's the time to turn up, be a thorn in the side of Nottingham Forest.
Have a buzz.
They could be buzzing by the end of it.
That quote has not been said. It was the banker.
Will the bees be buzzing? Listen, it's a bit emotional in the studio here today, which is why we're going to head over to Ryan Pessoa and Casey. Ryan, have you got tears in your eyes, mate?
What's happening, Ryan?
Rich just said something a bit funny. It tickled me there, but we're going to be focusing on Sunderland.
There's actual tears in your eyes right
No,
now.
honestly, that was a funny one there, Rich. I'll give you that. Sunderland, of course, Paolo Neto, unbelievable. He's been flawless, young as well, sensational. That game, though, against Sam Brewster, he'll want to right that wrong straight away.
Absolutely. Of course, we'll be talking specifically about Paolo Neto, though, because we have some highlights here from the Brentford game. He scored so many goals. But let's run this clip because Paolo Neto has been absolutely stellar this weekend. Undefeated, has not lost a game. Ryan, talk me through some of his gameplay here.
Yeah, I love this goal. Of course, it comes straight from kickoff, but if you notice, there's a triggered run at the bottom side of your screen. He plays it really well. Player locks it, cancels it so many times. It causes Brentford, there's so many options there. You don't even know where to defend. There's so many different runners that you have to think about. The player locks, you have to focus on it. Who is he going to play the pass to? Eventually, that ends up scoring a fantastic goal from Paolo Neto, who's been probably player of the tournament. I know he's got another game to go. It's a big game against Villa, but he's been sensational.
Definitely one of them. Well, they do have Villa upcoming next. Ryan, thoughts about that last matchup? It's a good one. It's a very good matchup.
It's a great game. I think Sunderland will do their job, in my opinion. I think they'll finish top of the group, but they also have to focus on Forest. Forest aren't going to go down without a fight. They can still potentially get top spot, but I think Sunderland will do it.
All right, well, we will have to see. Group B is about to be underway. You do not want to miss it. Let's get straight into those games.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, we cannot wait for this. Someone who's just concluded their own group is next to us now with Konkai of Liverpool. I mean, look, what have you made of your ePremier League group stage? How's it been for you?
It's been really enjoyable so far. I think I had such a good day yesterday. Performed really well, and today was a bit disappointing for me, but I'm hoping we're going to finish third.
Do you think it was the Bournemouth game that maybe let you down ever so slightly?
Yeah, it definitely was. I think I went into the game a bit too confident after yesterday, and I think that's not the way to play it in this game.
Well, look, they're back in the knockouts, aren't they, Shuri? Well, they can put it all right.
100%, and if you get that third place spot, Konkai, as well, I mean, why can't you guys go and make a run, especially you took a huge game off Nixneb yesterday, which is a massive result.
Yeah, I think we proved in the group today that we can kind of beat anyone. Zanieri got results against Diogo, I think one of the best players here. I got a result against Neb, who's probably, again, one of the best players here. So I think we could go on a run.
Well, let's see what this game's going to bring us then. This is Group B, and the final conclusion of this round. Who is going to top the group? Who's going to bring the drama?
Well, an early chance here for Sunderland. They score it straight away. 5 minutes in here, Semenyo from that far side. I mean, Kongai, just talk to me about that goal, how important it is straight away. You know, you've triggered that winger, the timing of those triangle through balls.
Yeah, again, it's probably the most common way to score on this FIFA, on this EAFC, just triggering an early run, getting the through balls going, and then Semenyo's never really going to miss 5-star weak foot.
Who was your left midfielder? Who are you using?
I had Doumbia on the left, but Semenyo was on the right.
Nice. Good stuff. And we see Sunderland, it's been 2 early goals.
What
here
a
in this other
start
game.
over in that pod. We know that the Black Caps with the Brazilians have been free flowing with goals. Paolo Neto and Young. Well, who's going to win this game? That's the question. We're on a poll now. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to get all points? I mean, realistically, it should be Sunderland, Konkai, the top this group. Do you think that would change or not?
I think Sunderland are the favourites. I think especially after the last result when Kyle beat Stokes, I think that was a bit of a shock and it might have dented his confidence. But I think Paolo and Cameron's going to be a great game. I think they're 2 of the best players here.
We were keeping a close eye on that Manchester United game when they came very close. Aston Villa obviously did throw away some important points there. What could have been for Tom Stokes in the game, even if he got an extra point?
Yeah, absolutely. They put themselves in a more difficult position here, and Stokes with 3 points out of 9. You'd really think in this one that he needs to put it right, but it's crazy with Stokes because we know his level. He can beat all of the best players, Konkai. I think we know that for a fact.
Yeah, I think with him, he's one of them players. I think he can beat anyone, but with the way he plays, I think he could equally lose to anyone, which is, I think, opposite to someone like Cameron, who's quite solid the whole way through.
Great chance there for Paolo Neto to double his lead.
Well, there's the poll at the bottom of the screen. 61% of you think that Paolo Neto is going to have the advantage on Cameron Rock. Speaking of Cameron Rock, there's an equaliser.
Cameron Rock's consistency, I think we need to start speaking about it, because that man, like Konkai just said there, he's just someone who you just know you're kind of going to get a 7 out of 10 from him at every performance, at every tournament.
And I also think on that, Shuri, as well, like there's nothing against previous partners he's had. Maybe he's just been waiting for a different type of partner. And is that the player of Tom Stokes?
Well, it might be, because even if they don't finish top of the table, if they finish 3rd in this group, I feel like Stokes is someone who could go and do big in a knockout round as we have Young goal here. Oh dear.
No, this is a Tom Stokes moment. He won't want to see again in a hurry. That's Young scoring against Tom Stokes. So that's 2-1 Sunderland lead as it stands. Sunderland taking at least 3 points.
We've seen that kind of thing far too many times this weekend. We've seen some bizarre mistakes. That goal poacher game stands out. Brandon, we had a couple of mistakes earlier on.
Paolo Neto back in front, 2-1. He leads. Oh, what about that for a cheeky chip? Steven Gerrard over the top.
Well, Stevie Gerrard of Liverpool. I mean, what's it like wearing that Liverpool strip as well?
Oh, for me, it's a dream come true. I support Liverpool. I'm a big Liverpool fan, so this is, yeah, it's been surreal for me, to be honest.
I'm very jealous with it on. It's looking beautiful, mate.
It's,
it's a team you haven't represented yet in the Premier League, Shorey.
Next year?
Well, maybe even a duo.
With Conkai, who knows?
Yeah. Could have happened this year.
Could have, if I wasn't a bottle job. We go again.
Oh, did you enter the Premier League this year, Shorey? No comment.
I don't think we need to talk about it, mate.
You weren't on the same side of the bracket, were you?
I didn't even make it into the bracket with Conkai. I snuck out of it.
Finesse! I think you'd be thanking Young for that goal, Shorey. Just to move on swiftly.
Yeah, thank you, Young. I appreciate it. I don't know if you can hear me with your headset locked in there. God knows if he's got his music on or game sound, but a lovely finish.
Well, there will be people out there that don't understand how you can be in the Premier League, Shorey. Obviously, all jokes aside, anyone can sign up, can't they, from home?
Literally, anyone can sign up. If you're at home, guys, and you're absolutely beaming on FC, I'll tell you something, give yourself a run out next year in the ePremier League qualifiers, because it's a great chance to see some fantastic talent, as we see Paolo Neto making it 3-1 in his game as well, and Sunderland making that little blip before, shoving it under the carpet, should we say.
I mean, Conco, you've had the chance of representing Chelsea as well, right?
Yeah. Yep, and Aston Villa. I was Cameron's partner before, and I did.
That was no shade at you, by the way.
I did kind of let him down. Yeah, I think you mentioned earlier that looking for a better teammate.
Here, Brandon. Come on, leave the commentary desk.
I did let him down that year, to be fair.
Speaking of goals, bringing up timing to change the subject, Brandon.
But no, I just thought it was a valid point that, look, we've seen, you can even argue with Tom sometimes, Tom Lees. He's had multiple different partners. You feel like maybe the Mark Marley partnership this year might be the right one?
Yeah, that end of the day group D will be really interesting to see how they fare here. But Villa getting a goal back in this one.
What a game this one will be, by the way, in the last round of action. This is Paolo Neto. We'll be jumping between the two games. This is Paolo Neto. Assist Fabregas of all people to come forward. Finesse, thank you very much. 4-1 he leads over Cameron Rock.
I mean, Congai, these top players, one of the things I'll say about them, and I'm sure you share the same opinion, is they're just so clinical in front of goal. They just don't miss.
Yeah, they never do. Especially, I think in this game, it's quite with the finesse play style, the low-driven play style. When you are through one-on-one and the lack of keeper movement,
it's hard to miss now.
It is hard to miss, yeah. But these guys never miss ever.
Locked in is the Brazilian Paolo Neto. First time in the Premier League. Michael Fisher. Let's turn our attentions over to Stream B. Because Nottingham Forest, and Sam Brewster, we're seeing now, are doing all they can to give Nottingham Forest the best chance to have a great run in the knockout bracket.
Oh, the Brewdog, he's absolutely cooking. We've seen Sam Brewster have fantastic ePremier League performances in the past, and he's doing so there. And we've got another goal here from Young as well on that finesse with Sade.
Unbelievable. Again, of course, the ePremier League has the grand finals in front of us on the 28th and 29th of March. If you grab your phone and scan the QR code just in the corner of the screen there, you can join us for the live finals of the £100,000 ePremier League. Who will be the champion this year? Come and join us live in Manchester as another goal goes in the bottom side of the screen. That's one back for Connor's Army. He could be another one though for Young. Estefao, 5-2.
This is insane. Absolutely insane FC being played. That extra pass going back to the centre midfielder, then back into the winger. Estevao there to finish him off. His fellow Brazilian. I mean, if we just watch this again here, this is the extra reset play that you need. Just a little 1-2 there. It can just send the defence out of sorts, Conca.
Yeah, I think these top players, their composure and their vision is so good. If they have a pass open, they'll always play it. They're never going to miss that pass.
What was your opinion when you saw the two Brazilians come into to the Premier League? Was you like, oh, come on, guys?
I don't know much about Young. I know he's made World Cups and I know he's a great player. Paulo, I think you'll understand this. Do you know when you think you're good at the game, you think you're one of the top players, and you play someone else and you realise you're not that good?
There's another level to it.
Paulo did that to me back a few titles ago. I thought I was at the top of my game. Paulo was probably the best player I've ever played.
Is that important, though, to play against people like that? Because that's the only way you're going to learn and improve.
100%. Playing, even all the people here, playing against Paulo, playing against the Man City boys, practicing against them will show you what it takes to reach that level.
What was your toughest game, would you say, across the 2 days?
Rastarata, he battered me, to be fair. He's a great player again. I think playing the non-UK players, they bring something a little bit different. I think every country has their own play style, and I think he brings something a bit different that some of the UK players don't.
Yeah, Wolves have been quite frightening, haven't they?
Yeah.
In the Premier League. Half-time here, I mean, we've not been short of goals, have we, from both of the Sunderland-Aston Villa games. We have had 5-1 in that one at half-time, and this one is just about to go into half-time as Young looking for a 6th goal. I mean, these scorelines in 6-minute halves is rather impressive.
One thing I want to ask you, Konkai, of course, the importance. I imagine you use player locks a lot, right?
Yeah.
How interesting do you find it when Stokes is playing at this level but never uses any player locks at all?
It is mad to me. I think he's so fundamentally good. I think no matter what title it is, he plays the same way, and to play at that level for that long is really impressive.
Definitely, and one thing I want to touch on there, you see the way that Young came out with his keeper there. He's definitely been studying Stokes' gameplay, because we've seen Stokes score in that corner from the back post. Van Dijk headed down from the player locks. He went straight out there, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I think when I arrived there, Stokes said he'll be disappointed if he doesn't score at least two corner goals a game.
Per game?
Yeah, that's what he said. That was the first thing I heard him say. So he's definitely been working on them.
How do you think this is feeling for Young, Konkai? He lost his last game, looking to bounce back. Obviously lost to Nottingham Forest, looking to do what he can now. He's in a great position at half-time. Surely that's just what you want. When your teammates winning all your games and scoring loads of goals, you want to feel like you're backing him up.
Yeah, definitely. It can be quite demoralising. You look across your screen, you see your teammate losing, especially if you're not doing too well. But yeah, to bounce back after that defeat to Brewster against a player like Stokes, it's going to help him a lot.
Well, another update. Sam Brewster has scored again. 3 goals to 1. Michael Fish is still leading 3-0 in that game as well. Will be Brentford and Manchester United at the bottom of the table. Bruno Fernandes gets 1 back for Tom Stokes.
I mean, Sam Brewster will be very happy about that, I tell you that. He's just turned around and asked me the scores. They're absolutely cruising over there. I'm telling you. The dark horse of the tournament, I don't even think that even comes close to how well those boys are playing.
It's great as well that maybe not loads of people are speaking about them, because they can just get on and crack on with their business.
Just get cracking, no faffing about. They just can crack on, can't they?
Hopefully they can sort of crack into the knockouts.
They could just crack another goal, couldn't they? Any more? Cracking a laugh? I don't know.
Any more for any more. Back to this one, 5 goals to 3. Young is still leading. You'd think he cannot throw away this one. 21 points there on. I mean, as it stands, no one's gone perfect here. 1 back for Lani in the corner of your screen.
The only last one I got for you is Will Young cracking defence. Soon by now, won't we?
We shall indeed. That's the table as it stands now with its current situation. Nottingham Forest, 18 points. And that's due to Sunderland maximising the points here. If they could drop some points, it could allow Nottingham Forest to squeeze in. What a tackle from Calafiori.
Yeah, massive stuff here. Been a really interesting final 30 minutes or so in this fixture. Going to see if Stokes can pull off a comeback that would shake up the group even more. Trying to work it down this far hand side here.
Let's see if Palmer fancies a crack at it from the edge of the box. Dumbia. Extra pass, Palmer! Oh, that was nearly the chance for Stokes to pull one back.
There it is,
there's the flick
corner.
down. Back to Brolin. Stokes just saying you're very lucky now. I mean, look, how different has it been as well, Conkai, playing on 6.5s to 9-minute halves? Was it an easy adjustment?
I think it's harder than people would think. 9-minute, if you're 3-0 down, you still have a lot of time to get back into the game. If you're 3-0 down in a 6-minute half, you're kind of thinking game's already done.
Mentally, it's a lot more difficult, isn't it?
Definitely.
6-minute half.
I think it's good if you're winning. I think it's easy, obviously easier to keep the ball, less time.
Come back!
What a goal.
Palmer!
Between the goalkeeper of his and your man just come back.
6-3.
Yeah, Stokes saying about his keeper that he may as well not be there. And I think he's pretty accurate in what he's saying. Yeah, that's shocking from the keeper, if we're being honest with ourselves.
I think he wants goalkeeper watch there after that. Not happy at all. Up there over here, Cameron Rock. Are we on for a comeback on this side for Aston Villa? Cameron Rock with Doumbia.
Little dinky winky, we call that one. Cameron's going to need to win massive in that game.
Palinetto has scored again. 6 goals to 2. If there was any chance of a comeback, unfortunately, that's going to be out the window now.
Well, I think we call that the swift reply.
That's the best time to score, isn't it? You've just conceded. If there's any chance of a comeback or momentum building.
Michael Fisher and Sam Brewster just making light work of their games, looking to secure second place in that Group B. You can see it as it stands on the left-hand side there, ladies and gentlemen.
What a ball that is. Stokes, offside. They look tight.
Conker, how are you feeling then going into the potential gauntlet bracket next month?
I'm feeling good. I'm looking forward to it. I think this event's been really good. It's good to. I think this is quite a high standard of players here. I think everyone here's a good player. So
finesse. Offside. The question as well, Conker, obviously, how are you feeling about how the knockouts will change? Because the gauntlet bracket is going to be like an aggregate scoreline, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a good change. I think it benefits teams finishing third rather than, yeah, you're looking to finish third or second rather than it not really mattering finishing second, third, fourth, or fifth. And then the aggregate score again, if one of your teammates is flying and you put yourself 5-0 up, it makes it light work for your teammate.
Yeah, the all-important question about that, I mean, would you rather be the man playing first or playing second? That's always the interesting question.
I think it depends on the matchup. Yeah. Honestly, if you're confident that you're gonna win your game, I think it's better to go first because you can put your team 3, 4, 5-0 up, and then you're taking all the pressure off your teammate. I think.
What about you, Shuri?
Well, based off last year, mate, probably got to say I'd rather go second because I messed up. I lost 6-4 in the first knockout round.
I see it both ways though, because if you're in second and you know you're either going into a lead with a lead, sometimes that could be quite uncomfortable.
To be fair, I've got that wrong actually. The first round, Bruni played the first leg, and then I actually did come back. So no, maybe I'm a second game player, Brandon, actually. So there's your answer, fella. Oh wow, we got 7-2 in this one now.
7 goals to 2. I mean, look, I don't know if Palinetto and Young are having a competition of their own of how many goals they can score. 50 goals they have scored, more than 50 goals now. Sunderland in the Premier League this season.
Well, I think Sunderland have just shown there that Young has shown that game against Sam Brewster was probably just more of a blip for him in his own ability, but take nothing away from how well Michael Fisher and Sam Brewster have done, and that second place spot in the group is still going to be massive for them.
Into the final 12 minutes. If it wasn't to be Liverpool in the final of the Premier League this year, Conkai, who do you reckon would be the grand final?
Well, the way Sunderland are playing, it's hard to say. No, they're not going to make it. And then it's between Leeds and Man City, I think.
And your champion this year? Man City in 3 in a row?
It's hard, honestly. There's nothing in between Leeds, Sunderland and City. I think they're the 3 favourites, but it's impossible to pick between them, I think.
Well, handshakes between the 2 of the Nottingham Forest players. We've got some full-time results there. 4-1. And another convincing win.
Yeah, this just securing for the Forest boys that unfortunately they've put in a great performance, but it's not going to be enough to get themselves that top spot. But second in the group secured for Nottingham Forest.
4-1, 4-1. I mean, Nottingham Forest looking across, hoping that there would be a slip-up from Sunderland, but that's just not going to be the case by the looks of it. You've got a 5-goal gap here and made that even more of a gap.
It just wasn't even close to a slip-up as well.
You got a 5 gap,
5-goal
gap
lead
there as well.
5-goal lead in both games.
Why do you think they've been so good, Sunderland?
On this game, you have to be good at attacking. You have to have a lot of different ways of scoring. There's the first-time through balls, there's the double taps, there's even creative runs have become the meta now. You have to have all of that in your locker, and I think Paolo and Young are two of the best at implementing all of them into their game.
Couldn't agree more, Konkai. Couldn't agree more. I mean, how important is it as pros to have all those different ways of scoring and attacking, even like the corners we were touching on? You know, just, I think we call them cheap goals sometimes, but you need that in professional football. You need any type of goal you can score.
Yeah, like, and any goal is worth 1 goal. You can score the best goal, most mechanical goal. It's going to be 1 goal. You can score a corner, it's 1 goal. You just need as many ways of scoring as possible, and I think that's what these guys do best.
Well, it looks as if Group B is about to conclude. It is the new addition to the Premier League this year in Sunderland, with 2 Brazilian players, Paulo Neto and Young, topping the table. Yes, it might not be 24 points that they dreamed of, but I tell you what, they've scored more than most in the competition. It's a late consolation for Cameron Rock over here as well, but regardless of it, they've scored 15 goals between them. Make that more, sorry, 16 goals between them, because Young just needed another one, didn't he?
And this is just getting a bit silly. They've almost put up 10 goals in 1 game again.
My worrying part of this is, Shuri, when we go to the knockouts, there's aggregate scorelines. Well, how they're playing and how they're scoring so many goals, it's just giving your teammate such a leg up.
Yeah.
I mean, you're giving them a 4, 5, 6 goal cushion potentially.
Well, this is why the format for them will be so good, because the belief they will have in each other. You know, we were just speaking before about who goes first, who goes second. These guys aren't going to care. Not one bit. I know both of them have got insane scoring capability, and this
surely not 10.
Might be 10.
Palmer. Well, look, that will be the end of the road in Group B. Aston Villa will stay in 3rd heading into the gauntlet. But for the Black Cats, Sunderland will top Group B. They will go into the quarter-finals of the ePremier League in their 1st season in the competition. But we're not done yet, because next up is Group C. Will the defending, reigning ePremier League champion in text of his teammate Nick Stev go top, or will it be the new Portuguese duo in Wolves? Don't miss it, it's up next.
Yes, guys, well, welcome back to the ePremier League, where we see Group B has been concluded by the main men on my right here. I mean, fellas, talk to me about that game, first power. I mean, that was just fantastic to close off the group.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was a really hard matchup against Cameron Rock. He's a really good player. We were both with 9 points at the moment. And yeah, in the end, I think I played really good. I showed my level, and yeah, I'm really happy.
Definitely showed your class being young. An amazing result against Stokes there. I mean, almost scoring 10, which is just absolutely ridiculous. Talk to me about your loss earlier. I don't want to bring up anything negative. You guys have just come top of the group, but was that surprising for you, that game?
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting a big loss. I knew that would be like a tough game against Sam Brewster because he was playing very good yesterday. I studied him a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think he managed to make like 12 points in the end, so no surprise for everyone that he made like 12. But then in the end, thanks that I have the best partner in the world, and he made the job as well.
Well, of course, you went and had a fantastic result there. I mean, what I'll say to you guys now is 21 points out of 24. Are you the guys to beat? Are you the guys to go and win the ePremier League 2026?
I hope so. We're going to see knockouts. It's a completely different tournament. And yeah, we just want to keep the level for knockouts. And I think if we play like that, we can win.
Yeah, well, I'd be very scared to play you, to be honest. I don't want to go anywhere near your guys' lobby. Congratulations, guys, on finishing top. We'll send it now over to the desk with FG.
Thank you very much to Shori, and a massive congratulations to Sunderland. What a debut in the ePremier League. They finished top of Group B, and deservedly so. Also, on the other side, the B stream, which I had the pleasure of watching with the man next to me, Richard Buckley, was a fantastic performance by Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, it just didn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things, did it? Because Sunderland got the job done. I just saw Sam Brewster walk out there and he just said a couple of individual mistakes just cost us in the end. But Sunderland, I mean, he had a setback, did Young. What a way to reply.
That's the thing. We were hoping that one team would go out on 24 points. That did not happen. They ended up on 21, the only misstep being Young in that one match. But for Paulo Neto, he was absolutely perfect all weekend. And it's just his first time in this league, and so he is absolutely stellar coming into the ePremier League.
Yeah, absolutely. And moving on towards Forest as well. They were absolutely brilliant today. We just spoke, Shuri just asked the question, Case, to Young as well about that. He said he expected it to be a difficult game. He did expect a big defeat, and it put them in this position where it wasn't in their hands. Sunderland ended up doing their job, but they faced a Brentford side who have not been great, to be honest with you, and they finished just above bottom. I think I'm head-to-head.
But they were professional, Nottingham Forest. They knew that they had to win to put the pressure on, and if Sunderland would have slipped up even a centimetre, Nottingham Forest were there to capitalise. For me, in this group, the disappointment really has got to come from Aston Villa. I think I expected them to be challenging up there alongside Forest and Sunderland. 4 wins, 4 losses. They'll be disappointed among themselves to finish in that middle of the table, and it puts them in a real difficult situation when we look at the gauntlet.
Well, we're going to look at the gauntlet right now, Mr. Richard, but let's take a look at that exact gauntlet because, look, some things are not guaranteed. One thing that is guaranteed is our players from Group A and Group B are in the correct positions. You can see Sunderland and Manchester City already booked their place into the knockouts round 4. What an advantage that is for them, but also what a disadvantage that is for teams who have not managed to win their groups.
That's the thing with this format this year. It makes such a difference. Every single goal was going to matter, and they're going to have to play extra games to make it to that final. It's that much extra work, and so if you're top of your group, I mean, you're sitting pretty already in the quarterfinals. It's that much easier.
That quadrant, by the way, there was a quadrant: Spurs, Wolves, City, Leeds, Sunderland. Whew.
Is that it?
What? That's horrific matchmaking.
That is not the best. There is the tactics you can see from Group B. Casey, which one are you picking?
Okay, I feel like an easy answer would be to go Sunderland, but I spoke with Sam Brewster on the B stream. He is one of the most intelligent players out there. He has the most insane tactics. He thinks about it very, very much. And so he can honestly write a novel about the in-depth tactics that he has. So I'm taking Sam Brewster.
It's not a bad shout at all. Rich?
Yeah, look, I've got to go for Brentford. I watched every single Brentford game over on the B stream, so I've got a really good knowledge of what they were doing. I'd like to see it up close and personal. Give me Lani or Connor's Army's tactics so I can have a deep dive at home.
Well, all the tactics are there for you on the screen. You can take a look, screenshot it if you need to. Take a look at this behind us then, because we've got the small matter of Group C coming up next and decider. This is going to be absolutely incredible because it's Leeds against Wolves, and the winner takes all.
Absolutely. No, it's going to be interesting as well because we have Tex versus Diogo. They're very good friends going into this last matchup. Last match, Diogo did have a draw, so it would have put them into a better position going into this one, but it's a must-win situation. They're looking to lock in that #1 spot.
Yeah, I think for me, I put a bit of, if you could hear us, I put a bit of pressure on Tex in the last game against Salmon. I thought that was his toughest game so far. This is now his toughest game of the day. It matters most. Against Wolves, they'll be looking across each other's games so much, seeing what each other's doing. I think the more entertaining game is going to be on the right because Nick Snebb loves to score goals and Rastarata has been a machine when it comes to putting the ball in the back of the net. I think high scoring, I think will probably come down to, it's going to be a point or two that separates first and second, and I cannot wait to get it going.
Let's take a look then, shall we, at Wolves in action, because like you said, they have been fantastic. They've set it up very nicely to face up against Tex and Nick Snebb. We would have looked at the group and you would have said Wolves have got a great side, but I mean, you expect Leeds United to win the group. Now, either team can take it.
Yeah, both up for grabs. Obviously, Rastarata coming into this league for the first time as well. He is undefeated. Both players undefeated. He won both games. Diogo just getting 2 draws, but we're going to have a lot of goals, and I'm here for it.
Yes, absolutely.
You can see, by the way, just on our side, we've got our casters there. Ryan Pessoa, I hope you've dried your eyes, mate. Let's get in to the next round of fixtures because this is going to be a big one.
Yeah, this one I've been looking forward to. As soon as I saw that this could be a potential matchup, I'm joined by, of course, Shori and the legend that is the coach of Gorilla. You must be delighted for Gorilla. He's had a great performance this weekend.
I'm wonderfully delighted because he's been doing everything that I'm wanting him to do. All he's lacking is the patience sometimes, and he says it himself. That's his biggest issue.
Yeah, and you saw that in that Tom Lees game. The patience was perfect for him. He saw that game out unbelievably well.
Yeah, I mean, a game that, for me, from a bias standpoint, hit home pretty hard. Your coaching ability, I mean, yeah, for Gorilla to take down Tom, obviously, it was an absolutely massive game there, and the coaching ability clearly through the roof.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look, of course. This is the big one, though. Tex versus Diogo, 2 very, very good friends. This isn't just them 2 against each other. This is massive for both Leeds and both Wolves who have aspirations of topping the group. I don't even know where predictions lay here. I can't even call this one.
In the words of Brandon Smith, this is more than just a game, this one right here. I think Tex was saying it in the interview before when we spoke to him. He literally said it, this is his best friend. This is essentially his best mate, and he's about to play him in a game to see if he can top the ePremier League groups. Yeah, how do you feel going? So what's a prediction for you for that? What are you thinking?
I'm going Tex and Nick Snebb.
Yep, going through to win it.
Straight out. I think that Tex is an unbelievable player. This guy doesn't have blood in his veins. He has ice.
He's very, very good, very strong. And I think he said as well, there's no friends in this game right now. He's up against a good friend outside of the virtual pitch, but he knows when it comes to kickoff, as we are 3 minutes in, he has to win. And he has to showcase why him and Leeds United deserve to be top spot in the Group C.
Oh, I can confirm to you guys as well, when Tex says there's no friends in this game, when it comes to actually playing against friends, I can confirm it because he absolutely destroyed me 3-0 back in 23 when I needed a win. And he said, listen, mate, I need the win, so tore me apart.
Yeah, he'll be kicking from left to right, of course, in the Leeds United strip. It's going to be Diogo pushing forward early doors, though. And the back post cross. Talk me through the crossing, as we've seen a couple plays. We've seen RSD utilise it a lot. Havertz, Drogba at the back post, Haaland with Ethan. Is that something potentially you'd look at for Gorilla to maybe implement, or?
Yeah, I think for the knockout stages, I think more and more people will try to use that to their advantage, having a tall, big striker at the left-hand side or right-hand side. Try to use those crosses.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's going to be a double tap pass across. Enzo with the volleyed finish. Leeds United and Tex take the early 1-0 lead against Wolves.
I mean, this is just fantastic getting to watch Tex live in action on the main stage. I want to talk about this goal. I want to talk about how important it is here, what he does with Cole Palmer. A lot of players would fake a play lock here. You can see Diogo backing up with the defender. Tex is doing a million things there. It looks like he's doing nothing. It actually looks like he's doing nothing. The way he's dribbled there is fantastic.
He scored a familiar goal. It wasn't a double tap, but the way he worked it down the byline. I can't remember if it was the Salmon game or was it yesterday, but he scored a very familiar goal. Once he attacks down the wings, he's very difficult to stop.
Indeed, indeed. And you see the composure of him being in that tight spot, left stick dribbling, all the way waiting for the right time to pass it, and boom. That's classic Tex.
So talk us through how long you've been coaching Gorilla now, because it's been weeks or?
Yeah, no, a couple of 2 months. I started coaching him at the beginning of January. In for the qualifications, he did a wonderful job, and like he's already a former world champion, so there should be some respect on his name.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was just some fundamentals, making sure that he doesn't overcommit, being patient with the build-up, as you see Tex is doing. I think Tex does it incredibly well. The being composed and building up slowly is the most important part in this game.
Yeah, you said it yesterday as well, Shuri, with Tex, how he could just stay on the ball when you get frightened. You don't know what to do because he's very unpredictable. But Diogo does enough there with Dalot to prevent a chance. Giving it away though. Brolin's got to get a chance near post. Keeper saves it.
I think there's a bit of keep movement in there from Diogo, so done very well to save that. We see the corner coming in, the player lock corner there, but Diogo can get it away. I mean, Footdaddy, one thing I want to ask you quickly about that Gorilla Tom game is how was Gorilla feeling going into it mentally? Obviously, they've been previous teammates before. How big was it for him?
He said it like he's been his partner, and there's incredible respect amongst them. And he always says, Gorilla always says, I always show up when I face great opponents. And Tom Lees is incredibly good. So, and he just showed what he is, Gorilla, an incredible champion.
Could have been an equaliser there. It's going to be a corner played short for Diogo. Wonder if he's going to try and work it towards that back post there. He couldn't get a clear shot. You see, he's got heaps of support in the chat there. I thought he was saying Big H on the big stage as well.
W Footdaddy in the chat, what an absolute legend.
See if Tex can have a familiar situation here. This time goes to the dink at the back post. Semenyo nods it in. Unbelievable. You're shrugging there, Shuri. You don't even know. I'll be honest, I didn't even see that as an option.
And I'm telling you, he has ice in his veins. This is what I'm talking about.
No
Prime
one else
Tex.
in the world is doing that.
No.
I'm telling you, it's the way he stops again, guys. He's in this exact same position. What's the way he just stops with Mike on here? Just striking fear into the defence. He honestly, he's spellbinding to watch.
He ain't three-time former champion for a reason.
Yeah, dominant display so far from Tex and Leeds United. It's a big start in this game. And on the other side of things as well, Nixneb against Rasarta. This is Kai Havertz with a low driven outside the boot finish to make it 1-0 in this game. We spoke about conversations of Wolves maybe nicking top spot. Leeds United, they're cruising right now.
Yeah, really nice to see Sneb putting that loss to bed from yesterday in that Conkai game. We just obviously had him on the main stream. Done fantastically well here on the commentary booth. And yeah, you have to say, Sneb putting it.
He's been incredibly consistent for a lot of years. So incredible player.
How hard was it after the loss for Gorilla yesterday to bounce back? Was it as easy as just trying to make him forget about it, or?
We have some things that we work on mentally. We have some tricks to do to make him. He gets affected very easily by the game when he's feeling like he's dominating the game and he's not getting results for it. So we're trying to eliminate that part of him. Like even if the game goes against him, in this game you can score 4 or 5 goals within 3 minutes. It's all about being patient and cool. So we have some tactics to try constantly keep him on the correct composure line, if you can say that. So. But yeah,
asking there, what is your champs record?
Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Something that Leeds fans will want to know as well. Leeds United 3-0 up. Tex cruising, looking over his shoulder at Nix there because he thinks it could be job done already. But Diogo, hopefully for his sake anyway, will have something up his sleeve to maybe get back into this game.
Guys, I sound like a broken record here. Diogo's on ice skates back there only because of Tex's patience. Most guys in that situation, they're doing some sort of skill move.
This is a goal back. Rasarata there manages to get an equaliser against Nixneb.
And here is the mental part of the game. You got to keep cool. It's just a corner tactic that it's 50-50. You either win the header or it's going back post and inside the net. So it's all about the mental side of the game. I say it all the time on stream. Most of the time, this game, all of these guys have the same amount of abilities. It's all about who's the sharpest on the day. And right now, Tex is looking incredibly sharp.
We've got Richard Buckley. He's meant to be on his break, but he's locked into the stream right now. Hold on a second. Diogo, beautiful finish as well. Esteval, top corner. I believe the question was, can you talk us through the goalkeeper reset?
Yes. I'll talk to you about it. So the easiest time to score in this game is when your opponent's back line is straight on the halfway line. And every time when you have a goal kick, that's when your opponent's back line is straight in the midway line, or if you go back all the way to the keeper and you reset the game. And the whole reason is that you have great amount of space behind the back line of your opponent. In this game, you know how the first time through balls are. Yeah. So you can laugh all you want, but you'll see during the tournament.
We'll see. We'll see if we're any confident in his know-how of the game. Nick Sneb as well, you saw they're taking the lead again. We're going to jump on over to this one live against Rastarata. That'll be his first time dropping points, surely, Rastarata, if he doesn't manage to get anything from this game. He's been one of the highest scorers in this competition, but Nick Sneb is trying to live up to his expectation as well.
Yeah, and if you guys don't know too much about Nick Sneb back at home, this is a man who's been competing in the ePremier League for many a year, and one of the biggest talents in the UK, you have to say as well. And one thing about Nick Sneb that's so exciting about him is just his attacking play. He's just so good. But you see the table pop up on the left-hand side there, guys. Leeds cruising into first place.
One thing that shocks me there, sorry, Burnley, 10 points. Salmon leading 2-0 against Kai Harris, and Okoye getting points on the board there. Big one, 3-1 up against Gangle. That's a massive, massive victory. To put them third, that's a big jump for them.
I feel bad now because we had Konkai on commentary
what was done
prior to this, and he said to me, the only way they don't finish third is if Burnley come out with 2 wins, 6 points. And I said to him, it's quite unlikely, that is.
You got to ask Okoye about the formation he's using, who he got it from after this game.
Really?
Just ask him. Yeah, just ask him.
Was it by any chance the foot, Daddy?
Oh, yes, sir.
That's a big turnaround there if he's managing to see it out.
Pen.
I thought he was going to go down.
That's normally the animation for a penalty.
Rastarata, I was going to say, twisting and turning, couldn't get through Nick Sneb's defence. Goal, you see at the bottom of your screen there, Salman Ahmed is up 3-0 against Bournemouth and Kai Harris. That is a drubbing so far.
Yeah, 3 goals to the good in that one. Going to see Sneb, 41st minute here, looking for that last attack potentially. Rastarata snatches it back though.
This is Salman's goal. You see Salah powering down the wing. He's just trying to find if there's any space, or is he going to go for it or go for goal himself? Plays it to Brolin to make it 2-0, and this is him again just after half-time. Mo Salah, familiar theme, straight into Brolin, low-driven shot to make it 3-0. This is on the other side of things though. Okoye gets the lead in this game, 26 minutes in. Cole Palmer finesse it there, Shuri.
Yeah, absolutely lovely piece of play. And down the line with Brolin there into Fabregas, some lovely patience, Tex-like patience here.
Lovely.
With a low-driven finesse into the corner. I mean, Foot Daddy, one thing talking about coaching and all that, how important is it sort of building the team with Gorilla, looking into play styles on all of these items?
Yes, so we looked at it a lot. So for today, I made sure that he dropped Dombia on the left side because it just doesn't suit him and the way he plays this game. With the press movement that Shada or Shade, however you say it.
Wow. Whoa, it's sneaking in, isn't it? Kai Havertz, what a ball. That is from Diogo there. His cortex completely all ends up. Sorry to interrupt you there. That is a fantastic way to get back into the game.
Indeed, indeed.
We'll get straight back into that point, but that foot fantasy Bruno Fernandes item there.
Look at that. Oh my goodness.
That might be pass of the weekend here at the ePremier League.
A chip finish as well. Composure from Diogo. What a way to get back into this game. He said it could potentially be done if Diogo doesn't get his act together, because we know what he's capable of. He's unbelievably good at this game.
I think he surprised himself there. His face, he looked a bit flabbergasted.
But in my opinion, when you're leading 2-0 or 3-0, it's all about game management. You're not, in my opinion, you're not supposed to rush and go ahead and go forward, because you're 3-0 up. It's all about making your opponent frustrated by passing, simple passes, asking your opponent questions. The more questions you ask to your opponent, like, am I player locking, am I turning back, am I passing, that has an effect on the mental side of the game.
100%.
Because all these guys, as I said, they have the same abilities. It's all about who's sharpest on the day. So let's see if Nick Sneb and Tex can hold this one out and prove that Foot Daddy was right. Nick Sneb and Tex winning the game.
So the standings as it stood there for Leeds, still top. Got another question coming in. Begin it to win it. How do you get more than 3 wins in champs? Really struggling.
Oh, you got to release the sprint button. I already know you are holding on to that sprint button for dear life. Release the sprint button.
3 wins. 3
you know
wins.
what?
Do you know my tip for 3 wins?
Stop playing.
Turn the screen on. Once you're playing with it off.
Right, Ryan, I'm going to issue a red card to you there, madam.
Sorry,
You know
sorry.
what? I think that's one of the best pieces of advice, because one of the first things I would say is, start triggering runs. I think someone at the 3-win ability, they don't need to worry about triggering runs at that level.
No.
I know what you mean. Holding sprint is something, because you see it so often, don't you, with players at the lower level of foot champs. They're just running in a straight line.
Oh yes, when I play pro clubs with on my stream with the viewers, I scream it out. Release the sprint button 600 times.
We're not trying to run the 100 meters, are we?
No. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
This is Gangle for Bournemouth, pushing forward just after half-time. The game's not done yet. You can see the extra pass, it was open. Steven Gerrard with the finish. And a huge mistake there. You spoke today about having patience, especially when you're leading. It was a bit rash to play that first-time pass in his own defence. And he gets punished. Gangle on the other end with Fabregas to make it 3-3. And guess what, Shori? Gangle used to be your teammate, funny enough. Bournemouth,
telling you,
makes it 4-3.
He's got the attacking ability right. He's got it in abundance. And I tell you something, Konkai from Liverpool will be buzzing. And another man buzzing is Mr. Donovan Hunt, who has just doubled his lead against Diogo. A near post finish there, a minute piece of keeper movement from Diogo, and you see the limbs Tex is giving it there.
That's when you know it means a lot to Tex, because you rarely see him like raw or sell it. It's very rare.
I think as well, it's a game that means a lot. He's playing against Diogo. This is a game that means a massive amount there. We can see more reactions going on. We'll update you on the scores as they happen, but something's happened in that Sneb game.
Yeah, I think I heard him say, how has he not scored? I feel like he feels like he's on top, and that's where you get a bit of trouble against somebody like Rasata, where you need to put the game to bed because he scores a lot. Is that something where you're working with Gorilla in terms of not being too disheartened if you feel like, because you mentioned how he sometimes feels like if he's dominating, he has to be winning straight away by 2 or 3. How important is it to stay calm?
I promise you that's Gorilla's biggest vulnerability. He lets the game get to him too easy because he's an incredible player. If we just eliminate that part from his game, he's back at the top in no time.
Did you play a factor as well in the draft selection? Did you get any
Yes, but both his player roles, the formation, and the players as well. So most of the pro players that use 4-5-1 are using deep line playmaker, box to box, and playmaker on the 3 CMs. And I'm totally against that. And that was the first thing that we changed for the qualifications to the ePrem. And since then, he's followed suit with the tactics and with how I want him to play. And you see the results.
I love that. I love it.
Love it so much. I mean, I'm studying. I can imagine Gorilla's got a lot of trust in you, and I've listened to you for 76 in-game minutes, and
I'm sold, man. I might
have to sign you up.
I'm ready.
Might have to sign you up.
No, but it's also incredibly easy to work with Gorilla. I have to give him that because, like, I coach all type of players in all levels, but like Gorilla is incredibly easy to work with, and he, like, when I tell him something, he adapts to it in the minute. Like when I say, forget the ball, chase the space, or don't tackle. Like a mistake I see a lot of people making is that they are spamming the tackles, even pro players. They're just so used to it.
Yeah, that was a rough goal to concede there. If you are a Leeds United fan, Rastorata gets the goal there. That's why Nick Sneb would have been annoyed, because he knows he has to make it count in these moments where anything can happen straight down the other end. He ends up conceding.
And here's the mental side of the game. How do you manage this situation? Are you going to lose it, or are you going to continue knocking on the door and play the way you are playing?
Let's jump straight into it live then. Just over 15 minutes left to be played for Wolves to try and see if they can get 3 points from this game, which will mean a lot in the group standings. The other results, you spoke about Konkai being happy for Liverpool. This puts them in 3rd because of the scoreline. Gangle making it 5-3. Kai Harris bringing one back. You just saw the flash at the bottom side of your screen. And a huge roar in the Tex Diogo game. We'll bring you updates to that very, very shortly.
Yeah, that one means the world to Tex, you can tell. I've not heard Tex celebrate all weekend. I think when Tex scores the goal where he knows he cuts out another knockout round for himself, I think that's where you hear the roar.
Pressure off. He can now look over his shoulder a little bit as well, Shuri.
So who's your guys' favourite for the tournament?
Before the tournament started, we gave like 6 names who we thought could win it.
Yeah.
Based on the duos. from what we've seen, I feel like it's hard to go against Sunderland or City. But if somebody else won it, I wouldn't be surprised as well. This is the Tex goal as well. The dink chip. Semenyo's been somebody at the back post,
isn't he?
Leaping over him. And there's the Tex celebration as well.
Oh, so Gorilla was holding on to that Maicon, and I told him, you are not playing Maicon at all. At all. No. Dalot. He hates Dalot, but he listened to me and he played Dalot because Dalot has the quick step, which is more effective against the first-time through balls than the bruiser actually is.
One point. Also, there was that little bit of a clutch moment towards the end of that Tom Lees game. Dalot managed to shuffle across. I saw the jockey kick in.
Yes.
Ended up winning in possession as well.
Well, guys, I'll tell you this. I mean, might be hard to take it all in now, but if you need to watch this back later and just write down all the Foot Daddy's tips here, because the list is just endless.
We have more in the bank.
You'll have to book a few sessions in here.
Oh, yes,
Hold on a second. Oh, it's a late
It's a horrible one to give away.
Oh, wow.
It's a penalty, of course, in favour of Wolves. And Nick Sneb, coach telling him to stay calm. And is he going to score? He tucks it away, top left. 81st minute have been played. 81 minutes have been played, sorry, in this game. And Wolves have taken the lead against Leeds in that game. They were shaking their head there from Nick Sneb.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think for Tex and Sneb here, this is where the team cohesion just needs to stay, because look, as it stands, and I think, you know, it's not going to change now. Tex is not going to concede 3 goals to Diogo in how long's left in that one. There just has to be that belief, doesn't there, between them? Because Sneb, he's had a difficult group stages now, losing 2, winning 2. But there's no reason why they can't go and win the tournament. We were speaking about the tournament favourites. It is hard to look past Sunderland right now, because that aggregate scoreline, we were talking about it before, it just looks like it suits them, that format, so much.
Yeah, 100%. And I think if you're Nick Sneb here, this is where having somebody like Tex right next to you is that you can trust them to be able to pull out results when you know you might falter or the game could get away from you. Because if you look at the standings, Leeds United, even if they do lose this game, it doesn't make a difference because Tex done his job. So pretty much this is what the table will stay at. Leeds United topping it, Wolves in second, Liverpool can breathe, finishing third. And Burnley almost caused a little upset at the end there to finish fourth, with Bournemouth rock bottom.
Incredible games, though. Incredible games. Like the Wolverhampton guys, wow.
Yeah, they've done absolutely fantastic here at the ePremier League. Lovely piece of play. But Leeds, they'll be back. Of course, finishing in that first place in the group. It would just be interesting to see where their mentals are at. But they've topped the group. They've done what they needed to do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Nick Sneb will be very frustrated with that. But again, he's got time now to sort of look back and reflect and
get back in the lab.
Literally, the daddy would tell him just stay patient.
Oh yes.
Be composed and just try and work on little things that potentially could help along the way. And that is the end of the game. Rasarata won his game against Nick Sneb for Wolves. It didn't mean anything because Tex saw his game out against Diogo. And Leeds United finished top of Group C. Wolves finishing second, valiant effort, and they only miss out by 1 point. But it's been an incredible tournament so far from Tex. After the break, though, we have Group D concluding. Round 5, Brighton and Hove Albion up against Tottenham Hotspur. This is going to be a huge final round. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you very, very soon.
Don't worry, this will get edited up so it looks like we actually know what we're talking about.
What? That's not a player. That's not a player of this game. What?
Off the bat, we're saying it's an unusable player.
Yeah, oh, 100%.
Who's unusable?
Terrible.
Do you know what? That could be Rooney or like Gerrard or something.
88 page Steven Gerrard, yeah?
Rooney? Rooney's 3-4.
Would it be 87 physical then?
I'm all
Drogba. No, Drogba. Actually, no.
Yeah.
Drogba.
Rooney. Oh my god, that's supposed to be it. That's supposed to be it.
Oh, for God's sake.
That phone or something.
Could be, to be fair.
No, because he has Cam.
Alright.
Is it Saka?
Bukayo Saka.
Right wingers in the Prem. Mo Salah.
Semenyo.
There's someone I'm forgetting.
Arsenal. Saka.
Saka.
Freebie, that's it.
I think it is... I don't know.
This is the worst striker on the planet.
What? That's not a player. That's not a player of this game. What?
Proper clunky striker, him. Van Basten. I said Shearer.
Shearer, yeah.
Alan Shearer. Please don't doubt me.
What do you mean I gave you the answer?
He plays for this team.
Yeah.
Where's Roll Prowse now? He's not at West Ham anymore, actually.
He's not?
I think he moved, no? He went Burnley.
What? Hold on. James Ward-Prowse?
Oh, Ward-Prowse.
He can play centre back.
No, that's like, they have got a natural can play centre mid, so just threw us off with that.
I think he's actually the best free kick taker in the game.
99, no?
Excluding like warmer team cards. Yeah.
Group C belonged to Leeds United, but it wasn't straightforward in their game against Wolves. It was Tex who came out on top, which was enough for Leeds to book their place through to the finals as Group C winners. Myself, Shorey and Ryan Pessoa here to dissect the action. Ryan, I mean, it was a tale of two games, the Leeds and Wolves fixtures.
Yeah, absolutely. Tex clutched up, as we expected him always to do, but Nick Snebb, unfortunately, didn't manage to win for his own, I guess, confidence in a way, but it didn't really mean anything because obviously Tex done the job against Diogo.
I mean, we expect that from Tex, of course, but how do you think Nick Snebb will be feeling right now? Because a lot of the talk will be about how much Tex did. Nick Snebb did win a game yesterday, 3-0. He kept a clean sheet as well. He started really well. It just hasn't gone his way, has it?
Yeah, 6 points out of 12 for Snebb. It's not a disaster or anything. They've topped the group. They're into that quarter-final bracket straight away in the gauntlet. I just think when you're playing with Tex, you've got that extra bit of expectation on you. You don't play with Tex to get to a semi-final or a final. Yeah. You play with Tex to win the whole tournament. It's a massive thing for Snebb mentally, and I'd love to see him win the whole tournament. So many good teams, though.
So many good teams indeed. Let's take a look at the other action then, shall we? From Group C, it was Burnley against Bournemouth. We're looking at some of the clips here. I mean, our focus was fully on Leeds against Wolves in terms of the A stream. But every single team here at the Premier League goes through to the finals. Can Burnley or Bournemouth cause any trouble?
Oh, trouble in what way? If you're saying to go the distance to win it, I don't think so. But trouble in terms of potentially winning a game that they're not meant to on paper, potentially anything's possible. But I just think for them, it's a difficult one because especially Okoye, he thought he was going to win that game. He probably could have seen that out as well. But for him not to win it is difficult because if he did, that would have put them third.
And there is our Group C standings. Leeds, Wolves, Liverpool, Burnley, and then Bournemouth, which leads us on to the gauntlet. We keep saying these are not fixed positions. Well, they are now, apart from the teams in Group D. So we're looking at the knockout, the round 4. We're looking at Leeds, Sunderland and Manchester City. From a competitor perspective, that is a strong lineup.
Yeah, massively. And one team I really want to point out here, or two teams, should I say, is Brighton Hove Albion against Tottenham Hotspur in this final fixture. That could change up that bracket there. And I can tell you right now, Tottenham Hotspur looking to have to win a knockout round to then play Leeds United in a couple of weeks' time is not what they're looking for.
Let's take a look at the tactics, shall we? For Group C, we're doing this for all the groups. If you missed any of them, I'm sure they'll be on our socials at some point, or you could head back. But take a screenshot right now if you want to copy any of these tactics. Ryan, which tactics would you be copying?
I think it's obvious to say Tex, but I would say Rastarata just because he scored a lot of goals, and I feel like I enjoy the way he plays as well.
We're moving straight on to our final group. And wow, what a group. We have saved the best to last because this group is unbelievable and the story is incredible here because we're looking at Marley, who used to represent Brighton, facing Brighton for top spot in the Premier League.
Some would say lazy script writing, but then look at this, look at it. It's unbelievable, this matchup here. I don't even know which way it will go. Jaden's over there looking at me, expecting me to say Brighton to win it, but it honestly could go either way.
It could go either way as we look at some of the Brighton highlights. They've been fantastic throughout. They are, I mean, this game is so difficult to call. They've got such good players. All 4 players are so good. Shori, I'm going to ask you to call it.
Oh, wow. I mean, you really have put me on the spot there. I think Jaden and Tom have played before in the ePremier League as well. It's been crazy circumstances going on. Listen, I've got to go with Spurs. I have to. I can see the Brighton boys looking over at me, not too happy with that. Listen, I tell you, the ability of both of these two teams here. Tom definitely had a disappointing loss against Gorilla here. Gorilla played very well himself, but Tom, he's expecting himself to go 12 out of 12. That's the ability that we know Tom can play at.
Is back in Tom part of the hashtag contract? It must be, right? I haven't seen you go against him once today. You know what? I'm going to stand up and say Brighton and Hove Albion, they win it.
You just got a fist bump there as well.
Mic drop from Ryan.
From the Brighton boys. I mean, listen, we'd love to hear what you guys are thinking as well. Watch along because this one is going to be absolutely amazing. Our players are ready and so are our casters. The dynamic duo are back together.
They've let us out, haven't they, for the last round? And look, what a last round this is. Group A done, Group B done, Group C done, Group D is about to unfold in front of us right now. Brighton and Hove Albion against Spurs on one side. Former teammates. Oh, there's so much in this one, Rich.
So many possible permutations. I've not had a chance to say that a lot today.
Back out.
But it could come down to goal difference, could come down to head-to-head. Arsenal, if they get their wins and results go their way, they've got a chance to squeak in there as well. They're taking Newcastle on right now. That game in all its glory over on the B stream, but we'll be turning our attention to kickstart. Tom Lees, he's been under the weather, but his performances have been stellar, taking on Jaden Groden.
Was that supposed to rhyme?
It was not, but I'm in the flow.
You are, you're in free flow at the moment by the looks of it. Right, let's get underway here then. Brighton v Spurs. Jaden Groden's teammate in Mark Marley. He's on the opposite side of the stage. I spoke to Jaden yesterday. He went, look, if I could play Mark Marley, I'd love that. Play against my former teammate. That's not how it's landed, though, unfortunately, in the matchups. It's Tom against Jaden. And it's goal poacher against Mark Marley. Remember, there is still that top spot to play for. You can make your life and tournament a lot more easier I think there's been a goal in the Newcastle game.
There has been. We're just only on the B stream. Reeks Vaughan.
He's just pulled out the shearer.
He has.
Again, you can watch the B stream on YouTube, YouTube/EA Sports FC Pro Arsenal versus Newcastle. But this is the one which no doubt will affect and change the group standing. Semenyo finds Bruno Fernandes, the first real chance of the game here for Tom Lees. Ooh, is there a potential cutback for Cesc Fabregas? Semenyo! That's the first goal of the game!
Tom goes 1-0 up. Jayden having a look across already at that game with goal poacher and Mark Marley. Apologies if you did hear any unsavoury language there creeping in. For me, it's all about this little pass right here, just from Brolin with the tiki-taka, offloads to Fabregas. He came across with Maicon and just couldn't quite get there. I think Maicon has been well off the mark. I think out of all the players in the team, he's been the one that I just think we need a better right-back in the Premier League before the ePremier League finals, because most of the goals we're seeing are down that right-hand side, inside that left channel, whether it's Brolin, whether it's Semenyo, you name it. Look again here. Where's the space? Maicon out of position, in at right-back, and he's away with Doumbia.
Yeah, it's not a duplication clip, this. It's another goal that's been scored. Mark Marley leading against goal poacher. All 6 points as it stands, heading towards Tottenham Hotspur. I mean, back to your point, I mean...
Look at that table.
You say about Maicon, Rich, as Brighton look to bounce back. Can he squeeze it in? No, he can't. But even on the left-hand side, there isn't that many great options either.
No, there's not, but you've got a couple better options. I mean, Calafiore is the one that seems to be used more frequently. Tottenham Hotspur, as it stands right now, 17 points, top of the table. Brighton in second, and Arsenal, with results not going their way at the moment, if they were to pick up 6 points from those games, they've put some pressure on.
Absolutely. We've got Shorey joining us in the commentary for this last round as well. Shorey, this should be quite the ending here, shouldn't it, to the group stage of the ePremier League? It's Brighton!
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Buzzing to be here with the dynamic duo, it's fair to say. And Tom with a great start here in this one. Love that goal from him, and fantastic breakdown from you guys.
I mean, did you speak to Tom before coming into this game, after that Gorilla game, or not?
No, I've not had a chance to speak to him.
I wonder how he was feeling, because obviously that's the first defeat he's had. It was more of a tougher opponent on paper.
I actually think that game was everything for Gorilla. Obviously, the former teammates.
Yeah.
That game was a big one for Gorilla. Just to get that 3 points on the board in terms of the league position, it sort of put Spurs in an unfavourable position. I mean, Everton not being able to get the consistency in their performances, but as soon as Gorilla sort of went 1-0 up,
yeah,
I thought it'd be really, really tough for Tom.
Yeah. It's a mental game for Tom, that one is, as well, as we see Tom here in with Bruno Fernandes. Tom, 2 to the good. And I can tell you something, Tom is a mental player in both ways, I suppose. But when he's flying, I mean, Jayden could be in some big trouble here.
Well, 2-0 Tom Lees leads. And it all came from this. Bruno Fernandes. Easy as you like.
And it's not just Tom that's doing the business here for Spurs, because that man in the front of the picture is also doing his job. Mark Marley with Adam Wharton round the corner to Brolin, and a low-driven finish. Both Tottenham players 2 goals to the good at the moment.
Yeah, also, a word to be said, sorry, just to jump in, Newcastle United on the B stream, they have also led in both their games. 1-0 Harvey Waters against RSD, 1-0
right now.
Reece Vaughan. They got up to third, they were bottom before the game kicked off.
But look at Arsenal. They were third, two performances, 2 wins coming their way, and they dropped to bottom.
Been the most entertaining group, really. Yeah, Group D throughout the entire
because no one's been consistent.
But Spurs, they look like, I don't want to jinx anything, they look like they're getting the business done in this last game here.
If I'm not mistaken, all the teams that finished second on 18 points top this group with 18 points.
Yeah. How crazy is that?
It's been the one group, hasn't it, where points have just been shared around.
Well, I think RSD on Saturday picking up a couple of wins against players. Gorilla beating Tom. You're looking now at Reece Vaughan and Harvey Waters. They're beating, obviously, that Arsenal side. Brighton dropping points in the first game of the day. Yesterday.
Semenyo. Brolin! That was nearly 3 for Tom.
And Marley's gone 3 goals to the good in his game. I'm sure we'll see that goal very shortly. But Spurs in cruise control right now. The Seagulls might be flying away again, Brandon.
I haven't seen any in the sky. They still will be going through in a healthy second place here, but this was their game. This was the match to top the group. I mean, it set up so well. Everton did Brighton a job. You'd like to think so, but that's not the case. Mark Marley 3-0 up, as you said, Rich. That was his goal, says Fabregas.
Yeah, he's locked in, obviously. Former team in Brighton. He's transferred from the Seagulls to the Spurs, but he's not going to have it all his own way. There's Brolin with a low-driven finish and a goal back there for goal poacher.
A bit disappointing there from Jaap Stam. One thing I want to touch on for Thomas Lees is that all-important Bruno Fernandes foot fancy item. That's a man back in 21 when Tom was known as the best player in the world. He loved Bruno Fernandes, and we saw him scoring a goal with him earlier on. Keep an eye out for that throughout the game.
Jaden looking for a goal back in this one. Cole Palmer
had a couple of chances to shoot there, but just overplayed it a little bit there, Jaden.
Just heard Tom just say the words of just defend. I mean, he did just that. He delayed.
Well, you're looking at the clock as well, getting to half-time at this point. Harry Hesketh obviously supporting Tom Lees with the #connection.
The Harry Hesketh, get in, come on. Wouldn't be saying that on a Sunday, though, would he?
Well, it is Sunday.
It is Sunday. Harry Hesketh said, get into Tom Lees on a Sunday.
Last chance of half.
Over the force! Off the post.
Oh!
Is it still going to stay alive in the half? No, it's not. That's going to do us for half-time as it stands. Tom Lees leading Jaden by 2-0. Spurs against Brighton. Also, another half-time result, and it's all looking good for Spurs. Mark Marley, 3-1 up at the break.
I mean, it's been all Tom, really, in that match. I think you're looking at goal poacher GP there against Mark Marley, getting the last goal of the half, just giving himself a little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum going into the second 45. But look how quick that 6 minutes flew by as well.
Yeah, and this is the Tom that we love to see. He's having a good laugh with Lyrics, his coach, here at half-time. That's a calm Tom Lees when he's having a laugh there, just feeling himself in the game. And Jaden definitely has a mountain to climb. There's no reason why he can't do it. We know Jaden, he's had multiple final appearances here at the ePremier League, so it's going to be a blockbuster second half.
Like, you see, like, how he's goal side your midfield, like, and now you're basically playing, like, with no midfield.
Just relying on 1v1 defending, but like, ain't gonna last.
You want to just try and make sure you can keep your midfield in if you can.
Just having a little bit of instant VOD review there.
I know what's going on.
Clipping it.
I know I've got a lead. I know I'm going to be good. Just need to keep playing good, focus on playing good. Let's manage the first 15 minutes, yeah?
Got kick off as well.
See how the 15 go, and then come back 60th, Thomas Rosicky.
Never thought I'd hear those words come out of a Spurs fan. Thomas Rosicky, 60th minute. Is that the game plan? Maybe it is.
I've been sat next to Tom in this kind of situation so many times. Without even hearing him talk then, I could almost have given you a word by word of what he would have been saying to Lyrics there. It's good to see how calm he seems to be there, though.
I'll be honest, it's so Sunday League, isn't it?
Yeah.
First 15, get into them early.
That's what Tommy Boy loves, though.
Obviously, we didn't hear too much from Jaden, but he knows what the job is ahead of him. Shake of the head from the Brighton man. We've seen him do fantastic things on that stage, though. Jaden, don't count him out yet. Harvey Waters going 1-0 up there against RSD, and it looks like he's added a second. Javinho down the right-hand side, cuts it back to Brolin, double tap pass, and Cole Palmer on that right foot, just squeezing it past the onrushing goalkeeper.
Reece Vaughan as well, his highlights here. He's not just got one up, but 2 goals that are good. Leon did get one back just after the 25th minute.
Oh,
it was a penalty that he gave away.
Oh. We see Cole Palmer here. Did he convert? He indeed did into that top right-hand corner.
And we've had another goal here. Tom Lees, 3-0, he leads against Brighton and Hove Albion. And it all came from this solo effort, potentially from Bruno Fernandes. Got fortunate with the cutback, he will not care. Low driven from Brolin. Thank you very much, he leads by 3-0.
Yeah, a great dribbling from Bruno, but very slightly fortunate there with the cutback. Mark Marley, 5 minutes inside the second half, finds Mo Salah. That's one of his favourite players in the game, and tucks it past the goalkeeper. Spurs in pole position to top Group D.
And it looks as if that Newcastle are doing all they can as it stands to go into, well, maybe not third place anymore. They were there a second ago, Rich.
Yeah, that result, Reece Vaughan and Lyons 2-2 at the moment.
What a start it was from Reece, but Lyons has come back.
3-0 as well. Harvey Waters to the good in that one.
Salah.
Ooh.
It's all going off around the other grounds. And Spurs making what almost looks like easy work of this final fixture. Marley 5-1 now, guys.
That's what the reaction must have been. Mark Marley.
It wasn't just Mark Marley, because look at the bottom of the page. Reece Vaughan 3, Lyons 2.
What a last round this could be from Newcastle. That would put them third. It would make their tournament easier.
They've been pretty much route to bottom all the way through Group D.
What a storyline. I'll tell you something, I was speaking to Reece backstage just before we did one of the previous interviews, and I said to him, just go out and enjoy it, mate. And he said, yeah, I just need that win when I'm about. He said that when he conceded the last minute goal to Jadon, it was a real sucker punch for him, and he's doing fantastic in this final round.
Well, it is slipping away, unfortunately, from the Seagulls in terms of the top spot, with just the gap that's building now. 4 goals in one game. As we see the 5th from Mark Marley go, and he is 5-1 up. It's a 4-goal cushion for him. I mean, he's now found his rhythm, hasn't he?
Come on! Can we just touch on with Mark Marley there? The last goal he scored was a cricketer shot, and he did a little tap on the dome just to say, that's the kind of goal I score. Does the exact same thing once again. That is an extremely high-level goal, which you guys at home, if you're getting a lot of wins in champs, look to add that to your arsenal.
Not just a 3-goal scorer, maybe a clean sheet coming Tom Lees's way.
Reece Vaughan's conceded again, Buckley.
Yep, 3-3 now, and that table once again moves around. It's only 1 point separating 5th from 3rd, but so much agony going into the gauntlet. You're going to be starting in the very first round. If you finish 3rd, you get that step higher up.
Well, speaking of somebody who's taken another step higher up, it's Harvey Waters. He's 4-0 up now for Newcastle. It's all good him playing his part. He needs his teammate to pull through. There is a world potential, even if...
Right, lads, it's been a pleasure. I'm heading out for a bit of analysis afterwards. Enjoy, chaps.
We'll see you very soon.
Catch you soon, Shorey. We'll be breaking down, no doubt, the day of action in this group. As the 4th comes through for Tom Lees. Ending day 2 strong. And more importantly, the group stages.
It looked like a slip, and only that against Gorilla. For Tom Lees, Wharton, player look pass into the man he spoke about at half-time, Thomas Rosicky, into Clint Dempsey. And he fires past the goalkeeper into the top corner.
Well, looks like it was the 2 heroes, wasn't it, linking up? Well, this was Reece Vaughan's 3rd goal that he scored to make himself go 3-2 up. And this was the goal that Leon equalised with just moments later.
Yeah, Gervinho down this right-hand side. A couple of gaps there in the defence. Player look into Douglas Luiz. Ping pass into Mo Salah, and on that left boot, he is so dangerous. 5-2 here, and it's just a header coming back at Mark Marley. And with 15 minutes left to play, goal poacher has given himself a chance here.
15 minutes? Well, It could be a very interesting ending, this. Bruno Fernandes. Back to Mo Salah. Tom Lees is cruising on his way to a fifth potentially here with Semenyo! It's perfect FC from Tom Lees.
Just heard a big come on to
where's it come from, Rich?
Right, it's once again come from Newcastle United. But we're going to see the goal here that Tom just scored. Bruno Fernandes play a lock pass, faked into Salah. He then fires it back to Bruno, who just pings it into Semenyo's feet. And in that area, Antoine Semenyo, as deadly as ever.
5-0 Tom Lees leads. He is no doubt safe and through with his 3 points here. What I'm trying to work out, Rich, I mean, it won't really change much, was it? Even if they drew the game, goal poacher Mark Marley.
I think you'd have to score 3 goals and win.
Yeah, I mean, a draw doesn't do anything. It still keeps Spurs top spot. Last 8 minutes of this one. No way through for Jadon.
It looks to be like they will be starting from that one round back from the top spot. Their eyes on number 1 seed, the Brighton, after a very good run in ePremier Leagues back-to-back. But they'll be starting from 2nd place here in Group D. Tom Lee should put the headset down. He knows that there's only a couple of minutes left and this game is all but done.
Well, the knockout stage of the Premier League kick-off on March the 28th and 29th, where all of these clubs will be going to battle. But for the top teams, they will skip quite a few rounds.
Apologies if you are hearing a bit of frustration and aggravation, unsavoury language coming through there. Goal poacher. It was 5-4.
Another goal for Reece Ford as well. Looks like he's on for a big 3 points.
Wow.
Newcastle looking in 3rd place. How have Arsenal finished bottom after the start they had yesterday?
Don't think they've got any wins today.
Full time. Tom Lees, huge win. Putting Spurs top of Group D. Well, this was the goal back for goal poacher. In the 87th minute, we thought maybe there could have been a chance to tie the game back. That game is still underway. But this is the situation. There just isn't enough time. Mark Marley. We'll see this one out. Added time of 3 minutes.
Newcastle United are in dreamland right now because Reece Ford has added a 6th. I don't think he'd scored 6 goals in all his games up to this match, and he's just put a half a dozen in one.
Did he say on commentary? And he had 2 goals before.
He scored 2 goals yesterday. I think he scored 5 altogether. He just put 6 in one game.
What happened? We want to know.
Came on the B stream. He did some commentary.
Pep talk from Richard Buckley by the looks of it. Added time of 3 minutes has been played. Yes, there was 9 goals in this, but Mark Marley ending strong. Tom Lees ending strong. A new duo for Tottenham Hotspur. Looking strong, top of Group D. And we'll be back in a few weeks' time in the quarter-final stages.
If Brighton want to make it to another grand final, it's going to be a long, hard road to get there. That Spurs duo, they are a very dangerous prospect. Only 3 wins needed to claim ePremier League glory. They will start in the quarter-finals when we come back for the finals.
Well, let's jump over here then. 5-1 Harvey Waters in added time. He's about to see out his result. Newcastle taking 3rd spot. They skip around, Rich.
They do.
They make their road to the Premier League final a lot easier.
And it puts Arsenal in a real tough spot. Full-time result there for Harvey Waters. His biggest win of the tournament thus far. We've got a couple of minutes left to play here with Reece Ford and Lyons.
Yeah, great moment this for Reece Ford as well, isn't it? First time in the Premier League. 2 goals before this game. And now he's played his part.
Wow. I have to say, I think we're gonna be hearing from Tom at the end of the day. There's a 7th for Reece Vaughan.
It's liquid football from him. It's like the pressure's come off his shoulders in this last round.
But that win for Tom against Jaden, 5-0 clean sheet. It's an impressive performance. Look at that smile. I'll tell you what, that is what the Premier League is all about.
Let's be honest, he didn't have a great deal to smile about before that, did he? But
he was still smiling.
But he still was. He was enjoying his time in the Premier League. And he will be ending the group stages, sending Newcastle a round closer. They'll skip around in the knockouts.
More prize money.
Added time of 3 minutes, and that is our last game here in the group stage of the Premier League.
What a groups it's been, by the way. Shocks, surprises, dominant performances.
And also, no one's been perfect, have they?
No, even though it looked like City were on for it, and then Crystal Palace stepped up. Sunderland were fantastic and then dropped points. Young suffering a heavy defeat to Sam Brewster.
There we have it, full-time result. Congratulations, Newcastle United. 3rd place guaranteed. And they'll be back in a few weeks' time in what is now, we pretty much can confirm, a finalised gauntlet bracket, which we will be revealing, no doubt, very shortly indeed. Rich, well, there we have it. That's the group stages done.
Yeah, wrapped up. It's really quite exciting now because we know what games we're going to see. We know who's en route to quarterfinals, who's already booked quarterfinals, and we can start to preview what we think our grand final might end up being.
Yeah, one of those teams that might be in the grand finals. They're now joined by Shorey. They've topped the group in Group D. Tom and Mark Marley join Shorey now.
Yes, guys, joined here by the winners of Group D, Tottenham Hotspur. Another way you could call them, 2 mullets and a dream.
Thank you.
I'm joined by right here. Lads, congratulations. I mean, talk to me. How do we feel after that?
It's a big one, like mentally. Obviously, we're a bit concerned. I'm pretty sure I looked at the bracket before. Finished 2nd, it was like Chelsea and Leeds. Didn't want to think about it. Knew that we had to get at least 4 points. To get 6 points, yeah, I'm a happy man. I'm a happy man.
Yeah, and it feels like you've beaten the team to beat in that group, along with you guys, Marley. I mean, talk to me about that one.
Yeah, honestly, 2 of the longest days of my life playing on that stage. I just felt like I had nothing going my way, and then the last game we turned up and yeah, we done what we do best.
Yeah, Mark, and this is one of your goals from that game. I mean, just talk me through it. Talk me through the player locks, because I was noticing that so much in your game.
Yeah, well, I actually had to tone down the player locks. That was like the only one I'd done that whole first half, and it was really working a dream. So I think I actually toned the player locks down a bit.
Yeah, because sometimes it can be like you're overplaying the player locks a little bit. And Tom, this is you going 5-0 up here. I mean, flying to the moon.
I'm happy. Yeah, you're happy, Tom. I'll be honest, I didn't expect that. I thought it was going to be some kind of tight moment. I thought someone's going to get a 90th minute winner to win 5-0. I think maybe at 2 or 3, Jaden probably realised the situation because I think Marley was 4-1 up, and obviously they have to chase it. They have to really go for it. So obviously scorelines end that way, don't they? It goes a bit crazy, but I'll take any win. After that game earlier, I was a frustrated man, so I'll take anything I get, and that's a group win. That doesn't happen very often for me.
Well, it's been massive for you guys, and something we need to touch on now is the finals. Look, you guys, you made this team together. It's been a big talking point of the weekend. Marley, the fact that you've been transferred over. You guys going to go win the whole thing?
Yeah, silly not to, really. I think I said it. Mark is due an ePremier League. Not even me. Mark is due an ePremier League.
And he owes me one from 2020.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, yes, that storyline did. Well, all the best, fellas. We're going to send it now, ladies and gentlemen, to Ryan at the Tactics Pod.
Yep, thank you very much. I am joined by goal poacher of Brighton. Of course, it's a different side of things emotion-wise, but I know you're devastated. And look, we spoke as well. Look at you, come on, you finished 2nd in the group. I know it's tough to try and get any positive from it, But the tactics going into the groups or the finals, obviously after the group stages, is there anything that you change, or is it just simple as keeping at what you've done, in the 4-4-1-1?
No, they're pretty good box standard tactics that you'll see most guys use. I just didn't use them well enough, evidently.
If there is anything that you would change, not only in terms of tactics but personnel, you've got Salah there, Doumbia. Obviously, more promos will come out that could potentially bolster up the team. But anything you glaringly change?
Yeah, Fabregas is never touching the pitch ever again for me. I don't think Lacroix is either. I hope there's some promos because this team, no, I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, for those at home as well, this is of course how it does set up in game. You'll be able to see it for how it is in possession, and of course without it. It's pretty simple tactics, as you said. But yeah, I know it's easy for me to say you should feel better. You've won this tournament before. Do you think you can do it again?
Nah, no. If you come second, when has anyone ever won the tournament coming second in the group?
Be your first time, no?
Nah, I don't think so.
You completely given up?
Yeah, I'm not giving up, but
give it. How about this?
We should not let them win the group. I'm sorry, but that's just, yeah.
I feel like if you give it a couple of days, I feel like you feel a little bit better. Either way, you still got, of course, a little way until the final. We're going to head on over back to the host desk, of course, where I see 4 people waiting in the wings. Go on.
You do indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. And thank you to Goal Vulture too. Before we get started, let's have a look at the rest of the tactics, shall we, from that group. I mean, it's a tough one for Brighton to take, of course, but they are still very, very good tactics from Goal Vulture. Jaden's are there as well. Brandon, whose tactics are you taking?
Reece Vaughan. I mean, in the space of about a game, Richard Buckley's made me a super fan. What a story for him. As Richard said, he is the Premier League story that you love. First time in the Premier League. What an experience he's had.
He scored 5 goals before that last game. He's put 7 in one game. He's got a dozen overall in the Premier League, and he scored over half of them in one game. It's what the EPL's all about, and go and do something historic, Reece and Harvey. Why not?
Congratulations to Newcastle. I absolutely love that man. We were on the B-stream with him. He was just good vibes. He was happy to be here. Like you said, on comms, it's exactly what the ePremier League is all about. Casey, our gauntlet is ready. We have got our final standings ready for when we do it again in the finals. Wow, let's take a look at some of these round 1 fixtures to start with. And then also on the other side, the teams that await.
You know what's crazy? Arsenal, bottom of the group on 8 points. They now have to go through the entirety of this. It is not looking good because RSG had a fantastic weekend as well, but they are now in that first round of the knockouts. They have quite the journey ahead of them.
I mean, Arsenal really finishing there has made it so difficult.
And let's be honest, Burnley, I know they were slow starters, but it's not an easy game still. I'm just trying to look at that gauntlet round and work out of the 4th and 5th teams, where would you rather be? I mean, what run would you want to go on?
I mean, for me, that bottom half, that bottom 4 quadrant there, from knockout round 3, Brighton into the winner of Chelsea, who have been very, very good. They play the winner of West Ham, Man United. Itman scores a lot of goals. He's playing with Holdinho. You expect him to turn it around. Dragon and Cowlese, they've caused a few stirs in this tournament as well. Chelsea, great team. They play Brighton, the winner of that. Your third goal poacher there. He's going to be motivated, coming back alongside Jaden. The winner of that, Tex and Nick Snebb. And who do they play in the semi-finals? More than likely, Sunderland. That for me, that's a brutal side.
I mean, listen, look at the faces behind us on the screens because they're back again for the finals. Casey, if I had to ask you who would be your winner, who are you going to choose right now?
The whole thing.
Of the whole thing.
You know what? I think we're going to have a back-to-back Manchester City.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon, do you think?
I'll give you a final. I reckon we're going to get Sunderland Man City grand final.
Well, listen, one thing's for certain, the finals are going to be incredible. And as you can see on the screen, there is a QR code, and that means we want you to come and join us here in Manchester for the knockout stages and the finals, 28th and 29th of March. Why would you not join us? There's a live audience. The vibes are going to be incredible. We're going to see a duo from a Premier League club lift the ePremier League titles. I'm so excited for it. We've got the final standing. It's been an amazing weekend of action. Nearly 500 goals, I think 301 today. Well done to you guys for talking all over it on the A and B streams. And of course, Shori and Ryan too. And thank you very much to everyone for watching. We will see you at the end of March where we will crown the ePremier League champion 2026. Welcome back to the ePremier League. It is day 2 of the group stages.
Every single team in this first round need points.
Javinho for Holdinho.
With a wild celebration as well.
This is a big, big game.
Indrik's on it! 2 Brazilian players topping the table.
Brig giving it the big one. Nice spud with the coat.
Brzezinski!
Gorilla is feeling himself.
Nottingham Forest are balling.
Someone get him off the stage.
Manchester City, top of the pile.
Scoring goals for fun.
Now it's all about Knockout FC.